This is the 10X rule. The only difference between success and failure is included in this book. I'm the author, Grant Cardone, and I'm here to deliver this message to you via audio. Anyone that suggests to me to do less is either not a real friend or very confused. Introduction. You probably picked this book up and wondered, what exactly is the 10X rule and how will it help me? The 10X rule is the holy grail for those who desire success. Seriously, if there's an end-all be-all, this is it. The 10X rule establishes the right levels of actions and thinking that will guarantee your success and ensure that you continue operating at those levels throughout your life and career. The 10X rule will even dissolve fears, increase your courage, increase your belief in yourself, eliminate procrastination and insecurities, and provide you with a sense of purpose that will revitalize your life, your dreams, and your goals. The 10X rule is the single principle that all top achievers are using in the most flourishing areas of their lives. Regardless of how you define success, this book will show you how to guarantee the attainment of it with any dream and in any economy. The first thing that has to happen is for you to adjust your thinking to 10X levels and your actions to 10X quantities. I will show you how 10X thoughts and actions will make life easier and more fun and will provide you with more time. After spending a lifetime studying success, I believe the 10X rule to be the single one ingredient that all successful people are using, that they know and use in order to create the lives they desire. The 10X rule will show you how to define the correct goals, accurately estimate the effort needed, and discern how to approach your projects with the right frame of mind, and then determine exactly how much action to take. You will see why success is guaranteed when you operate within these parameters of the 10X rule, and you will fully understand the single reason why most people never achieve success. You will discover for the first time the mistake people make when setting goals, that when done single-handedly destroys any chance of those goals ever becoming reality. You will also learn how to figure out the precise right amount of effort necessary to accomplish any goal of any size. Finally, I will show you how to make it a habit and a discipline to operate at 10X levels. And trust me, once you're doing so, success won't just be guaranteed, it will continue to perpetuate itself, literally producing more and virtually unstoppable triumphs for you and your family and your company. The 10X rule is a discipline. It is not an education. It's not a gift, a talent, or good fortune. It doesn't require some special personality trait. It's available to anyone who wants to employ it. The 10X rule will cost you nothing and gain you everything you have ever wanted. It is the way that individuals and organizations should approach the creation and attainment of all goals. I will show you how to make the 10X rule a way of life and the only way to handle projects. It will allow you to stand out among your peers and even in your industry in which you work. It will cause others to see you as almost superhuman and extraordinary in your actions and your commitment to success. They will recognize your status as a role model, not just in terms of professional achievement, but how to live life to its fullest. The 10X rule simplifies and demystifies the phenomenon of what success is and what it takes to be successful. Personally, the biggest mistake I've made is failing to set my targets high enough in both personal and professional aspects of my life. I want to say that again to you. The 10X rule simplifies and demystifies the phenomenon of what success is and what it takes to be successful. The biggest mistake I have made in my life is failing to set targets high enough in both professional and personal aspects of my life. You know, it takes the same amount of energy to have a great marriage as it does to have an average one. Just as it takes the same amount of energy and effort to make $10 million as it does to make $10,000. Sound crazy? It's not. And you'll see this when you start operating at 10X levels. Your goals will change, I promise you. And the actions that you take will finally start to match what you really are, who you really are, and what you're really capable of doing. You will start taking actions, followed by more actions, and will achieve what you've set out to do, regardless of the conditions, regardless of the situations you face, regardless of the objections and the obstacles, you'll hit your target. The single most important contributor to success, any success that I've created in my life, came as a result of operating with what I call the 10X rule. These concepts of goal setting, target attainment, taking action, they're not taught in schools. They're not taught in management classes. They're not taught in some leadership training or a weekend conference at the Four Seasons. No formula exists, at least that I could find in any book, that determines the correct estimation of effort. And let's face it, if you don't estimate the right amount of effort and then take that, you're not going to hit it. Talk to any CEO or any business owner, and he or she will tell you that sufficient levels of motivation, work ethic, and follow-up are clearly in shortage today. Whether your goal is to improve the planet's social condition or to build the most profitable company in the world, you will be required to use 10x think and 10x actions to get there. It isn't a matter of education, talent, connections, personality, lucky breaks, money, technology, being in the right industry, or even being in the right place at the right time. Dude, it's about 10x. In every case in which someone has created massive levels of success, be it a philanthropist, entrepreneur, politician, a change agent, an athlete, a movie producer, I guarantee you he or she was operating using 10x during his or her ascent and attainment of their success. Another component that's required for success is the ability to correctly estimate the right amount of effort necessary for you and your team to even achieve the goal, to even be in the game of achieving the goal. By using the exact level of effort necessary, you will guarantee achievement of these objectives. Everyone knows how important it is to set goals. However, most people fail to do so because they underestimate the amount of action necessary to accomplish the goal. Setting the right targets, estimating the mandatory effort, and operating at that right level of actions are the only things that will guarantee your success and that will allow you to blast through the business cliches, competition, client resistance, economic challenges, risk aversion, and even fear of failure while taking concrete steps to reach your dreams. The 10X rule will ensure your success regardless of your talent, education, financial situation, organizational skills, time management, what a joke, the industry you're in, or the amount of luck that you have. Use this book as though your life and your dreams depend on it, and you will learn to operate at new and higher levels than you ever thought possible. What is the 10X rule? The 10X rule is the one thing that will guarantee that you get what you want in amounts greater than you ever thought was imaginable. It can work in every area of life, whether spiritual, physical, mental, emotional, familial, your family, and financial. The 10X rule is based on understanding how much effort and how much thought are required to get anything done successfully. Chances are that if you look back over your life, you'll see that you have wildly underestimated both the actions and the reasoning necessary to accomplish any endeavor to the point where it could be labeled successful. Although I myself have done well in the first part of the 10X rule, assessing the level of effort necessary to realize a goal, I failed miserably in the second part of the 10X rule, which was adjusting my thinking so that I dare dream at levels previously unimaginable. I will discuss both facets in detail. I've been studying success for the better part of 3 decades and have found that although there's much agreement about goal setting, discipline, persistence, focus, time management, leveraging through good people and networking, I've never been clearer on that one thing that really makes the difference. I've been asked hundreds of times in seminars and interviews, what is that one quality, the action, the mindset? What's that one thing, Grant, that will ensure a person creates extraordinary success? This question has nagged at me so that I could understand it. If there was one thing in my life that made a difference, what was it? Look, I don't have some gene that others are missing. I definitely haven't been lucky. I wasn't connected to the right people, and I didn't go to some blue-blooded school. So what was it that made me successful? Look, as I look back over my life, I see the one thing, the single one thing that was most consistent with any success I've achieved was that I always put forth 10 times the amount of activity, effort that others did. For every sales presentation, phone call, appointment others made, look, I was making 10. When I started buying real estate, I looked at 10 times more properties, and then I'd make offers to ensure that I could buy just one of them. That ensured that I could at least get the one piece of property I wanted at the price I desired. I've approached all my business enterprises with massive levels of actions that have been the single biggest determining factor in any success I've created. I was a complete unknown when I built my first company, without a business plan and with no money. I had zero know-how, I had zero connections, zero money, and everything had to be generated off of new sales. However, I was able to build a sound, viable business just by utilizing and operating at activity levels that were far beyond what others considered reasonable. And I made a name for myself and literally changed an industry as a result of taking 10x levels of action. Let me be clear here. I don't think that I've created extraordinary levels of success, nor do I think I've tapped into my full potential. I'm completely aware that there are many people who are many times more successful, at least financially, than I am. Although I am not Warren Buffett, Steve Jobs, one of the founders of Facebook or Google, here's the reality. I've created multiple companies from scratch that have allowed me to have an overall enjoyable lifestyle that I consider successful. The reason why I didn't create extraordinary levels of financial success is because I violated the second part of the 10X rule. That is the 10X way of thinking. That would be my only regret in my life today, failing to approach my life with the right mindset, with 10x levels of thinking. If I had it all over to do again, probably will, I would actually set targets that are 10 times what I ever dreamed of from the very beginning. But like you, I'm working on that now, and I still have a few years to correct this. I mentioned the notion of creating extraordinary levels of success time and again throughout this book. So let me explain that. Extraordinary, by definition, means anything outside the realm of what most normal people can and do achieve. And of course, that definition would then depend on with whom or what class of success you're comparing yourself. Before you say, I don't need extraordinary levels of success, or success is not everything, or I just want to be happy, or whatever else you may be mumbling to yourself at this very moment, understand something. In order to get to the next level of whatever it is you're doing, you must think and act in a wildly different way than you previously have been. You cannot get to the next phase of a project without a grander mindset, more acceleration, and extra horsepower. Your thoughts and your actions are the reasons why you are where you are right now. So it would be reasonable to be suspect of both. Let's say you have a job but no savings, and you want to have another $1,000 a month coming in. Or perhaps you currently have $20,000 in the bank and you want to have $1 million in the bank. Or maybe your company's doing $1 million a year in sales and you want to get it to $100 million. Look, whatever your circumstances, you have to take it to another level to get to the next level. Maybe you need to find a job. Maybe you want to lose 40 pounds. Maybe you want to find the right perfect partner for you. Although these scenarios cover many different aspects of life, they all have one thing in common. The person who desires them is not there yet. Each of these goals is valuable, and each will require a different way of conceptualizing and acting upon them in order to ever attain them. All of them can be defined as extraordinary if they exceed what you have come to know as ordinary. While it might not be exceptional compared to what others have done or what others are seeking, the goal you should set should always move you to a better place, higher ground, or toward an objective you've not yet achieved. Others might have an opinion about your success, but only you can decide if it's extraordinary. Only you know your true potential, and whether you're living up to your potential or not, no one else can judge your success. Remember, success is the degree or measure of attaining some desired object or end. Once you attain this desired end, the issue then becomes whether you can maintain, multiply, and repeat your actions in order to sustain that result or that success. Although success can describe an accomplished feat, people usually don't study success in terms of something they have done. They go at it with a mind towards something they're seeking to do. An interesting thing about success is it's like a breath of air. Although your last breath of air was important, it's not nearly as important as your next breath. No matter how much you've already achieved, you will desire to continue, I would expect, making accomplishments in the future. If you stop trying to succeed, it's like trying to live the rest of your life off the last breath of air. Look, things change. Nothing remains as it was. For things to be maintained, they require attention and action. After all, a marriage cannot maintain itself off the love felt on the wedding day. But people who are highly successful in both their professional and personal lives continue to work and produce and create even after they flourished. The world watches these people with amazement and confusion, asking questions like, "Oh, why does he keep pushing so hard?" Look, the answer's simple. Extremely successful people know that their efforts must continue in order for them to realize new achievements and new success. Once the hunt for a desired object or goal is abandoned, the cycle of success ends. Someone said to me recently, "It's clear you've made enough money to live comfortably. Why are you still pushing and hammering and traveling?" Look, it's because I'm obsessed with the next breath of accomplishment. I am compulsive with leaving a legacy and making a positive footprint and impact on planet Earth. I am most unhappy when I am not accomplishing, and most happy when I'm in the quest of reaching my full potential and abilities. My disappointment or dissatisfaction with where I am at this moment does not suggest something is wrong with me, but rather that something is right with me. I believe that it's my ethical obligation to create success for myself, my family, my company, and my future. No one can convince me that there's something wrong with my desire to achieve a new level of success. Should I be happy with the love I have for my children and my wife yesterday? Or should I continue to have and create on that love and create in new amounts for today, tomorrow, and into the future? Look, the reality is that most people do not have whatever they define as success. Many people want something more in at least one area of their life. Indeed, these are the people who will read this book. The unsatisfied who yearn for something more. There's nothing wrong with you. And really, who doesn't want more? Come on, better relationships, more quality time with those you love, more momentous experiences, a better level of fitness and health, increased energy, more spiritual knowledge, the ability to contribute to the good of society. Dude, who doesn't want that? Common to all of these things is the desire to improve, and they are qualities by which countless people measure success. Regardless of what you want to do or be, whether it is to lose 10 pounds, write a book, or become a billionaire or a trillionaire or whatever, your desire to reach these points is incredibly important element of ever being able to do so. You got to want it, right? Each of these goals is vital to your future survival because they indicate that it's within your potential. Regardless of the goal you're striving to accomplish in your life, you will be required to think differently. Embrace a die-hard level of commitment, and you will be required to take massive levels of action at 10 times the levels you think are necessary. And you will have to follow that up with more actions. Almost every problem people face in their careers today and other aspects of their lives, such as failed diets, failed marriages, financial problems, are the result of not taking enough action. So before you say to yourself for the millionth time, "I'd be happy if I just had," or "I don't want to be rich, just comfortable," or "I just want to be happy." Look, you got to understand one vital point. Limiting the amount of success you desire is a violation of the 10X rule in and of itself. When people start limiting the amount of success they desire in the first place, I assure you they're going to limit what will be required of them in order to achieve success and will fail miserably at what it takes to ever get and keep success. This is the focus of the 10X rule. You must set targets that are 10 times what you think you want. That's right. You must set targets that are 10 times what you think you desire and then do 10 times what you think it will take to accomplish that target. Massive thoughts must be followed by massive actions. There's nothing ordinary about the 10X rule. It is simply what it says it is. 10 times the thoughts and 10 times the actions of everyone else, including what you thought was reasonable. The 10X rule is about pure domination mentality. You will never do what others do. You must be willing to do what they won't do and even take actions they might deem unreasonable. This domination mentality is not about controlling others. Rather, it's about being a model for others' thoughts and actions. Your mindset and deeds should serve as gauges by which other people can measure themselves. 10X people never approach a target aiming to achieve just that target. Instead, they're looking to dominate sectors, entire environments, and will take unreasonable actions in order to do so. If you start any task with a mind toward limiting the potential outcome, you will limit the actions necessary to accomplish that very goal. The following is a basic series of mistakes people make when setting out to achieve goals. Number one, they miss target by setting objectives that are too low and don't allow for enough correct motivation. Number two, severely underestimating what it will take in terms of actions, resources, money, and energy to accomplish that target. Three, spending too much time competing and not enough time dominating their sector. Number four, underestimating the amount of adversity they will need to overcome in order to actually attain their desired goal. The foreclosure issue that America is facing right now is a perfect example of this sequence of missteps, these mistakes. Those who fell victim to the situation were mistargeting, underestimating necessary amounts of actions, and concentrating too intensely on being competitive rather than creating a situation that would make them invincible to unexpected setbacks. People were operating with a herd mentality, one based on competition instead of domination. During the housing boom, they thought in terms of, oh, my cousin's buying a house, I got to go buy one. You see, that's competitive thinking. They thought in terms of, I have to do what my colleague, neighbor, family member is doing instead of, I have to do what's best for my future, my survival. Despite what many people claim or want to believe, the truth is that every person who had a negative experience regarding the housing collapse and foreclosure mess did not correctly set his or her goals for survival. The number of foreclosures then impacted people's home values across the country. And when the real estate market crumbled, it negatively impacted everything, affecting even those who weren't playing the real estate game, that game. Unemployment suddenly doubled and then tripled. As a result, industries were crippled, companies were shut down, retirement accounts wiped out. Even the most sophisticated of investors misjudged the correct amount of financial wealth necessary to weather this kind of storm. Look, you can blame the banks, the Fed, Treasury, mortgage brokers, timing, bad fortune. You can blame God if you like, but the reality of the situation, every person, including myself, as well as countless banks, companies, and even entire industries, failed to appropriately assess the situation. When people don't set 10x goals and therefore fail to operate at 10x levels, they become susceptible to get-rich-quick phenomenons and unplanned changes in the marketplace. That's what happened in the foreclosure mess. If you had occupied yourself with your own actions aimed at dominating your sector, you probably wouldn't have had time or been baited by these kind of, get-rich-quick temptations. I know because it happened to me. I got caught up in this situation because I had not properly stayed focused on my own targets at 10x levels and became susceptible to someone else's racket. Someone approached me, gained my trust, and claimed to be able to make me money if I would only join forces with them and his company. Because I didn't have enough skin in my own games, you know what I mean? Commitment, 10x. I was drawn into this get-rich-quick, easy scheme, and he hurt me bad. Had I set my own targets properly, had I been completely committed to my own 10x mentality, I would have been so preoccupied with my own doingness and own doing of what was necessary to accomplish that, look, I wouldn't have had time for the guy. I'd have been like, dude, I don't have time for you because I'm preoccupied and wouldn't have met this crook. If you look around, you will likely see that humankind, by and large, tends to set targets at subpar levels. Many people, in fact, have been programmed to set targets that are not even of their own design. We are told what is considered to be what a lot of money is, what rich is, what poor is, and what middle class is. We have predetermined notions about what fair is, what difficult means, what is possible, what's ethical, what's good, what's bad, what's ugly, what tastes good, what looks good, and on and on. So don't assume that your goal setting isn't impinged upon these already established parameters. Any goal you set is going to be difficult to achieve, and you will inevitably be disappointed at some points along the way. So why not set these goals much higher than you deem worthy from the very beginning? If they're going to require work, effort, energy, and persistence, then why not exert 10 times as much on each? What if you're underestimating your own capabilities? Is that a possibility? Is it possible that your social upbringing actually causes you to underestimate what you're capable of? Oh, you might be protesting, saying to yourself right now, but Grant, what if I, set goals that are unrealistic and I'm disappointed? Look, take just a few moments to study history, or even better, simply look back over your own life. Chances are that you have more often been disappointed by setting targets that are too low and achieving them, only to be shocked that you still didn't get what you really wanted, than you have been being disappointed with setting a target that was too high and not getting there. See, another school of thought is that you shouldn't set unrealistic goals. That's what you're told. Hey, don't set unrealistic goals because you might be compelled to give up on them. When you realize you can't reach them, you're just going to quit anyway. But wouldn't coming up short on a 10x or a 100x target accomplish more than coming up short on a 1/10 of your possibilities in your goal setting? Let's say my original aim was to make $100,000, which I then changed to $1 million. I just say, you know what? I'm going to do $1 million. I'm going to make my target $1 million rather than 100. Which of these goals would you rather come up short on? Some people claim that expectations are the reasons for unhappiness. However, I can assure you from personal experience that you'll suffer greatly by setting subpar targets. You simply will not invest the energy, effort, resources necessary to accommodate unexpected variables and conditions that are certain to occur sometime during the course of the project or event or your quest. Come on, man, it doesn't make any sense. Why spend your whole life making only enough money just to end up with not enough money? Why work out in the gym only once a week just to get sore and never see a change in your body type? Why get merely good at something when you know the marketplace only rewards excellence? Why work 8 hours a day at a job where no one recognizes you when you could be a superstar and perhaps even run or own your own company or the whole place? All these examples require energy. Only your 10x targets ever pay off. So let's return to our definition of success, a term most people have never even looked up, much less really studied. What does it mean for you to have success or to be successful? You know, in the Middle Ages, the word often referred to the person taking over the throne. The word derived from Latin, succeder. Now that's power, baby. Okay, succeed literally means to turn out well or to attain a desired object or end today. But back in the day, it meant to take over the throne. Success today then is an accumulation of events turning out well or desired outcomes being achieved. Look how far we've reduced the concept of success. Think of it this way. You wouldn't consider a diet successful if you lost 10 pounds and put on 12, right? No, it'd be a failed diet. In other words, you have to be able to keep success, not just get it. And this is what people don't understand. Did you want to keep it? You would also want to improve upon that success to ensure that you are able to keep and maintain it. After all, you can cut your grass once and be successful in doing so, but look, it's going to grow again. You'll have to constantly maintain that yard in order for it to continue to be defined as a success. This isn't about attaining one goal one time, but rather about what you have to do to persist in creating new levels of success and keeping that. Now, before you start worrying that you're going to have to work at this forever, let me assure you that you won't. That is, not if you set the correct 10x target from the beginning. Talk to anyone who is wildly, extraordinarily successful in any field, and they will tell you it never felt like work. Most people feel like they're working because the payoff is not substantial enough. It doesn't yield an adequate victory to feel like something other than just work. Your focus should be on the kind of success that builds upon itself, that which is perpetual and doesn't happen one time. See, this book is about how to create extraordinary achievement, how to ensure you will attain it, how to keep it, and then how to keep creating new levels without it feeling like you're working. Remember, a person who limits his or her potential success will then limit what he or she is willing to do to create and keep it. That's really, really important to understand. It's also vital to keep in mind that the subject of acquirement, in other words, the goal or target, doesn't matter as much as the mindset and the actions that are mandatory to accomplish the 10x goal. Look, whether you want to be a professional speaker, a best-selling author, top CEO, an exceptional parent, a great teacher, have a role model marriage, get in great shape, produce a movie that the world talks about for generations, whatever it is, you're going to be required to move beyond where you are now and commit to 10x thoughts and actions. Any desirable target or goal will always suggest something you have yet to accomplish. It doesn't matter how much you've already attained. As long as you are alive, you will either live to accomplish your own goals and dreams or be used as a resource to accomplish someone else's. I'm going to say that to you again. It's very important. And if you want to avoid being a slave, learn this. As long as you are alive, you will either live to accomplish your own goals and dreams, or you will be used as a resource to accomplish someone else's goals and dreams. For the sake of this book, success can also be defined as accomplishing the next level of what it is you desire, and in ways that will forever change how you perceive yourself, your life, the use of your energy, and perhaps most significantly, how others perceive you. The 10X rule is about what you have to think and do to get to a point 10 times more gratifying than you have ever imagined. This level of success cannot be achieved by normal levels of thoughts and actions. That's why even when most of those goals that you have are attained, they don't actually provide sufficient fulfillment. Average marriages, average bank accounts, weight, health, businesses, products, and the like, they're just average. Are you ready for the 10X adventure? Okay, so you finish your first chapter. Here's what you want to know. The summary is, what are the 2 parts of the 10X rule? If you don't know them, go back and look it up. Okay, you have to get this in your life. Number 2, what are the 4 biggest mistakes people make when setting goals? If you don't know them, you're going to make the mistakes. So go back and answer those. Number 3, why is it a problem to set a goal too low? And lastly, baby, are you ready? Are you ready for the 10X adventure? Chapter 2, why the 10X rule is vital. Before we get into how important it is for you to think and operate according to the 10X rule, let me share a little of my own story. For every project in which I have ever been involved, I underestimated the time, energy, money, and effort necessary to bring my project to the point of success. Any client I targeted or new sector of business that I've ventured into has always taken 10 times more calls, more mail, 10 times more emails and contacts than I'd originally predicted. Even getting my wife to go out with me and eventually marry me took 10 times more effort and energy than I had calculated. But trust me, it was worth every bit of it. Regardless of how superior your product, service, or proposition is, I assure you, there will be something you haven't anticipated or correctly planned. Economic changes, legal matters, competition, resistance to converting, too new of a product, banks freezing up on you, market uncertainty, technology changes, people problems, more people problems, elections, wars, strikes. Look, these are just a few of the potential unexpected events that could happen. And I don't say this to scare you, but instead to prepare you for where the biggest opportunities exist for you. 10X thinking and actions are vital. They're the only things that will get you through those events. Money alone cannot get you through them. It'll help, but it can't do the job for you. If you march into any battle without the proper troops, supplies, ammunition, and staying power, you're going to return home defeated. It's as simple as that. It's not enough to occupy territory. You have to keep the territory. I started my first business when I was 29 years old. Most people won't go into business for themselves because they're not willing to take the financial haircut to start their own business. You understand? Most of you, to go in business, you're actually going to make less money in your first years of your new business than you were making at the job you had. I had prepared for this, or so I thought I had, and assumed that it would take me 3 or 4 months to get, back to that income level of the job I previously had. Well, it took me almost 3 years to get my business to provide me with the same amount of income of my previous job. That was 12 times longer than I had expected. And I almost quit 3 months into my new business venture. Not because of the money, but because of the amount of resistance and disappointment I was experiencing. I had a very specific list of reasons why my company wasn't going to work. I was failing. 3, 4 months, 5 months of just failing. And I came up with all these reasons. I compiled them in an attempt to talk myself out of continuing on my quest. I was beyond disappointment. I was distraught and all but destroyed. I literally went to a friend and said, I can't do this anymore. I'm done. I made up reason after reason why it wasn't working out. It was the clientele didn't have the money. The economy sucked. The timing was wrong. I was too young. My clients didn't get it. People didn't want to change. I sucked. They sucked, and on and on. I eventually realized after spending so much time trying to figure out why things weren't working out, that it was completely possible that I was missing the answer entirely. You know, I never considered that I merely incorrectly estimated what it would take to move a new product into the marketplace at the very beginning of my process. I was presenting a new idea to the marketplace, absolutely for sure, but it wasn't one that anyone had asked for. I had limited funds, so I wasn't able to hire people, and I couldn't afford to advertise, which was unfortunate because no one knew who I was or my company was. I didn't know what I was doing and was cold calling organizations. I'm literally talking to people, I don't know their name and they don't know my name. If this was going to work, it would depend on my ability to increase my efforts, not increase my excuses. Once I quit calculating all the wrong reasons, I committed to making this work by increasing my efforts 10 times. And as soon as I increased my efforts 10 times, everything started to change, and changed immediately. I went back into the marketplace with the same idea, but the right estimation of effort, and started seeing immediate results. You see, instead of making 2 or 3 sales calls a day, I started making 20 to 30. When I ramped up my full commitment and aligned the correct levels of thought and action, the market started responding to me. Look, it was still hard, and I was still disappointed, but I was getting 4 times the result of making 10 times the effort. When you've underestimated the time, energy, and effort necessary to do something, anything, you will have quit in your mind. You'll have quit in your voice. You'll have quit in your posture, your face, and in your presentation. You won't develop the persistence necessary to get your mission accomplished. However, when you correctly estimate the effort necessary, you will assume the appropriate posture. The marketplace will sense by your actions that you're a force to be reckoned with, and you're not going away. And it will begin to respond accordingly. I have consulted with thousands of individuals and companies over the past 20 years, and I have never, not one time, seen an individual or a company correctly estimate the amount of effort and think. Whether it was building a house, raising money, fighting a legal battle, getting a job, selling a new product, learning a new position, getting promoted, making a movie, or finding the right partner in life, it always took more than what the people calculated. I have yet to meet anyone, regardless of their success or even how easy it appeared to be, ever claim that it was easy. Achieving big goals may seem easy to those who are on the outside looking in, but those who know firsthand that actually played the game and succeeded know what it took and will never make that statement. When you miscalculate the efforts you need to make something happen, you become visibly disappointed and discouraged. This causes you to incorrectly identify your problem and sooner or later assume that the target is then unattainable, and you start to throw in the towel. Most people, including managers, their first response to non-target attainment is to reduce the target rather than increase the activity. I have watched sales managers in organizations do this for years with their sales teams. They give a quota or agree on a target at the beginning of a quarter, and then midway through the quarter, they find they're unable to achieve the target, so they hold a meeting and basically tell everyone, hey, let's just reduce the target to some more attainable, quote unquote, figure in order for the team to stay motivated and have some chance of accomplishing their new target. This is a major mistake and should never even cross your mind as an option. It sends the wrong message to the organization that targets are unimportant and that the only way for us to win is to move the finish line up. A great manager will push a person to do more at the risk of coming up short rather than targeting less. This idea of changing targets to make everyone feel good will lead to a further weakening of morale, hope, expectations, and skills, and everyone will start assigning reasons. better known as excuses, as to why the team was unable to attain its targets. Look, warning, never, ever reduce a target. Ever. Always increase your actions. When you start rethinking targets, making up excuses, letting yourself off the hook, you're giving up on your dreams. These actions should be an indication that you're getting off track. Considerations like rethinking targets, making excuses, letting yourself off the hook, that should be an indication, dude, I'm getting off track here. That you have to shift your thinking in terms of correcting the initial estimation of effort rather than making excuses. The 10X rule assumes the target is never the problem. Any target attack with the right amount of actions in the right amounts with persistence is attainable. Look, even if you want to visit another planet, if you assume the right actions taken in the right amounts over the right amount of time, you will accomplish that target. When people inadequately measure the actions necessary, they inevitably will start to try to make sense or rationalize why they're not hitting that target. Mankind seems to have this built-in automatic calculator whose only purpose is to explain away failure. The problem is that the first and most often used calculation always seems to be, oh, it's the target. The target's wrong. The target's too big. But never the activity level. This calculator, this mental deficiency, if you will, tends to be more emotional than logical. It judges the project. It judges the clientele, the economy, and even the individual to be deficient as a means of justifying why things are not working out. This is probably due to all the false content that has been loaded into our calculations by the media, the educational systems, the psychiatric community, and from our upbringing with excuses like, oh, the market's not ready, the economy's bad, this isn't wanted, don't work too hard, you're not cut out for it, your target was unrealistic, love life, enjoy life. Life is to be loved. Success is on the journey, not the destination. Look, that's garbage, man. You need to attain success for yourself. More often than not, it's simply that you haven't correctly assessed the amount of action necessary. That's the only reason you're failing. Regardless of the timing, the economy, the product, your breath, the suit you wore, or how big your venture is, the right acts done to the right degree, persisted over time, guarantee you'll be successful. And I can assure you from experience, 30 years of building companies and bringing new products and ideas to the market, that there will be something you have not foreseen. Regardless of how detailed your business plan is. I don't care if your product costs nothing. It's free. You're going to give it to everyone. It'll still take more energy and effort than you think. Your product could be 100 times superior to its closest competitor. And it could be free, and you will still have to apply 10 times more effort just to push through the noise in order to get people to even know about your product. Assume that every project you attempt will take more time, more money, more energy, more effort, and more people than you ever imagined. Multiply every expectation you have by 10, and you might be safe. And if it doesn't take 10 times more than anticipated, hey, lucky you. It's better to be pleasantly surprised than greatly disappointed. If you want to save time in getting your idea or product into the market, look, do this for yourself. Make sure you do 10 times more of everything in order to be in more places with more people over a shorter duration. For example, if you planned on it taking one person to pitch your idea, then plan on it taking 10 people in order to possibly be able to reduce the time it takes to get it to market. But remember, 10 times more people will take 10 times more money. And, oh, by the way, somebody's going to have to manage these 10 times more people. 10x parameters allow for a variety of unplanned variables that can strike at any point during a project. Employee problems, lawsuits, economic swings, national, global events, competition, illness, and so forth get accommodated for. Add to this list any marketplace resistance to projects, people being set in their ways and not able to want to change, shifts in technology, and well, you have a whole slew of additional potential events that could derail your target. For some reason, people who develop an idea about something they want to bring to the market tend to embrace a sense of optimism that frequently causes them to grossly misjudge what it's going to take to complete their project. While enthusiasm for any project is clearly important, you cannot forget one important fact. Your potential customers are not as enthusiastic about your project as you are. Look, they don't even know it exists. Your potential market may only just be starting to wrap their head around your concept. Then, too, there's the possibility of complete apathy on the part of the marketplace, that there's no interest whatsoever in changing or a new product or a new idea. Look, I'm not telling you this to be pessimistic, but to be prepared. Tackle your project with the 10X rule, like your life depends on it. Manage every action as though you have a camera on yourself every step of the way. Pretend you're being recorded as a model by which your children and grandchildren in the world will learn later from your recordings. Attack everything with the ferociousness of a champion athlete who is getting his single last opportunity to claim his pages in the history books. And always remember to follow through completely. That is the great common denominator of all winners. They see every action through to completion. They make no excuses and adopt a take no prisoners attitude. Approach every situation with a in it to win it, whatever it takes mindset. Oh, sounds too aggressive? Sorry, but that's the outlook required to win in this marketplace today. I know you've probably heard this before, but success does not merely happen. It is the result of relentless, proper actions persisted over time. Only those who operate with the appropriate view and corresponding actions will guarantee themselves of success. Luck clearly has something to do with success, but anyone who is getting lucky will tell you that their luck is directly proportional to how much action they're taking. The more actions you take, the better your chances of getting lucky. Exercise. What's the first reaction that most people have, including managers, when they're not hitting their targets? When you start making excuses for why you're not hitting your targets, what should that immediately indicate to you? And lastly, fill in the following. Stop doing what you're doing right now and fill this in. The 10X rule assumes the target is never blank. Any target attack with the right amount of blank in the right amount of blank with persistence is... Chapter 3, what is success? I know I've already used the term success maybe 100 times already, but let's clarify what it actually is. It probably means something different to you than it does to me. The definition really depends on where a person is in life or what has his or her attention at that very moment. Success in early childhood might mean receiving an allowance for the first time or getting to stay up past one's bedtime. But that would no longer be of interest to you, hopefully, when you're a teenager. Success in the teens might mean getting your own bedroom or cell phone for the first time or whatever, or maybe a later curfew. Now, success in your early 20s might mean furnishing your first apartment or getting your first promotion. Later on, it's going to be marriage, kids, promotions, travel, more money. Look, as you age and conditions change, the ways in which you're going to define success will transform and change and alter. When you're much older, you're likely to find success in good health, family, grandchildren, your legacy, and how you're going to be remembered. Where you are in life, the conditions you're facing at this moment, and the situations, the events, the people on which you have your attention is most focused will influence your definition of what success means to you at that time. Success can be found in any number of realms: financial, spiritual, physical, mental, emotional, philanthropic, communal, or familial. However, wherever you find success, however you define it, the most crucial thing to know about success in order to have it and keep it are the following three things. Number 1, success is important. Number 2, success is your duty. And number 3, there is no shortage of success. I will discuss the first point, success is important, in this chapter, and the other two in subsequent chapters. Success is important. Regardless of their culture, race, religion, economic background, or social group, most people would agree that success is vital to the well-being of the individual, the family unit, and the group, and certainly to the future survival of all these things. Success provides confidence, security, a sense of comfort, the ability to contribute at a greater level, and hope and leadership for others in terms of what might be possible. Look, without success, your group, your company, your goals and dreams, and even the entire civilization would cease to survive and thrive. Think of success in terms of expansion. Without continued growth, any entity, be it a corporation, dream, a race, ceases to exist. History is full of examples that support a notion that disaster occurs when expansion doesn't continue. You could include the Vikings, ancient Rome, Greece, communist Russia, and an endless list of companies and products. Look, success is needed in order to perpetuate, to push forward people, places, and things. You must never reduce success in your mind or in a conversation to something that doesn't matter. On the contrary, you must treat success as though it's vital, it's important. Anyone that minimizes the importance of success to your future has probably given up on his or her own chances of accomplishment and is spending now his or her life trying to convince others, you in this case, to also give up. Individuals and groups must actively accomplish their goals and targets in order to carry on with their goals and targets. If not, look, they'll either cease to exist or be consumed and become part of something else. Companies and industries that wish to maintain their status must successfully continue to create products and then get those products into the market. Acquire clients, keep the clients, acquire employees, keep the employees, and then keep all these players happy, and then repeat that cycle over and over. There are far too many cute sayings that seem to dismiss the importance of success, like, success is a journey, not a destination. Please, man, you're killing me. You're making me sick. I want to puke. When terrible economic contractions occur, everyone quickly realizes they can't eat or make house payment with cute little sayings. The economic events of just the past several years should make it obvious how badly we have all underestimated the importance of success and how essential it actually is to your family, your company, and your personal survival. It's not enough just to play the game. It's vital you learn how to win at this game. Winning over and over again at everything in which you're involved ensures you're going to be able to further expand and survive. And it guarantees that both you and your ideas will survive, not just get by, but survive into the future. Success is equally important to a person's sense of self. Look, let's face it, when you're successful, it promotes a sense of confidence. Well, what's wrong with that? When you're successful, it promotes a sense of imagination and a sense of security, and it emphasizes the significance of your contributions. People who are unable to provide for their families and their future put themselves and their family at risk. That can't be good. People who aren't successful can't buy goods and services. This can cause an economy to slow down, even crash, causes taxes to be diminished, which will then negatively impact funding of schools, hospital, and public services. Now, I know about this time someone's saying, but Grant, success is not everything. And of course it isn't everything. Who said that? I always wonder, what point are you trying to make when you have this thought or make that statement? Someone once in my seminar said to me, Grant, success isn't everything. And I said, are you trying to diminish the importance of success? The success you haven't been able to attain? Is that what you're trying to do here? Because I don't understand your point. Of course, success is not everything. Get real. Regardless of whatever your goals that you're trying to attain, success is critical, man. Quit playing with it. Quit diminishing the value of it. It is vital. It is critical. If you quit caring, then you're going to quit winning. And if you quit winning long enough in this thing called success, you're going to just plain quit. Do kids benefit when they see their moms and dads losing and quitting? No. Does anyone benefit when they don't get their art sold, or you don't get that great book written and you don't get it published and nobody buys it? Dude, nobody wins. No one benefits from failure. However, if you're able to reverse it and attain your goals and be successful and acquire the dreams you set for yourself, now that has positive outcomes. So your exercise here. What are some cute sayings that you've heard about success that actually diminish the importance of success? Very important you write that down now so you can start understanding what people are telling you and what you've been made to believe. Second question in the exercise. How would being successful be important to you, and how would it improve your life? Chapter 4, Success is Your Duty. One of the greatest turning points in my life occurred when I stopped casually waiting for success and instead approached success as my duty, my obligation, and my responsibility. I literally began to see success as an ethical issue, a duty to my family, my company, and my future, rather than as something that may or may not happen to me. I spent 17 years getting a formal education that was supposedly going to prepare me for the world. And not one course was on success, much less nothing told me what I was going to have to do in order to get it. Amazing. Years of education, information, hundreds of books, time in class, and money that I borrowed from the federal government, yet I was missing the single thing that was most necessary, the purpose. What's the purpose? However, I was fortunate enough, didn't feel fortunate at the time, to have two distinct experiences in my life that served as major wake-up calls. My existence and survival in both these times were seriously threatened. The first occurred when I was 25. My life was a mess, pitiful mess, caused by years of approaching life aimlessly. I was drifting with no real purpose and no real focus. I had no money, plenty of uncertainty, no direction, too much free time, and still hadn't made a commitment to approach success as an obligation. Now look, don't misunderstand me. I wanted money and I wanted to be successful, but I hadn't approached it as a duty and obligation yet. Had I not had this realization at 25 and gotten serious about my life, I don't think I'd be alive today, much less successful. Look, I would be dead. You don't need to grow old to die. I was dying at the age of 20 as a result of no direction and no purpose. At that time, I couldn't hold a job, had surrounded myself with losers, was terminally hopeless, literally terminally hopeless, and if that weren't enough, using drugs and alcohol on a daily basis in amounts that would kill most people. Had I continued on without a serious wake-up call, I would have continued to live, at best, a mediocre existence, and probably much worse. Had I not committed to a life of success as a duty, I would not have identified my purpose in life and would have merely spent a life fulfilling someone else's purpose. Let's face it, there are plenty of people living mere existences, and I should know. At that time in my life, I was in sales, and I treated sales in the business I was in with complete disdain and dislike. When I finally committed to sales as a career, as my duty and my obligation and my responsibility, and decided finally to do whatever it took in order to become successful at selling, bam, everything changed. And you know what? Selling was no longer the problem. I was winning at it. Now, my second awakening, completely different, took place recently, actually, at the age of 50, 25 years later. The economy was going through the biggest contraction since the Great Depression. Literally every aspect of my life was being put at risk, as it was for billions of other individuals on planet Earth, including companies, industries, even entire economies. It became evident almost overnight because of external happenings that the companies that I had developed were not powerful enough in their sectors, and the future now was in jeopardy. Not because of something I did, but because of what was happening around me. Additionally, my financial well-being, for the first time in 25 years, had been put in jeopardy. What others thought was a tremendous financial wealth that I had collected over the years, for the first time was in danger. I remember turning on TV one day and hearing reports about unemployment numbers increasing, wealth being destroyed due to the stock market collapse, housing corrections, homes being foreclosed on, banks shutting down, and companies being bailed out, I realized that I'd put my family, my company, and myself in a precarious situation because I had started to rest on my laurels and had discontinued approaching success as a duty, obligation, and a responsibility. Look, I had lost my focus and purpose. At both of these pivotal points in my life, both completely different, I woke up to the fact that success is important in order to have a full life. In the second case, I realized that greater quantities of success are necessary than most people ever calculate, and that continued pursuit of success must be approached not as a choice, but as an absolute must. Most people approach success in the same way that I did when I hadn't fully committed to it. They look at it as though it doesn't really matter, like it's an option, or perhaps just something that other people get to have. Others settle for just a little success. They believe, oh, if I just get a little, everything's going to be all right. Look, treating success as an option is one of the major reasons why most people never create success for themselves, and why people don't even get close to living to their full, true potential. Ask yourself, how close are you living to your full capability? Really? You might not like the answer very much. Look, if you don't consider it your duty to live up to your full potential, then you're not. You just simply won't do it. If it doesn't become an ethical issue for you, then you won't feel obligated and driven to fulfill your capacity, your capabilities. People don't approach the creation of success as a must-have obligation, do or die mission, gotta have it, hungry dog on the back of a meat truck, mentality that's like just sticks to you, you're obsessed by. Look, if you don't approach it like that, you're not going to have it. They then spend the rest of their lives making excuses of why they don't get it. And that's what happens when you consider success to be an alternative or an option rather than an obligation. In my home today, we consider success vital to our family's future survival. We consider it our obligation to create success. My wife and I are on the same page with this concept. We meet often to talk about why it's important to us and determine exactly what we have to do and what we're willing to do to keep secondary issues out of the way of the primary issues. Now, I'm not just talking about money here. I just don't mean success in monetary terms, but in every area. Our marriage needs to be successful. Our health needs to be successful. Man, me as a spiritual being, I want to be successful as a spiritual being, and I want to know who I am and where I'm going. The contributions to the community, I want that to be successful. I want my future to be successful, even long after we're both gone. See, you have to approach the notion of success the way a good parent approaches duty to their children. It's an honor, an obligation. The kids are a priority. Good parents will do whatever it takes to take care of their children. Anything. They'll die for their kids. They'll get up in the middle of the night to feed their baby. They'll work as hard as they have to in order to clothe and feed them. They'll fight for them, even put their lives at risk to protect them. See, this is how you want to fight for success. Duty, obligation, responsibility. So quit lying to yourself. Look, it's fairly common for people who don't get what they want to provide justifications, even lie to themselves, by minimizing how valuable success is to them. This is the first thing I see people do. They just start lying. They diminish the importance of success as the way to justify them not having success. It's easy to spot this trend in society today within entire demographics and segments of the population. You can read it in books, hear it in church, and see it promoted in the schools. For example, children who can't get what they want, they'll fight for a little while, cry for a bit, and then convince themselves they never wanted it in the first place. Well, look, man, you're not a kid anymore. It's entirely okay to admit that you wanted something that didn't come to fruition. Don't give up on it, man. Fight for it. Make it your duty. In fact, this is the only thing that will help you eventually reach your goal. There's going to be obstacles that you're going to encounter along the way. And if you give up when you get hit by them, you're not going to get anything. Even the most fortunate and well-connected people among us must do something to put themselves in the right place at the right time in front of the right people. You understand what I'm saying? Even the lucky and the fortunate, the well-connected, have to put themselves in the right place at the right time in front of the right people. As I mentioned at the end of the previous chapter, luck is just one of those byproducts of those who take the most action. I get lucky the more I do. The reason why successful people seem so lucky, and don't be a hater, is because success naturally allows for more success. You know, success just perpetuates success for some reason. People create magical momentum by reaching their goals, which then compels them to set and eventually even reach loftier goals. And you look at them and say, oh, they're lucky. Unless you're privy to the action that they're taking, you don't see or hear about the number of times the supposed successful went for it and failed. After all, look, the world only pays attention when people are winning. Colonel Sanders, who made Kentucky Fried Chicken famous, pitched his idea more than 80 times before anyone bought the concept. It took Stallone 3 days to write the script for Rocky, 3 short days. The movie grossed $200 million. And when he wrote it, he had no money, couldn't afford to heat his apartment, even had to sell his dog for $50 just to buy food for himself. See, you don't see the failures. You see, boy, it was easy for him to write that 3-day script. Walt Disney was laughed at for his idea for an amusement park, and yet now people all over the world spend hundreds of dollars a day on tickets that they save for their whole lives just to have a family vacation at Disney World. Don't be confused by what looks like luck. Lucky people don't make successful people. People who completely commit themselves to success get lucky in life. Someone once said, the harder I work, the luckier I get. If you're able to repeatedly attain success, it becomes less of a success and more of a habit, and almost everyday way of life for the successful. Successful people are then described as having a certain magnetism, some type of X factor or magical charm that seems to surround them and follow them. Why? Because successful individuals approach success as a duty, an obligation, and a responsibility. It's their right. You become a magnet for success when you make it your duty. Let's say there's an opportunity for success in the vicinity of 2 people. Okay? Do you think it's going to end up with the person who believes success is his duty? Who reaches out and grabs it? Who believes they're a magnet, that it's due them, it's theirs? Or only one of the 2 of you can get it, or to the one who approaches it as take it or leave it kind of attitude? I think you know the answer. The duty's going to get it. Take it or leave it? Even if he gets it, he's probably going to blow it once he gets it and won't be able to repeat it. Look, despite the often used phrase, there's no such thing as an overnight success. You cannot show me one overnight success. Once we dig in, we're going to find out they did a lot to get that overnight success. Success always comes as a result of earlier actions, always, no matter how seemingly insignificant those actions are or how long ago they may have taken. Somebody had to do something. Anyone who refers to a business, product, actor, band, anything, any dream, concept, or idea as an overnight success neglects to understand the mental stakes that certain individuals have to make in order to forge the path. They don't see the countless actions taken before these people actually created and acquired their much-deserved victory. Even those born into royalty had to do something. Look, success comes about as a result of mental and spiritual claims to own it, followed by taking necessary actions over time until that state is acquired. If you approach success with any less gusto than your ethical and moral duty, obligation, and responsibility to your family, your company, and your future, you will most likely not create success and have even more difficulty keeping it. I guarantee that when you, your family, and your company begin to consider or approach success as a responsibility and an ethical issue, then everything else will immediately start to shift. Although ethics are certainly a personal issue, most people will agree that being ethical is not necessarily limited to telling the truth or stealing or not stealing money. Our definition of ethics, or your understanding of ethics, could certainly be expanded from just stealing money or not stealing money, perhaps even include the notion that you are required to live up to your potential with which you've been blessed in order to be truly ethical. I even suggest to you that failing to insist upon abundant amounts of success in whatever area of life, or in fact all areas of life, is somewhat unethical. To the degree that electing to do your personal best each and every day is ethical, then failing to do so is a violation of your ethics. You must constantly demand success as your duty, obligation, and responsibility, and I'm going to show you how to guarantee that this happens in any business, any product, any industry, at any time, despite all obstacles, and in whatever volumes of success you desire. Remember, success must be approached from an ethical viewpoint. Success is your duty, obligation, and responsibility. Okay, your exercise in this chapter. Bang it out quick. Success should be approached as blank, blank, and blank. Now, write in your own words how success is your duty, obligation, and responsibility. Great. Write down 2 examples of how you lie to yourself about what success is. And lastly, what are the 2 things that are important to know about success? Chapter 5. There is no shortage of success. The way you view success is just as important as how you approach success. Unlike a product that is manufactured in inventory, the good news about success is there's no limit as to how much success a person can create. You can have as much as you want, and so can I. And your achievement doesn't prevent or limit my abilities to achieve my success. Unfortunately, most people look at success as though it's somehow a scarcity. They tend to think that, if Mike's successful, if he makes it, it will somehow inhibit their ability to create success. Look, success isn't a lottery. It's not a bingo game. It's not a horse race. It's not a card game. It doesn't allow for just one winner. It is simply not the case that there's a shortage of success. It's not a product. Gordon Gekko in the movie Wall Street said, for every winner, there is a loser. This was his whole pitch on the zero-sum game, that there has to be a loser. But success is not a commodity. It's not a resource. There's no limited reserves on it. There will never be a dearth of success. By the way, the editor added that word. That's not one of my words. Dearth means a lack, a shortage. There will never be a dearth of success because it's created by those who have no limits in terms of ideas, creativity, ingenuity, talent, intelligence, originality, persistence, and determination. Notice that I refer to success as something that's created, not acquired. Unlike copper, silver, gold, diamonds, or items that already exist, that you got to find to bring to the market. Success is something people make. Great ideas, new technologies, innovative products, fresh solutions to old problems are all things that cannot exist in shortages. The creation of success can take place all over the world, either at the same time or at different times and at different levels. And it can happen by millions of people and still not have any limits. Success doesn't depend on a resource or a supply or space or time. Politics and the media perpetuate, these concepts of shortages by suggesting there's not enough of certain things to go around, that if you have something, I can't have it. Many politicians believe they need to spread this myth in order to energize their followers to take a stand for them or against another politician or a party. They make statements like, I will take better care of you than the other guy. I will make life easier for you. I will reduce taxes for you. I promise better education for your kids. I'll make it more possible for you to be successful. Dude, it's all garbage. They're not going to do anything for you. Both sides are saying the same things to get you energized. The underlying implication of their claims is that only they can do this for you and the other guy can't and won't. You see? So you take sides. There's a shortage. He can't make me. No, you're right. Neither one of them can. These politicians first emphasize the topics and initiatives that they know their followers consider important. Then they create the sense that citizens, you, aren't capable of doing or creating success for yourself. They highlight that scarcity exists, and they do their best to make people feel that their only chance at getting what they want and what they need is that some government must support them and take care of them. Otherwise, they imply that your chances of getting your share become even more remote. Look, man, all you got to do is take a quick look at the most successful people. They're not dependent upon anyone. One of the reasons why it's difficult to discuss politics or religion with people is because any exchange or communication or discussion about both tend to suggest a shortage, which then causes inevitable disputes. For example, if your political beliefs win, then someone else's loses. If one party gets what it supports, then supposedly another group must suffer. The same can be said for certain general attitudes and viewpoints. It's extremely difficult for people to agree to disagree. People operate under the assumption that one person's beliefs cannot be maintained if another person's conflicting beliefs even exists. This notion, based on, once again, the concept of limits and shortages, only increases the amount of tension we have with one another. Look, why does one person have to be wrong and another one right? Is there a chance that Jen could be right, have one idea, and I could also be right and have a completely different one? Why the need for shortages? See, the notion of competition suggests that if one person wins, someone else has to lose. Although this might be true in a board game, where the goal is to produce one winner, this is not the reality with regard to success in business and in life. Look, the big players do not think in terms of restrictions like this. Instead, they think without limits, something that allows them to soar to levels that many consider or once considered impossible. Financial legend Warren Buffett's success is not capped or limited because of someone else's investment strategies, and in no way does his financial prowess and success confine or limit my ability to create financial success for myself. The founders of Google didn't stop the creation of Facebook, nor did 2 decades of Microsoft's dominance in the marketplace prevent Steve Jobs from raising Apple's profiles with iPods, iPhones, and iPads. Similarly, the amount of new products, ideas, and successful creations by these companies and ones like them over the past years will not prevent you and others from generating future success at even more astounding magnitudes. You don't have to look far to see the shortage myth perpetuated by most of the population via expressions of envy, disagreement, unfairness, and suggestions that those who hit it big have been unfairly compensated. The constant reports in the media, shortage of jobs, money, opportunities, and disparity between earning incomes. How often do you hear someone make the claim that there isn't enough time in the day? Or, 1% of the people make more money than 50% of the population. Or someone else complains that there aren't any good jobs or no one is hiring. The reality is that even if 20% of the population was unemployed, 80% of them would have jobs. And the truth is, the 20% could go get a job anytime they wanted to if they really amped up and made it their duty, obligation, and responsibility. Another example of this shortage thinking took place recently in my own neighborhood. The man who lives next door to me, incidentally, one of the most famous actors in Hollywood today, major player, major star, incredible talent. The road that separates my house from his constantly has potholes. That the city, they're out of money. They never seem to be able to get up there to fix them. Another one of my neighbor who lives at the end of the street had the gall to suggest to me that the movie star, the A-lister guy, should pay to fix the street because he makes $20 million plus a movie. This is shortage concept mentality. This is a person that's screwed up in the head, man. I was shocked by this person's thought process regarding success. The winner, the actor hitting it big, he should pay for the street because he's created success beyond that which me or my neighbor has been able to. And because of that, he should foot the bill for fixing the street that all 3 of us drive down. I was thinking that the rest of us should improve the road for him. I'm thinking, man, we ought to fix the road for him. He improves the value of our whole neighborhood. When some TV personality or some major player on Wall Street gets a massive financial contract or payday, people often react by asking, how can one person get paid so much money? It's not fair. And you hear all this hating going on, this envy. But money is created by man and printed by machines. Look, not even money exists in shortages. It merely suffers from reductions in value. Some group deeming a single individual worth $400 million should be an encouragement to anyone that wants $400 million. Look, anything becomes possible. Why be a hater? I found that most, if not all, shortages are simply manufactured concepts. They're notions. They're made up. They're myths. The company or organization that can convince you that there are limited amounts of whatever that you might need or want, be it diamonds, oil, water, clean air, cool weather, warm weather, energy, whatever, is able to produce a sense of urgency, thereby inspiring people to support their cause. Look, rid yourself of the concept that success can be restricted or cut off or comes in amounts. Operating under the notion that there's a shortage will hurt your ability to create success for yourself. Let's say that you and I are bidding to win a client, and I get the client's business. This doesn't mean that you cannot be successful. After all, this wasn't the only client you were bidding for, was it? See, if you failed here and you don't have anybody to replace this client with, being dependent on only a single thing or person for success is what limited your chance of achieving success. Although you and I were competing on this one contract and awarded one of us the winner, there's a third player neither one of us knew about, Mr. Think Big, no shortage, the player, the slayer. And he's winning thousands of clients while you and I are fighting and quibbling over one. And he shows us the real definition of success. To get beyond the shortage myth, you have to shift your thinking to see that others' achievements actually create an opportunity for you to win. Success for anyone or any group should be considered ultimately a positive contribution to all people and all groups, as it provides validation of the possibility that success exists at all. That is why people become so inspired when they witness some great victory or performance. Seeing success in action invigorates all of us and then reduces, whether you know it or not, it's reducing our belief that the ability to accomplish something is impossible. Whether the success is a new technology, a medical breakthrough, a higher score, a faster time, a new record price for something, or whether you participated or not, achievements that are extraordinary or confirmation that success is not in shortage and is entirely possible to you and everyone else. So erase any concepts that you might have that success has limits, or that success is limited to some, or only comes in certain amounts. You and I can get as much as we want, and we can do it at the same time. The moment you start thinking someone else's gain is your loss, you limit yourself by thinking in terms of competition and shortages. This is the moment when you must discipline your thinking to equate any success, even someone else's success, with the possibility that you can have more success. Then move back to your commitment that success is your ethical duty. This will motivate the most creative parts of you to find the solution and the way in which you can create original success for you in abundant amounts. Okay, the exercise. Look, write down an example of shortages of success that you have seen in your life. That's right. Write down examples of shortages of success. Now I want you to write down, how were these supposed shortages actually created? Because you probably had difficulty even coming up with the examples of shortages of success. And the last one is, there exist no shortages of success, but what is there truly a shortage of? Chapter 6, assume control for everything. I was going to call this chapter, Don't Be a Little Bitch, but decided to back off a bit so as not to offend anyone, and there I went and slipped and said it anyway. I've been trying to work this title in since I published my last book, which became a New York Times bestseller. It's called If You're Not First, You're Last. I still love this title, Don't Be a Little Bitch. I've been dying to work it in someplace, and I finally squeezed it in. I love that. Arrgh. I thought it'd be perfect for this chapter, since the purpose here is to discuss the idea that crybabies, I said it, whiners and victims just don't do well at attracting or creating success. It's not even that they aren't capable. It's just that people who typically succeed are required to take big actions. And it's impossible to take big actions if you don't take big responsibility. It's equally impossible to do something positive when you're spending your time making excuses. Hey, look, it's not even that these people aren't capable. It's just that people who typically succeed are required to take big action. And it's impossible to take big actions if you don't take big responsibility. It's equally impossible to do something positive when you're spending your time making excuses. Because look, man, making excuses is just being negative. You must understand, as I've already stated countless times, success is not something that happens to you. It's something that happens because of you and because of the actions that you took. People who refuse to take responsibility generally don't do well at taking much action, and subsequently don't do well in the game of success. Successful people accept very high levels of accountability for creating and having success for themselves, and even for failing to do so. Now, if when I said that, you thought about some rich guy that never takes responsibility, I promise you, he's not successful, not truly successful in his life. Successful people hate the blame game and know that it's better to make something happen, good or bad, than to have something happen to them. Those who suffer from victim thinking, which I roughly estimate, definitely not scientific here, about 50% of the population, could be more, will hate this chapter and probably pick this book up by mistake. Anyone who uses blame as the reason why something happened or did not happen, I promise you, will never accumulate real success in life and only further his or her status as a slave on this planet. I'm going to say that to you again. It's ugly, man. It's ugly if you can't swallow it. You know what they say about the shoe. Anyone who uses blame as the reason why something happened or did not happen will not accumulate real success in their life and only will further his or her status as a slave on planet Earth. Those who give control over to another for their success or their lack of success will never be in control of their lives or their futures. No game in life is truly enjoyable without first accepting control over your understanding of the game, how to play the game, and then the outcome of the game. People who assume the position of victim will never be secure, simply because they elect to turn over responsibility to another party and because they never elect to know for themselves what they can do. They therefore never take charge over their outcomes going forward, saying, I am a little victim, bad things happen to me often, and they do it with pride, and I cannot do anything about it. Oh, woe is me, the little bitch. This is not in the book, by the way. To get where you want to go in life, you must adopt the view that whatever is going on in your world, good, bad, or nothing, is something caused by you. I assume control over everything that happens to me, even for those things that I appear to have no control over. Whether I'm in control or not, I still elect to claim responsibility and control so that I can do something to improve my situation going forward. If, for example, the electricity goes out in my neighborhood, rather than blaming the city or the state for the blackout, I look at what I could do differently in order not to be impacted negatively the next time this might happen. Now, don't confuse this with some compulsive need for control, which I don't think is bad, by the way. It's simply a high-level, healthy sense of responsibility and a way for me to generate an effective solution to a problem or a situation that might exist in the future. The reality is, look, I didn't have anything to do with the lights going out. It could have been to too many people using electricity at the same time, or a heat wave. It could have been an earthquake. It could have been somebody hitting a transformer. Look, I paid my bill, man. I paid as scheduled. And now I'm out of electricity and heat, and I'm unable to boil my water, refrigerate my food, use my computers, watch TV, run my business, and take care of my family. Look, blaming doesn't change those conditions. And because success is my duty, my obligation, and my responsibility, it's a little hard for me to now turn that over to the state and the city. I mean, if you're going to turn control over somebody, please don't give it to them. It's kind of hard to consider yourself successful if you're without lights, heat, and having to look at spoiled foods in the refrigerator. When I assume and increase my responsibility for this exact situation, we're back to the lights, I guarantee you I'll come up with a solution going forward. You've probably already thought of what it could be. This didn't happen to me because the electricity went out. Hey, look, it happened to me because I didn't have a backup generator. This wasn't bad luck or bad planning. It was a result of turning responsibility over to the state or the city. Don't be a little bitch, I say. Get a generator. Oh, but generators cost money, Grant. Not everybody can have a generator, Grant. Hey, truth is, when the electricity's out, you're not going to worry about the money you don't have. You're going to worry about the lights you can't live without. Not as much money as being without electricity for 3 days and not being able to take care of your family for 3 days and not run your business for 3 days. See, once you decide to take control of everything and increase your responsibility for everything, you're going to find successful solutions to making your life better and to guaranteeing success for yourself, your family, your household, and your future. Assume control and increase responsibility by adopting the position that you make all things happen, even those things you had previously considered not to be under your control. Never take the position that things happen to you. Rather, take the position that they happen because of something you did or you did not, maybe you failed to do. If you're willing to take credit when you win, baby, you got to take credit when you don't win. Increasing your responsibility level will inherently enhance your ability to find solutions and create success and more success and future successes for yourself. Blaming someone else or something else or somebody else or some country or group only extends how long you're going to be a victim and then a slave. Assuming control will cause you to start to look at what else you can do to make sure negative events don't take place, so that you can improve the quality of your life and reduce the occurrence of seemingly random, unfortunate events. So let's say somebody rear ends me. Somebody drives into the back of my car. Clearly that person's at fault, right? Yeah, of course. Although I'm going to be upset with him or her, I'm probably going, hey, what are you doing? The last thing I want to do is assume the responsibility of the position of being a victim. Why'd you do that to me? Look at what happens to you when you assume that position. How horrible. Look what happened to poor old little me. I'm a victim. Look, would you get a business card or have a television campaign stating this to the public as a way to garner respect and attention? Can you imagine on a business card? Sales professional, also victim part-time. Or you run a TV ad. Our company is victim-oriented. No, man, why would you even say it to yourself? Of course not. Never claim the position of a victim after you made a decision to create a life filled with success. You see the conflict? Instead, figure out how to reduce the chances of this inconvenience rear-ending people that can't drive. You know they're out there. The 10X rule refers to massive amounts of action taken persistently over time. In order to make good things happen more often, you cannot afford ever to act like a victim. Good things just don't happen to victims. Bad things happen to victims, and they happen to them quite frequently, and all you got to do is ask them. Those who embrace the victim position will gladly go on and on and on with you about how they had nothing to do with the many bad and endless breaks they've had in life, their life of being a victim. There are 4 consistent factors in the life of every victim. Number 1, bad things happen to them. Number 2, bad things happen often. Number 3, they're always involved in the bad things. They were involved, right? And number 4, someone or something else is always to blame. Successful people, on the other hand, take the opposite stance. And you must take this stance in order to acquire and maintain success. Successful people assume that everything that happens in their life comes as a result of their own responsibility, not because of some outside force. This is going to prompt them to start looking for ways to move beyond situations and take control of not having bad things, quote unquote, happen to them. Begin to ask yourself, after every unpleasant encounter or event, What can I do to reduce my chance of that ever happening again? Or what can I do to ensure this never, ever happens again? Returning to my earlier example of being rear-ended, there are many ways that you or me might have prevented this from happening. From having a distracted, idiot, if you will, driver run into the back of your car or my car. Look, you could have gotten a driver. You could have left earlier. You could have left later. You could have closed the deal last week rather than having to go out and get it today. You could have taken a different route. Or, hey, you could be so important that your clients would actually drive to you rather than you driving to them. What were you doing driving to somebody else anyway? Come on, man. Take your game to another level. What I'm trying to do is get you to shift your thinking a bit more. Move. Many people agree with the notion that you draw or attract things into your life. Most people I talk to, oh yeah, I believe in this concept of attracting things into my life. Yeah, but you don't want to take responsibility for the bad stuff you're attracting, just the good stuff. Many people agree with the notion that you draw or attract, right? And they even agree that you draw people into your life, those things that you pay the most attention to. Many may also agree that they have tapped in to only a small portion of their understanding of their mental capacity and capability. Come on, is there any possibility then that you made some decision that you might not even be aware of sometime prior to you going out on this appointment? That you actually created this supposed accident so that you could continue to have someone to blame in life? If it's even remotely possible, then it's worth investigating. Understand that you had to be at that one place at that perfect moment in order to be involved in this accident. Thousands of other people were not involved. You were. You left at the precise time to coordinate with some other person on one of hundreds of streets and then arranged to be at the exact spot in front of the guy rather than behind him at the precise moment and position yourself directly in front of that one special driver who was not even paying attention and rammed into your car. Look, when bad things happen to good people, I assure you that the good people had more to do with it than they're taking responsibility for. So bad things do happen to good people. Just understand, the good people had something to do with it. Had you left moments earlier, seconds, you could have avoided the supposed accident. Had you been driving at any other speed, okay, faster or slower, it would have been impossible for you to have coordinated so perfectly. Had you taken any other street, this would not have happened. Sound too far out? Yeah, maybe it is. Was it just an accident or was it bad luck? Oh, maybe you're just a victim, destined to a life of bad luck and misfortune. When the physical universe keeps slapping you around, and it's not getting any better, you may want to consider that things happen not just by luck and happenstance, but that you might have something to do with what is happening that's causing you to get slapped around all the time. Look, you're getting slapped around. Remember, although it may be happening to you, it's happening because of you as well. Although you may not want to claim responsibility for the accident or the slapping, or you might not want to tell the police report, hey, by the way, I had something to do with this. The reality is the insurance company is going to exact a penalty on you regardless of whose fault it was. Dude, you're going to get hammered either way. You're going to get rear-ended. It wasn't your fault. And the insurance company is going to raise your rates. Now, keep one thing in mind. Anytime you play a victim in order to be right, you're taking on the identity of a victim. And that can't be a good thing. Would you teach your kids be a victim? Oh, you send them to that class. Hey, we got a class. It's 3 months long. We want you to get an A. It's how to be a victim class. You basically will learn in this class how to turn responsibility over to other people for everything that happens in your life. Come on, man. You would never do that. Until a person is done being a victim, he or she is unable to create solutions and success. Impossible for a victim to create success because they've turned it over to someone else. That person only has problems. Once you start to approach every situation as someone who is acting, not being acted upon, you will start to have more control over life. Having or failing to have success, I believe, is a direct result of everything you're doing and thinking of yourself. You are the source, the generator, the origin, and the reason for everything, positive and negative. You're the start, the end all, baby. You're it. You're the generator for all the electricity. This is not meant to simplify the concept of success or the creation of success or the maintaining of and keeping of success, of course, but until you decide you're responsible for everything, you likely will not take the actions necessary to get you above the game you're playing right now with all these problems. However, if you want to have it all, then of course, come on, you got to accept responsibility for everything. Otherwise, you're going to waste a lot of potential 10x energy making excuses instead of profits. It is a myth and a falsehood to think that success just happens or that it just happens to some people. I know that the approach I'm suggesting works because it's the one I've used to accumulate my own success. I didn't grow up in an especially privileged household. I didn't grow up with connections to the supposedly right people. I was given no money to start my companies and had no money. I was not especially gifted, okay? Yet, I've been able to accumulate financial, physical, spiritual, and emotional success that is far beyond anything most people expected of me, all because I was willing to take actions at massive levels, assume complete control, take total responsibility for every outcome. Whether it was the flu, a stomach ache, a car wreck, a criminal stealing my money, my computer crashing, or even the electricity going out on my neighborhood, I assumed control and responsibility. And it was only until I started to believe that nothing happened to me and happened because of me was I able to start really operating at the level, 10x levels, necessary. Someone once said to me when I was 25, 26 years old, "Grant, no matter where I am, there I go." This little saying like literally turned me, pivoted me in my mind that no matter where I go, there I am. That's me there. It's me and all my stuff. This little saying suggested to me that I'm both the problem and the solution. Dude, that's the good news. If you're the problem, then you're the solution. If Dan's the problem, you don't have a solution, a way out. I didn't allow myself to blame anyone anymore. I didn't allow myself any more justifications for hardships that I encountered. I started to believe that although I may not always have a say in what happens to me, I always have a choice about how I respond to what happens to me. Look, success is not a journey, as countless people and books suggest. It's a state. It's a constant or otherwise state over which you have complete control and responsibility. You either create success or you don't. And it isn't for whiners. It's not for crybabies. It ain't for victims. You doubtlessly have gifts you have yet to use, or you wouldn't have picked up this book, man. 10X? Come on, who picks up a 10X book? You obviously, clearly have gifts you have yet to use, potential that remains completely untapped. And you've been endowed with a desire for greatness, or you wouldn't be reading this. And you're aware enough to know that there are no shortage of success. Hopefully I convince you of that. Now, increase your responsibility level. Assume control for everything that happens to you. And live by the slogan that nothing happens to you, it happens 'cause of you. And remember, don't be a little bitch. Okay, exercise. What do you want to assume control of in your life? What do you want to assume control of in your life? 2, success is not something that happens to you. It's something that happens, fill in the blank. 3, I want you to write down 3 examples when you made success happen, where it didn't just happen, you made it happen. And the last exercise, what are the 4 consistent factors in life of the victim? Chapter 7, 4 degrees of action. One question that I've received over the years is exactly how much action, Grant, is necessary to create success. Not surprisingly, everyone is looking for the secret shortcut. Me too. And equally unsurprising is the following fact. There are no shortcuts. The more action you take, the better your chances of getting a break. Disciplined, consistent, and persistent actions are more of a determining factor in the creation of success than any other combination of things. Understanding how to calculate that and then take the right amount of action is more important than your concept, your idea, your invention, or your business plan. Most people fail only because they're operating at the wrong degree of action. To simplify action, we're going to break down your choices into 4 simple categories or degrees of action. Your 4 choices are: 1, do nothing; 2, retreat; 3, take normal levels of action; or 4, take massive action. Now, before I get into describing each of these, it's important to understand that everyone utilizes all 4 degrees of action at some time in their lives, and especially in response to different areas of their lives. For instance, you might use massive action in your career, but then completely retreat when it comes to your civic duties and your responsibilities. Another person might do nothing when it comes to learning about social media, even retreat from it. Another might take normal levels of action when it comes to eating healthy and exercising, but overexcel, take massive action when it comes to destructive habits. A person is obviously going to excel and do best in those areas in which he or she invests the most attention and takes the most action, unless, of course, the area is destructive. Unfortunately, most people on this planet spend their time in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd degrees of action. Do nothing, retreat completely, or operate at normal levels of activity. The first 2 degrees of action, doing nothing and retreating, are the basis for failure. And the 3rd degree, normal levels of action, will only create a normal existence at best. Now, let me say one thing. Number 3, taking normal levels of action, is the killer of the 4. Because it deludes you into believing you're doing something when only what you're doing is normal and will never get you to extraordinary. Only the most successful people on very high levels of action, that I refer to as massive levels, are the ones most likely to succeed. So let's take a look at each of the 4 degrees to see what they mean and why you might choose each in a range of situations and areas of your life. The first degree of action, doing nothing. It's exactly what it sounds like. No longer taking actions to move yourself forward in order to learn, achieve, or control some area. People who do nothing in their careers, relationships, or whatever they want have probably given up on their dreams and are now willing to accept pretty much whatever comes their way. Despite how it may sound, do not assume that nothing requires no energy, no effort, and no work. Regardless of which degree of action you operate in, they all require work in their own way. Signs that you are doing nothing include boredom, lethargic, complacency, a lack of purpose, apathy. See, people in this group will find themselves spending their time and energy justifying their situations. They're actually spending energy. They're not doing nothing. They spend energy justifying why they're not doing anything, which requires as much work as all the other actions. When the alarm goes off in the morning, the doing nothing group will not respond at all. They sleep through the alarm going off. Although it may appear that they're not taking action, it actually takes a lot of energy not to get up in the morning. It takes a lot of mental energy to say, no, I'm just going to stay here in bed. It takes work to lose a job because of lack of production. It is work to be overlooked for a promotion and have to wait another year to be considered and then go home and have to explain this to your spouse. It takes tremendous effort to exist on this planet as an underappreciated and underpaid person. And it takes even more energy to make sense of the whole situation. The person not taking action has to make excuses for his or her condition. This requires tremendous creativity and effort. Salespeople who do nothing and then lose a sale because of doing nothing, more often than they win, have to explain to themselves, their spouses, and their bosses why they're not hitting their quotas. It's also interesting to note that those who do nothing in one area of their life will find something they love to do and spend time doing those things, something for which they often take massive levels of action. It could be online poker, gaming, biking, watching movies, reading books, whatever. Whatever it may be, I assure you, there's some place, some part of your life that receives full energy, attention, and massive levels of activity. Those who do nothing will then insist to their friends and family that they're happy and content and that all is right with them, which only serves as confusion to everyone that has to listen because it's evident that this person is not living up to their full potential. The second degree of action, retreaters, are those who take actions in reverse, probably in order to avoid negative experiences that they imagine will come as a result of actually taking action. The retreater personifies the fear of success phenomenon. He or she has experienced results that were not fruitful, or that he or she did not perceive as fruitful, probably better to say, and has therefore decided to avoid taking further actions that may prompt whatever they think could occur again. Like the do-nothings, retreaters justify their responses and believe it is in their best interest to remain operating at this current retreat level. Retreaters claim to be doing so in order to avoid more rejection or failures. It is almost never the actual rejection or failure that has impacted them, but something else. More often than not, it's their impression and evaluation of what failing and rejection mean that is causing them to justify retreat. Like doing nothing, retreating is an action that requires effort and hard work. Watch any healthy child, and you will see that it is not a normal human behavior to retreat. It is normal to advance and conquer. Usually, retreating only comes about as a result of being told to do so over and over and over again. So many of us have been instructed during childhood, don't touch that, be careful, don't talk to him, get away from that, and so on and on and on, and then start to adopt retreat as a survival activity. We tend to be pulled away from the very things about which we're most curious in life. Although it's often for our own good and supposedly keeps us safe, it can be difficult from years of being educated like this, of holding back, which might be why it's so difficult for many of us to try new things later in life. We might even be encouraged to retreat by a work associate, a friend, a manager, or a family member who believes we're being too ambitious or too focused or too dedicated in some area of life. Look, regardless of the reasons why retreaters move themselves into the opposite direction of their goals, the outcome is usually the same. I would imagine that everyone listening to this knows someone who has retreated. And perhaps you can even see how that retreat affected them negatively in some area of their life. Any realm in which you have assumed you can no longer advance and improve and are now deciding there's nothing you can do except retreat would be and should be considered an area of retreat. The stock market sucks. I'm never investing in the markets again. Retreat. Most marriages fail. I'm staying single. Retreat. The acting business is too tough. Retreat. I'll just be a waiter for the rest of my life. I can't own my own business. Retreat. The job market's terrible. No one's hiring. I'm filing for unemployment. Big retreat. I can't control the outcome of the election. I'm not going to even vote. Retreat into apathy. And notice the one thing that each of these scenarios has in common. They all still require some kind of action to be taken, even if it's just making a decision to retreat. Those who retreat will spend a lifetime justifying why they're retreating. There's usually no arguing with these individuals, as they have typically convinced themselves completely that they're merely doing what they must do in order to survive. They will then spend as much energy justifying that decision to retreat as the most successful person will while they're creating their success. The best thing you can do for retreaters is to give them this book, have them listen to this audio program, and allow them, hopefully, if they can, to identify for themselves that they're in retreat. Here's the deal. Once a person sees the 4 degrees of action, maybe for the first time, and realizes that each of the 4 require energy, he or she may wake up to make other healthier choices. After all, if you're going to expend energy either way, why not do it in the direction of success? The 3rd degree. People who take normal levels of action are probably the most prevalent in our society today. This is the group that appears on the surface to be taking the necessary amounts of action, and it's a normal level. This level of action creates the middle class. I'm not talking about earning level. I'm talking about people, the way they think. This is actually the most dangerous of activities because it's considered acceptable. People in this group spend their lives taking enough action, only enough action, to appear average and create average lives, average marriages, average careers. However, they never do quite enough to create the levels of success that they can maintain for their survival. Unfortunately, a majority of the workforce takes normal degrees of action. It's the managers, executives, and companies that blend in more than they stand out. Although some members of this group may occasionally attempt to generate exceptional quality, they almost never create anything in exceptional quantities. The goal here is average. Average marriage, average health, average career, average finances. As long as average works, they're good to go. They're fine. They don't cause problems for others or themselves as long as conditions remain steady and predictable. However, the moment market conditions become negatively impacted and therefore less than average or normal, these same average people will suddenly realize they're at a big risk. Add any serious change to the conditions in which people take only normal actions, which I promise you will happen at some point in your lifetime, and all bets are off. It's not uncommon to encounter a situation that will challenge your life, your career, your marriage, your business, and your finances. Maybe all of them all at the same time. When you've been taking only normal levels of actions, when you've been making only normal investments in your future, you become more susceptible to the challenges that are certain to come your way. Any set of ordinary events, financial conditions, or stressful experiences can throw off a lifetime of typically acceptable levels of action and will result in serious degrees of stress, uncertainty, and hurt. Average, by definition, assumes, look it up for yourself, less than extraordinary. That is the definition. Average, less than extraordinary. It is truly, to some degree or another, just an alternative description of retreat and no action. Do you understand? The first three are really the same. Average levels is actually a retreat from what you're capable of. It doesn't even take into consideration the negative spiritual effects of a person knowing that your true potential is much greater for action. And then you operate below that, which you are completely capable of. This is where the ethics come in. Someone who takes average actions, but is capable of much more, is really electing to do some variation of nothing or retreating. So be honest with yourself. Do you have more energy and creativity available than you're using? You probably said yes. Look, average student, average marriage, average kids, average finances, average business, average product, average body type. Who really desires average? Imagine that the products and services that you're so often tempted to purchase used average in their advertising. Imagine, this fairly advertised product can be found at an average price and delivers mediocre results. Who would buy such a product? People certainly wouldn't go out of their way to find and pay for run-of-the-mill merchandise. We're offering cooking classes this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays, that will guarantee you become an average cook. I can do that now without taking a class. Hey, new movie coming out, opening this weekend, average director, average acting, and the critics are raving 2 hours of average action on an average-sized screen in an average-sized theater near you. Oh man, I can't wait to stand in line for that one and pay $14. Taking normal action is the most dangerous of all levels. Okay, you need to get this, man. Just doing average is going to kill you. It's accepted by society, so you're going to get support from society that what you're doing is all right, and there lies the big lie. This level of action has been authorized by the masses, and therefore people who don't take normal actions don't draw the necessary attention required to catapult them into success. Companies call me constantly to help the lower performers in their organization, yet they're overlooking the average and the top performers who are only taking average actions. I want to work with the average and the top performers, not the retreaters, because they are most capable. This book is probably more likely to wake up the third group than the first two. This book is probably going to wake up the normal action taker than someone who does nothing or retreats. Since the do nothing, look, probably didn't even walk into the bookstore anyway. He's doing nothing. And the retreater probably, if he saw the book, he retreated from it. Oh, that's dangerous. I can't go to 10X. People who take average or normal levels of action will buy this book, will buy this program, and hopefully come out from underneath the hypnotic spell that has been placed on you. It's only by moving from the third to the fourth degree of action that you can turn an average existence into an exceptional life. The fourth degree, massive action. Though it might sound far-fetched, massive action is the most natural state of action there is for all of us. Look at children. They're in constant action, massive levels of activity. except when something is wrong, they're taking action. You're not born into apathy. You're not born into retreat. You're not even born into average. You're born at a massive action level. This was certainly true for me for the first 10 years of my life. Man, I was in nonstop massive action, little freak. Except when I was sleeping, okay? I was tripping all the time. Like most kids, I was full out all the time with people frowning and hinting that maybe I should bring it down a notch or two. In some cases, many notches. Hey, did that happen to you? I bet it did. Did you do it to your kids? Have you done it to them? Have you killed your kids? Have you told them retreat, be average, back off, be seen and not heard? See, until adults started telling you otherwise, you didn't know anything but massive action. Even the most basic elements of this universe in which we live support massive amounts of action. Dive beneath the surface of this ocean, which I would tell everybody to have that experience. You're going to see constant, massive, unlimited amounts of massive actions, of activities, like everywhere. Just beneath the crust of the planet, on this planet on which you walk every day, the movement is unbelievable. Massive levels of action taking place every single second of every single day. Look inside of an ant mound or in a beehive, and you're going to see colonies of living beings generating massive amounts of action in order to ensure their survival into the future. You know, the anthill, the beehive, underneath the crust of this planet and below the sea level, there aren't any psychiatrists telling you to back off, man. There's no medication, baby. It's full out. Go for it. Kill it. Massive action. My dad was a very hard worker and very much a disciplinarian, and he was definitely willing to take massive action. Unfortunately, he died when I was 10 years old, which really hammered into me. I mean, this loss hammered me big time into a retreat. Oh my gosh, that's a big loss at 10. I look back now and realize this event, I began to retreat from areas of life in which I needed actually to take more action. Meanwhile, at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 years old, I was expending a lot of energy in areas that really shouldn't have received any of my attention. Later in life, it was drugs, alcohol, wasting time, games, whole list of useless activities. Damaging, dangerous, but I was taking massive action. This continued through high school, then college. Man, I accumulated a few more losses along the way, lost an older brother when I was 20, lost some girlfriends along the way. I continued to progressively retreat from those things that were good for me and continued concentrating my massive action on destructive areas. I wasn't necessarily lazy or unmotivated, even though people would have said that about me. But I wasn't. I was taking massive action in some areas, but completely retreated in others. Look, I just simply didn't have the proper direction and was being misinformed and encouraged not to attack life. I spent most of my time as a kid in classrooms, bored, without purpose, and then gravitated to areas of life which I could expend a lot of energy, have big experiences, but not produce constructive results. I think this experience is actually something that many people endure or experience sometime in their life. Some people in their mid-40s, later in life, early. It just happened to me early on to misuse my energy and resources. Now, as I mentioned in a previous chapter, I experienced a major wake-up call at the age of 25. I knew I had to get redirected, or else I would pay the ultimate price, the big price. I made a decision to make the same commitment to the creation of success, massive action, as I had been to my destruction. Since it was already hard work, not succeeding, destroying myself, I just changed the focus. See, people used to say, man, you're not focused. I'd say, yeah, dude, but I am focused. See, I was just focused on something destructive. Everybody's focused, you know? I never procrastinated where I could take massive action, where I hadn't agreed on retreatment. I just changed my focus at 25. Despite the fact that my father had been gone for 15 years, he still left with me this strong sense of work, push, make it happen. He was a great role model for me. He believed in strong work ethic. He was willing to do whatever it took to provide for his family. My father worked from a place of duty. He went after success as though it was a calling, a responsibility, an obligation, and his duty to take care of his family. I'm sure he enjoyed the financial rewards and the sense of personal accomplishment that came with his achievements. However, it was clear to me that he thought it to be his responsibility to his family, me, his wife, his church, his name, even God. He just ran out of time, baby. The body couldn't handle it. Now, once I finally woke up from my period of misdirection and misinformation, I committed all my energy to my career. I basically dropped the destructive things and took all that energy and redirected it into one thing. I'm going to be successful. Ever since the age of 25, the one thing I did right, whether it was the first sales job I have or the first company I built, was I approached whatever the task was before me with unbelievable, massive amounts of action. It was never retreat. It was never no action. It was never average levels of action. It was constant, persistent, immense attack on a target. And I was labeled, negatively labeled for this constant, persistent, immense attack. Massive action is actually the level of action that creates new problems. So that's what massive action is going to do. It's going to create new levels of problems. So if you ask me, Grant, what does massive action mean? Baby, massive action is when you create new levels of problems. And until you create problems, new problems, you're not operating at the fourth stage of action. For instance, when I started my seminar business at the age of 29, I employed the 10X rule. And I employed the 10X rule because I wanted to create a name for myself as somebody that was going to change selling for everyone. I was going to bring ethics to selling. I was going to bring a new wave of selling. Not all these things that you've read about in books about avoid, evade, manipulate, know their personality type, neuro-linguistic programming, and figure out, trick them. I wanted to create a new way to sell people. And I used the 10X rule to create a name for myself. I'd start my day at 7 a.m. or earlier in most cases, and I wouldn't get back to my hotel till 9. Okay, I was with clients at 7 a.m. I'd get back to my room sometimes 9 and 10 o'clock at night. I spent the day cold calling. You understand cold calling? I'm calling on multimillionaires. Didn't know my name. I didn't know their name. I didn't even know the receptionist I had to get through. I'm walking in cold and calling on these guys and offering to do presentations for their sales and management teams. I'd visit as many as 40 organizations in a day. I was kicked out of 28 of them. Okay. 12 of them would take my time. 6 of them would throw me out after they heard what I had to say, and 6 of them would become interested. I remember once being in El Paso, Texas, a city where I've never been. I knew no one. I'd never, ever flown into El Paso. I don't even think I knew where it was at on a map until I went there. Within 2 weeks, I had seen every single business in that market. Although I was unsuccessful in making everyone in that market know me, I certainly secured more business by taking massive action than I would have otherwise. A real estate agent at the time had asked to travel with me because he was interested in the business I was building and what I was doing, and he wanted to observe firsthand how I was growing my business. After 3 days of shadowing me, he admitted, Grant, there's no way I can do this for another day. I said, what are you talking about? He's like, I can't even ride with you another day, dude. He's like, I'm only riding with you and I'm exhausted. And I said, you know what? I'm onto something, man. If I can operate at this level, I can smoke everybody. I then approached every day like my life depended on the actions I took. I wasn't the smartest. I didn't have any money. Nobody knew me. I'll outwork them. I'm just going to operate at 10x, massive levels of action. I refused to leave that city without knowing I had done everything possible to meet every business owner there and offer my services, introduce myself, and get to know their sales team. Calling on companies cold taught me more about taking massive action and then grooving that discipline in that was natural to me anyway, and natural to each of you than any other activity I've ever done, and has proved more valuable to me in all my other ventures. See, when you're taking massive action, you're not thinking in terms of hours or calls. When you start operating at the 4th degree, your mindset shifts, and so will the results. You'll end up instigating opportunities that you'll have to address earlier, later, and in a different way than you would on a normal day. So a routine day will become a thing of the past. You understand? See, when you start operating at massive, you instigate situations. You trigger stuff and make things happen that you then have to say, oh, I got to be there earlier. I got to stay there later. The normal day just drops out. Routine things are a thing of the past. I continued this commitment to massive action until one day it was no longer an unusual activity at massive, but a habit. It was interesting to see how many people would ask me, dude, why are you still out this late at night? What are you doing here on a Saturday? Why are you calling me on a Sunday? What are you doing calling on us, this late in the day? You never quit, do you? I wish my people worked like this. I wish I could hire some people like you. What are you on? Yeah, I was on something, all right. Dude, I was on my only choice. My only choice was massive action because retreat and average was not acceptable. I was treating success as my duty, obligation, and responsibility, and massive action was my ace. It was my ace in the hole. Signals that you're taking massive action are having people comment upon your level of action and admiring you for that. However, you can't think in terms of compliments or how many hours you work or even how much money you're making when you're operating at this degree. Instead, you have to approach each day as though your life and your future depend on your ability to take what? Massive action. When I started my first business, I had to make it work. I didn't have a choice. Look, there was nothing else I could do for a living. There was simply no two ways about it. This is what I had to do. If I wanted people to know me, about what I had created, about what I thought would actually help not 2 or 3 people, but millions of people, then I had to take massive action, period. The problem wasn't competition. My problem when I started my business was one thing: obscurity. People didn't know who I was. My problem wasn't money. My problem was obscurity. My problem wasn't time. My problem is you didn't know me. My problem wasn't the gas bill or the phone bill or the hotel I stayed at. My problem is, hey, they don't know me. And the only thing that keeps people from knowing you and your product and your idea is massive action. This has been the single biggest problem I've encountered in my whole business: obscurity. Imagine from any entrepreneur's viewpoint, if they don't know you, they can't buy from you. If they don't know you, they can't hire you. This is every entrepreneur's biggest problem: obscurity. People don't know you, or they don't know your product, or they don't know your idea, and the only way to burst through obscurity is by massive action. You can't just spin your way into people knowing you. I didn't have money. Most of you, you're not going to have the money to advertise. Truth is, big advertising, billboards, TV, and big radio campaigns are only available today to the biggest of companies. I didn't have any money to invest in advertising, so I spent all my energy on phone calls, mail, traditional mail, emails, cold calls, return calls, visits, more visits, personal visits, asking people for help, just massive, sick levels of action. See, this level of massive action may sound, and is indeed, exhausting at times. However, it will create more certainty and security. I like certainty and security, don't you? I'd rather be exhausted and secure than rested and insecure and uncertain. And I promise you, massive action will create more for you than any education or training you will ever receive in your lifetime. Now, I've been called a lot of things due to my commitment to action. I've been called a workaholic, obsessive, greedy, never satisfied, driven, even a maniac. I've been labeled with all kind of labels like you got a problem. Yet every time I've been labeled like this, it's always been by someone, interesting enough, that was operating at less than the 4th degree of action, massive action. Because people that operate at massive action don't label other people like something's wrong with them when they're operating at massive action. I've never had someone who is more successful than I am considering my excessive action to be a bad thing, because successful people know firsthand what it takes to achieve that kind of success. Successful people don't see excessive levels of action as a problem. Only unsuccessful people do. They, the successful, know themselves how they got where they wanted to go, and they would never identify massive action as undesirable in any way. Taking massive action means making somewhat unreasonable choices. And then, very important, you're going to follow it up with more action. This level of action will, I promise you, will be considered to be borderline insane by others. They're going to label you as something wrong with you. Wait for it. You're going to hear it. They're going to say that you've gone well beyond the agreed upon social normal. And remember, massive action is going to create new problems for you. You want new problems, don't you? Not old problems that are little and boring. Aren't you sick of those? But remember this, if you don't create new problems, baby, you ain't taking enough action. You want new problems. I want too many people at the seminar. I want the room to be too small and people have to stand up. I want too much money. I want the taxes to be too big, okay? I like it. You want those kind of problems. You can also expect to be criticized. I promise you're going to be labeled by others when you start taking levels of action that are considered massive. The second you start hitting it big, I promise you, you will be judged by the mediocre. But look who you're being judged by: the mediocre, the average, the retreaters, the do-nothings. People who operate at the other three levels of action will be threatened by your activity level and will often make it seem somehow wrong, what you're doing is wrong, in order to make themselves okay. These people cannot stand seeing others succeed at these levels. They can't even stand seeing other people operate at those levels, much less succeed, and they will, consciously or unconsciously, do everything they can to stop you. Whereas a sane person would step up to your level. He'd admire you. Dude, I like that model, baby. Step up. A mediocre person, an average, a retreater, a do-nothing will tell you, you're wasting your time, man. This isn't going to work in our industry. Hey, it's a turnoff to our clientele. You notice how they try to help you with that little covert, that voice of theirs? Hey, I'm just trying to help you, man. It's a turnoff, I'm telling you. You know, take it or leave it. No one wants to work with you anymore. You're not being a team player. Even management occasionally discourages the massive action employee from putting forth this kind of substantial effort. It's even management's doing this thing because they're threatened. See, you're going to know you're stepping into the realm of massive action when, one, you create new problems for yourself, and two, when you start receiving criticism and warnings and supposed help from others, including family members. But stay strong, baby. Stay strong. You know the other three don't work. This activity of massive action will break you out of this hypnotic state of mediocrity that you've been taught to accept, that you're surrounded by every day. And in order to deliver at that level of massive action, you must take every opportunity that comes your way. For example, okay, my wife's an actress. I tell her all the time, I say, baby, say yes to any audition. She could, hey, I got this audition. I don't know if it's for, baby, say yes. Say yes to everything. Say yes to life. Say yes to the experience. I don't care if it fits you or not, regardless of whether you're prepared. It doesn't fit you, do it anyway. It's better to suck and be seen than not be seen at all. But what if I bomb, she says. I tell her, Hollywood is filled with terrible actors. They're still working. You know why? Because they're being seen, man. Look, just get out there. Maybe they won't pick you for the part. Maybe you suck. You went up for it. They see that you're perfect for some other part. Maybe you suck and they're like, hey, that chick would be perfect for that person we need because that person needs to suck and she does it naturally. And my wife doesn't suck, but you know what I'm saying? You want to show up. The goal is to be seen, to be thought of, to be considered in one way or the other. Your only problem is obscurity. It's not talent. In order for the endeavor you've chosen to work out for you, you have to make constant, relentless effort, and massive action is the only level you want to operate at. Massive action cannot hurt you. It will always help you. This is also one place where quantity is more important than quality. Money and power follow attention. Money and power follow attention. So whoever gets the most attention is the person who takes the most action. And sooner or later, that person's going to get the most results as long as they're constructive and not destructive. No one's going to come to your house and make your dreams come true. Okay? It's not going to happen. Your dreams are not going to happen in your living room or your kitchen. You got to go out into the marketplace. No one's going to march into your company and make your products known to the world. In order to stand out from the crowd, the average, the masses, and for customers to even consider your product, your dream, your services, your organization, you must take massive action. I talked about the importance of domination, this domination concept, in my first book, If You're Not First, You're Last. I was not alluding to a concept of physical domination, but rather I was discussing the concept of mental domination, that is, occupying the space of the public. So that when people think or hear about a product similar to yours, a service, an industry, boom, they think of you. Why? Because you permeated space by taking massive action. Making massive action a discipline will break you through obscurity, which is your only real problem. Massive action will increase your value to the marketplace, and it will help ensure and guarantee that you generate success in any area of life where you elect to operate with massive action. Exercise. When was a time in your life when you were taking massive action all the time and winning? Number 2, what will you immediately create when you start taking massive action? There's one thing that'll happen immediately. Number 3, what can you expect those who don't take massive action to say about you when you do take massive action? And 4, what other things may happen as you start to take massive levels of action? Chapter 8, average is a failing formula. Look around and the chances you'll see a world filled with average. Although this is, as I previously stated, the acceptable level of activity upon which the middle class is built, there's growing amounts of evidence that this thinking and activity level is unworkable. Jobs are being shipped overseas, unemployment is becoming more rampant. Members of the middle class are unable to keep their heads above water. People are living longer than their savings do, and entire companies and industries have been wiped out as a result of average products, average management, average workers, average actions, and average thinking. This addiction to average will kill the possibility of making your dreams a reality. Consider the following statistics. The average worker reads an average of less than 1 book a year and works an average of 37.5 hours a week. This same person makes 319 times less money than the top CEOs in America, who, by the way, claim to read over 60 books a year. Many of these financially successful executives are maligned, that means hammered or beat up, for the huge sums of money they receive. However, we often fail to appreciate what these people have done to get where they are. Look, although it might not always look like they're working very hard, we dismiss the fact that somehow they managed to attend the right school, make the right connections, and then did whatever was necessary to move up the food chain and become CEO of the big bank. Don't be a hater, man. Join the club. Figure out what it takes to get in the top. It all required substantial action on their part to get hooked in. You can resent them if you want to, but that doesn't change the fact that they're being rewarded for the success they achieved. By the way, everybody completely disregards that they read 60 times more than the average worker. You know, after the economy suffered greatly in 2008, Starbucks founder Howard Schultz, guy that I admire unbelievably, began to do what almost every other CEO in America was doing, cutting expenses and getting rid of non-performing locations. So the first thing he did, he just started whacking huge whacks at expenses. He got rid of 500 Starbucks locations that weren't performing. But what he did next was different than most CEOs. He then did something that most CEOs did not do, or at least I didn't see him do. He traveled all over the United States and other countries to meet with Starbucks patrons, people buying coffee. Long after the average worker had gone home, self-made billionaire Howard Schultz was visiting Starbucks stores all across America, meeting with coffee drinkers to find out how Starbucks could better satisfy customers. Now, although the media didn't do much reporting on this, it was a pretty astounding pattern of events that happened after this. Here was a guy making his way across the country at 9 o'clock at night to get feedback from people buying his products. See, this is a prime example of embracing a greater than average thought and action process. This is clearly above and beyond what the marketplace and even the customer expects. It far exceeded action considered common for any CEO. And Starbucks, by the way, performed with a very solid and strong growth reflected by their stock charts. This company makes a product, by the way, that people do not absolutely need, especially during troubling times. Yet Starbucks continues to sell and grow both its brand and return to investors. It dominates its sector completely. This demonstrates that although the quality of the product is clearly important, the individuals who work for an organization are truly the focus that will make the most difference. Schultz knew exactly how to approach the situation. Despite the recession, despite temporary contractions, he managed to expand his organization, not necessarily more locations at the time or more product line, even though he's done that since, but by using his personal energy, his resources and creativity to take massive action and touch each of his stores and many of his patrons and increase his presence with his brand and thereby increasing his revenues. Any undertaking that includes accepting average will fail you sooner or later. Anything conducted in standard average amounts simply won't get the job done. The normal level of action at which most people operate fail to take into account the effects of various forces: gravity, age, resistance, timing, and the unexpected. Baby, something's going to happen that you didn't plan on. When average actions hit any resistance, competition, loss or lack of interest, negative, consequences, situations, or challenging market conditions, or all of these at the same time, you're going to find your project get hammered and tumble down. In addition to resistance, competition, just the normal things that can happen in a marketplace, I want to also have you consider that there may be in your career and in your time concerted efforts of individuals outside of your group or maybe inside your group who actually will impede your efforts. Now, although I'm not a person to be paranoid or live in fear, I had this personal experience and have learned from it that there are people that exist that will approach you as someone that wants to help you who actually wants to impede your efforts. I was approached by a group who claimed to want to make me a partner and help me. However, they never intended to bring me on as a partner, but instead intended from the outset to steal from me the successes I had created in my own life. Now, I never planned on this in any of my equations when I did a business plan, thought about the future, but these guys literally robbed me of years of efforts and successes. So take it from me. You cannot plan on everything. You won't plan on everything that's going to happen to you. And people will try to take from you what they are unable to create themselves. When I look back and attempt to analyze what happened with these guys, these criminals, I realize I was susceptible to their enticement because I wasn't operating at 10x levels anymore. I was operating at 10x compared to them, but not 10x compared to what I could do. This really opened my eyes to the fact that the moment I stopped, the moment I start resting on my own laurels and thought I could coast a little bit, I made myself a target. This isn't something that happened to me. This is something that happened because of me. It's almost impossible to plan for every situation in your lifetime. I promise you, you will experience extraordinary conditions that you have not planned on, some of which may be hostile and unpleasant. The best way to plan is to condition your thinking and your actions to 10x levels. Succeed so big that no one, no person, no event, no series of missteps can ever take you down. Average levels of anything will always fail you, or at the very least, put you at risk. Now, if on the other hand, you create more success than you want or need, you'll always be prepared. Even when those who can't create success for themselves try to steal your success from you. Although I've experienced years of success at levels that others deem to be quite impressive, I knew in my heart that I had quit taking massive action at that time. My eye was taken off the ball. And sure enough, these guys decided to peel a little of my success away, and they got away with it. And it was quite an expensive and humbling setback. But it really woke me up to the fact that, look, you're never too safe to move to normal. You're never too safe to make a normal level of involvement, activity, and action a choice. Once you do so, I assure you that what you have and what you've dreamed of will start to disappear. It will be eroded either by natural mechanisms or by someone trying to take it. This holds true for your health, your marriage, your wealth, your spiritual condition, everything. Normal gets you just what normal says it's going to get you. Normal. Average. Below levels of extraordinary. See what average thoughts and actions will get you? Average problems that can quickly become overwhelming problems. What if you live 20 years longer than your savings? Do you understand the problem with that? Many of us will have to take care of other family members because they didn't have the 10x mindset or operate at 10x levels. What happens when your mom or your dad, your brother, your uncle, your aunt, your grandfather calls and says, I need some help, man. I got 10 years left. And I don't have any money, and you can't help them? That's average. What about the possibility of long-term health issues or some state of economic emergency that you haven't foreseen, lasting for some unforeseen time? What happens to entire classes of people who made average financial plans when faced with extended periods of very difficult economic times or decades of extended unemployment that we're going to probably be faced with? Average is a failing plan, is a disaster waiting to happen. It's a train wreck. Average doesn't work in any area of life. Anything that you give only average amount of attention to will start to subside and will eventually cease to exist. Companies, industries, artists, products, individuals who continue into the future successfully are those who approach every activity with the outlook that average is just not good enough. You need to change your commitment and thinking to be far above any concept or consideration that involves average. I promise you that when you do so, you will immediately start influencing other areas of your life and other people. Your friends and family will start to change. Results will improve. You will find yourself getting lucky. You may even experience time flying by, getting more done. And the actions you are taking will begin to improve not just your own life, but your associations with other people. Average is also a reason why most new companies fail. A couple of people get together, they have a great idea, they write a business plan. Maybe this happened to you. Start a company, they base their predictions on everything going in their favor. They may even create what they consider to be a very conservative projection. Let's say we show the product to 10 people. We're bound to sell it to at least 3 of them. Well, let's be conservative. Someone in the group says, let's cut that in half. We'll be especially safe. Can we still make it? They decide that even based on the most conservative plan, they will be successful. But what they didn't correctly assess is how many people they would have to call on just to do the initial 10 presentations. Everything else was right. 1.5 out of 10 were good. What they didn't understand was they'd have to see 100 just to do 10 presentations. Even the most amazing product on earth might require 100 calls just to get 10 meetings. Just because you have the next step of the project completely planned out doesn't mean the rest of the world is with you. They're paying attention to their own stuff. They're committed to their own schedules, their own products, their own projects, their own initiatives. Merely getting the opportunity to see the right people is going to take so much effort, enormous effort and persistence. Just getting in front of the right people. Most people are building business plans based on average considerations and ways of thinking, not massive amounts of action that are necessary to push through resistance. See, when new ideas come together, they're influenced by excitement and enthusiasm. Many negative considerations such as competition, economy, market conditions, manufacturing, lending, raising money, preoccupation of the clients, that's a huge one. Your clients are preoccupied with other projects. How about earthquakes, wars, tsunamis, entire cities being wiped out, production being stopped, distractions by the media? You see, your optimistic projections prove unrealistic. Even the most conservative objectives are missed because you just couldn't plan on everything. A key partner gets sick. Maybe there's some significant change in economic conditions, global events like we're seeing right now, and it shifts everyone's attention for 3 or 4, 5, 6 months. People involved in the new venture start to lose their enthusiasm pretty quick, don't they? They start bickering. Things become more difficult than was originally considered. Failure emerges as a likely possibility. The partners go through more money than anyone projected, and no income coming in. One of the dreamers begins to have second thoughts and wonders if perhaps he should bail. Retreater. He's trying to protect himself since the players don't seem mentally, emotionally, or physically prepared to take the massive action necessary to push through market resistance. Now, continuing with the scenario, in order to resolve the lack of income, the members of the group, the remaining members, try to borrow or raise money from their friends. They hit even more resistance. Then they realize it's going to become increasingly difficult for most people or anyone to ante up to the unreasonable amounts of relentless 10x actions that are necessary to see things through. The partners start to believe that their company relies more intensely on raising money than it does on increasing actions. They spend all their time, we got to raise money. They don't think about, dude, just increase the level of activity, because they didn't correctly estimate the 10 level of thoughts and actions necessary to see it through. Average assumes incorrectly, of course, that everything operates stably. People optimistically overestimated how well things will go, and then underestimate how much energy and effort it will take just to push things through. Anyone who has made it in business will support this concept. You simply cannot train or prepare for normal conditions of gravity. You cannot train or prepare or fund for normal amounts of competition, resistance, or market conditions. Don't think average, baby. Think massive. Compare your actions to having to carry a 1,000-pound backpack that you wear every day into a 40-mile-an-hour wind on a 20-degree upward slope. Prepare for massive, persistent action, and I promise you, you'll win either way. No matter what happens, you'll be the last standing. Most businesses fail because they're unable to sell their ideas, their products, and services at prices high enough to sustain the company and fund its activities. The company isn't able to collect revenue in quantities great enough because the people on which the company was built, their employees, the customers, they take normal, average amounts of action, and that's it. Look, average never yields anything more than average, and usually much less. Average thinking and actions will guarantee you a life of misery, uncertainty, and failure. Rid yourself of everything that is average, including the advice you get from the friends you keep. Sounds too tough? Remember, success is your duty, your obligation, and your responsibility. And since there is no shortage of success, any apparent limitations you're experiencing might simply be the result of average thinking and average acting. Rid yourself of every concept of average. Study what average people do and prohibit yourself and your team from considering average as an option. Surround yourself with exceptional thinkers and doers. Let your friends, family, and work associates know that you treat average like a terminal disease. Remember, average anything will never get you to an extraordinary life. Look up the word average and you will see for yourself what it holds for you. Typical, ordinary, common. That should be enough to abandon the concept from all your considerations. Exercise. I want you to write down the names of people you know who operate at only average levels. I want you to write down 3 times in your life where average actions cause you to come up short. Write down the names of people who you know who are exceptional and describe how they are different and operate above average levels. I want you to look up the definition of average as an adjective and write it here. Chapter 9, 10X Goals. This chapter will blow you away, I promise you. It is the number one reason why your goals are not attained. I believe that one of the major reasons, if not the only reason, why people don't stick to their goals and fail to accomplish their goals is because they fail to set goals that are high enough from the beginning. I have read many books on goal setting and even been to seminars on this topic, and I constantly see people set goals that either they never get started on or later bail out on. Frequently and regularly, most of us have been warned against setting goals that are too high. Even in seminars, I've heard people say, oh, you don't want to set them too high because then the reality is if you start with small, you're probably going to go small. People's failure to think big enough in the beginning usually means they will never act big enough, often enough, or persistently enough. After all, who gets excited about so-called realistic goals? And who can stay excited about anything with an, at best, average payoff? That's why people begin to bail on projects, even before they get started. When they experience any kind of resistance, later they bail. Their goals just aren't big enough to keep you jacked excited. To maintain your enthusiasm, you have to make your goals substantial enough that they keep your attention. Average and realistic goals are almost always, a letdown to the person setting them, who is then unable to fuel his or her goals with the actions necessary to accomplish the goals. Indeed, most people, no offense, are so apathetic about their goals that they only write them down once a year when the media says, oh, it's resolution day. We got to write our New Year's resolutions. As far as I'm concerned, nothing worth doing is done once or twice a year. It's ridiculous. The things upon which your life depend on the most are the actions you take every day. That's why I make sure to always do 2 things. 1, I write my goals down every day. And 2, I choose objectives that are just out of my reach. I recently saw an interview with Ted Turner. He said the biggest mistake his father made was that he had set goals that were achievable. He achieved them, and then he spent the rest of his life depressed. So this opens me up to my full potential. When I'm writing my goals down every day and I'm choosing objectives just out of reach, it opens me up to my full potential, which I use to fuel my actions each day. Some people suggest that setting improbable, unreachable goals might actually cause a person to become disappointed and lose interest. But look, if your goals are so small that you don't even consider them worthy and you won't write them down every day, that they're not even worth throwing energy into, dude, you're going to lose interest either way. A good idea is to word your goals as though you've already accomplished them. But make them big, baby. Make them massive. How you expect massive 10x levels of action if you're setting little bitsy little goals? You're not a mouse. Yeah, I keep this legal pad next to my bed so I can record my goals first thing in the morning and right before I go to bed at night. I do this every day. I've been doing it for years. I miss from time to time, but I have hundreds of legal pads basically that I've thrown in the trash can with goals from when I was 26, 36, 33, 44, 51, yesterday, today. And they change. We started this audio program about that. Your goals change as life goes on. So I'm rewriting them all the time. This keeps my attention on them. I always keep a legal pad in my office on which I can record new and improved objectives. I'm not talking about a to-do list. I'm talking about goals that are out of reach. The following are some examples of some of the goals I'm currently working on and how I write them down. I'm only using these to show you what I write down in hopes that you're going to start writing your own down. Notice, I word them as though I have already achieved them when I've yet to achieve them. I own 5,000 plus apartments that return over 12% positive cash flow. I'm in perfect health and physical condition. My net worth is over $100 million. My income is over $1 million a month. I have written and published 12 or more best-selling books. My marriage is alive and healthy and a positive model for others. I am more in love with my wife every day. I have 2 beautiful and healthy children. I have no debt except for that which is paid by others. You see, not all debt is bad. You don't want to say, I don't have any debt. You can never get rich if you have no debt. I have no debt except that which is paid by others. I own a beautiful home in the ocean that has no debt. I own a ranch in California that has incredible views of the mountains and horses and is my ideal scene. I own companies that I'm able to control from a distance and have great people working with me. My children are friends with the most powerful people on this planet. I am making positive difference in my community and politics. I continue to create unique programs that people want and that improve the quality of other people's lives and that people use long after I am no longer around. I have endless energy and interest in my career. I have a hit TV show that has been on for 5 seasons or more. I am one of the largest donors to my church. Keep in mind that these are some of my goals, and they're only being used to give you an example of how I word them. Also note that they are things that have yet to be achieved, not things that have been achieved. None of these things have ever been achieved by me. Average goal setting cannot and will not fuel massive 10x actions. So if you agree with the 10x concept of action, you got to set bigger goals than you can reach. If you approach an endeavor with average thinking to start with, you will start to give up the moment you even come up against a challenge. The resistance that you know is going to come are less than optimal conditions that will exist sooner or later. Unless you have some big, juicy, giant purpose, baby, that's your engine. That's the fuel. To get through resistance, you must have a big reason to be there. The bigger and more unrealistic your goal, the more they're aligned to your purpose and the duty, the more you'll energize and fuel your actions. For example, let's say I want to save 100 million bones in one bank account or multiple bank accounts. Look, does anyone need $100 million? No, come on. It is a goal, and the bigger and the juicier it is, the more likely you'll be motivated to move in that direction through resistance. Now, let me ask you, you naysayers out there, you haters, you people drifting off into average land right now, you're going to win a lottery. Okay, you guys are like, I don't need 100 million. You're going to win a lottery. You're going to buy a ticket. It's going to be $1. You want to win a $1 million lottery or you want to win a $100 million lottery? Come on, man. Get your thinking right. If you're going to win a lottery, win the 100 million. You can do more good with it. If you want to add even more energy to your goals, then make sure they're tied to something even bigger than just things like money. For instance, someone who wants to earn money but doesn't have a constructive goal for what to do with that money may only produce the money and then just get rid of it. They'll waste it. You follow me? So if the goal is just I want 100 million, notice I want to do 100 million, but I want to be the biggest donor at my church. It's attached to something worthy. When you're setting a goal, be sure that you're clear about what you want it for. And then if you can, when you're ready, tie it to a bigger purpose. Think massive all the way across the board. Don't just think massive, I want money. Think I can have it all. I want money and to be happy. Think massive and broad, not just vertical. You follow me? Think massive on your goals, big, giant vertical goals, and broad when setting your goals across all your thoughts, all the areas of your life. Many people make money a target and set a goal to save it, but then just destroy the wealth that was created. They basically, you ever seen a rich celebrity? They got rich and then blew it all? Or an athlete? They got rich and then blew it all? So maybe their goal was just to have a bunch of money temporarily. Or they didn't have a real positive, constructive goal for what to do with that money. Look at how many people just wanted to get rich and did, and then died broke. So having goals aligned with other goals will start to actually help fuel your goal. Let's say one of my goals is to save $100 million, and another goal is to use that money to help my church, and another goal is to fund programs to improve conditions for mankind, and another goal is that my products will be used 200 years from now by other civilizations that maybe aren't even on this planet yet. Whatever, See, those are huge, man. Those are giant. So I start thinking, I'm doing this audio program. What do I want to name it? How do I want to get out? How do I protect it so that it's being used years from now? This is an example of combining goals in a broad fashion that will generate the fuel and horsepower to drive your actions and your goals. Look, one of my first jobs that I ever had was at McDonald's. I hated that job. It wasn't because it was McDonald's. It wasn't because I smelled like French fries when I went home. It wasn't because, it was a tough time in my life and I'm 15 years old and I got acne and I think that the French fries and the hamburgers are adding to it. Look, I hated it because it wasn't lined up with my goals and my purposes. The guy who worked next to me, he loved his job because it aligned perfectly with his goals and his purposes. I was the guy making $7 an hour because I wanted to have extra money, during the summer. He was the guy making $7 an hour who wanted to open a business, a McDonald's franchise, by the way. He wanted to open 100 franchises. So every time he's making $7 an hour, he's learning the business, learning about McDonald's, thinking about his franchise. He didn't understand why I was excited, and I didn't understand why he was. I was fired, and he was fired up. Your goals are there to fuel the actions you need to take. So make your goals big, make them giant, make them massive, and make them off, and then tie them in with your other greater purposes. Ask yourself whether the goals you have set are equal to your potential. If they're not equal to your potential, man, to your ability, to what you could be actually doing, they're not going to get you jacked. Most people will admit that their goals are well below their potential because most of the world has been convinced, remember, persuaded, and even educated to be small and set small, attainable, and realistic goals. If you're a parent, I'm sure you have heard yourself suggest to your children, or maybe heard it from your parents to you, or in your work environment, man, be reasonable, man. Never set realistic goals. It's a killer. Never be reasonable with your goal setting. You can get a realistic life without setting goals for it. Look, you don't need to go out of your way to have a realistic life. Everybody's got one of those. I despise the word realistic. I hate the word reasonable because they're based on what others consider all right. Others who have probably been operating at only the first 3 degrees of action, who've only accomplished a little bit and only think in terms of what has been done rather than what is possible. Realistic thinking is based on what others think is possible. But they aren't you, and they have no way of knowing what your potential and purpose is. If you're going to set goals based on what others think, then be sure that you do it based on what the giants on this planet think. If you're going to set goals based on what other things, baby, at least pick the giants. And even that would be a mistake. They'll be the first to tell you, don't base your goals on what I've done, because you can do even more. Jesus Christ said, you can do more than I can do. But what if you set goals based on the top players? Hey, you could do that. Steve Jobs' goal, for instance, he wants to ding the universe. He's not interested in making iPads. He wants to flick the universe. That's huge. He wants to create products that forever change the planet. Look at what he's done with Apple and Pixar. If you're going to set goals comparable to others, buddy, at least pick a giant. At least pick giants that have created massive success in their own right. And always know that you can even do more than that. Many people find themselves on the path. They're on simply because they're doing what other average people are doing or have done. Most people go to college, not because they want to go to college, but because they're told to go to college is the right thing to do. Most people belong to the religion they belong to only because they were brought up in a family that goes to that religion. They don't even really know what they're going to. But they'll fight for it. If the religion comes up, they'll fight for it. But look, they didn't even choose that. Most people speak the language that their family speaks and never take the time to learn another language. Most of us are influenced by the decisions our parents, teachers, and friends have made. and then the limitations set by them on themselves and then for us. I bet that if I asked your 5 closest associates about their goals, I'll probably be able to identify your goals as well. You and your goals are manipulated by your surroundings. I will never tell a person what his or her goals should be. That would be wrong for me to do. However, I would advise that when you do set your goals, take into account that you've been educated with restrictions and limitations. Be aware of this so that you don't underestimate your possibilities. Then take the following into account. You're setting your goals for you, not for anyone else. Number 2, anything is possible. Number 3, you have much more potential than you realize. 4, success is your duty, obligation, and responsibility. 5, there is no shortage of success. 6, regardless of the size of the goal, it will require work, period. Once you've reviewed these concepts, then sit down and write down your goals. Write them out for you, maybe for the first time, and then be willing to rewrite them every day until you achieve them. Or maybe you just come up short. I promise you'll be pleased if they're big enough. If you underestimate your potential while you're writing them, which is probably going to happen, then it's impossible to set appropriately sized targets. You follow me? Look, if you've underestimated your potential, then it's impossible to set appropriately sized targets for what your potential is. Set the goal too small, and you won't gear up for the massive action necessary. I know the concept of the 10X rule is not for everyone. I know that. It's clearly not for anyone who's willing to accept average or mediocrity, or for those who prefer to kick back and settle for leftovers. It's not for those who want to depend on hope and prayer for their success. Look, the 10X rule is meant for the few people obsessed with creating an exceptional life and who want to be in charge of that process. The 10X rule removes the concepts of luck and chance from your business equation and shows you exactly the mindset you must embrace in order to lock in massive success. Consider the following scenario. Let's say that you're setting your financial goals. Okay, in 2009. Now remember, whatever financial goals you're setting right now, they've been influenced by your education, your upbringing, the newspaper you read, and everything you've heard. In 2009, the President of the United States, at that time, said, anyone who makes $250,000 should be considered rich. Keeping with the current trend, if you make $250,000, your tax will be $100,000, regardless of the state you live in, leaving you with $150,000. After you make payments on 2 cars, most of you have, make a mortgage payment, most of you have, pay your property taxes, which you have to pay, okay, feed, clothe, and school your kids, you're going to be lucky to have $20,000 left over. If you save that money for the next 20 years, you'll end up with about $400,000 before interest. And assume nothing goes wrong. Now take into account the fact that your parents, possibly both your parents and your in-laws, didn't plan for their own retirement properly. They're going to outlive their savings by about 15 years and will depend on someone in your household, and they always seem to go with the people with the money, to take care of them. If any of this happens, you're going to find out quite quickly and too late that you underestimated your financial goals. You'll spend more time just trying to manage holding on to it than what it took to accumulate it. And remember, in addition to taking care of your parents, you have to fund your own retirement years and your kids' education. Additionally, this scenario assumes no increases in the cost of living, no bad news, no inflation, no emergencies, no major events. Throw in just a little of what has happened in the last couple of years, hey, just the last couple of months, and you'll see that 90% of the population has underestimated their goals, their targets, and even what was necessary to fund a lifestyle, much less their purposes. Small thinking, baby, it's a disaster waiting to happen, and it's always going to punish you sooner or later. We live on a planet where the primary belief is an underestimation of everything. Do you understand that? Your friends, your associates, your parents, the school you went to, there's an underestimation of everything. The best business schools in this country cite undercapitalization. You didn't fund the company enough as one of the top reasons for company failures. This is caused by miscalculations of how much cash a company would burn through before its product caught on, and is yet another example of how average doesn't cut it. Companies fail because they didn't sell enough of their products, period. They underestimated how hard it was going to be to get their product to the marketplace fast enough. The biggest regret of my life is not the fact that I haven't worked my ass off. Dude, I did the massive action thing. I've been cranking for 25 years. I wrote 4 books in the last 2 years. That's not the problem. For me, the biggest complaint I have, the biggest regret of my life, it's that I didn't set targets 10 times higher than I originally thought. When I dreamed of how much money, I should have been thinking in the beginning big, but I was influenced by my upbringing. My goals were influenced and limited greatly by the way I was brought up, and yours have been too. You just got to know it. I'm not blaming anyone. It's just a fact. I spent the first 30 years of my business career getting the 10X effort part right, the effort, and I'm going to spend the next 25 years getting the 10X goal setting part right, where I'm thinking big enough. And I'm telling you, you start writing this stuff down now, right now, a year from now, you'll be writing different targets because you'll accomplish the one from a year ago. So number one, set 10X targets for goals. Find out what your target is, 10X it. Align them with other purposes. Number two, write them down every day when you wake up and before you go to sleep. You do that, I guarantee you're going to live and act, operate. You're going to attract new friends, and you're going to play at a different level. Exercise. I want you to write down how your upbringing has influenced your goal setting. Specifically, exactly, goals that you've set that were influenced by your upbringing. Number two, what are some goals you would have set if you knew you could achieve them? Number three, what are other goals or purposes that align with primary goals, the broad goals, the other ones that are attached, that would further fuel your activity? And four, look at the list of goals I wrote and find two things that they all have in common. And every goal I wrote, there's two things that are in common with each one of them. Chapter 10, competition is for sissies. One of the greatest lies perpetuated by mankind is the idea that competition is good. Good for whom? Exactly. It might help provide customers with choices, competition would, and it would compel others to do better. That's true. Competition is probably good in athletics because it makes another guy run faster. However, in the business world, you always want to be in a position to dominate, not compete, if you had a choice. Even in athletics, I'd rather dominate if I own the club. If the old saying, competition is healthy, if that's even true, the new saying is, if competition is healthy, then domination is immunity. Immunity means I never get sick. I'm not at risk. From what I've seen, competing with others limits a person's ability to think creatively because he or she is constantly watching, competing with what someone else is doing. The reason my first business has been so successful is because I created a sales program that introduced a truly original way of selling for which there was no competition. It was a new way, a new thing. It was clearly a new way to think and a new way to approach selling. So people found that interesting. Now, in addition to that, it also worked, okay? No one had done anything new with selling other than just copy or compete. By the way, copying is competing. No one had done anything new with selling for more than 200 years. So I ignored the competition, actually threw away everything else I had ever read on selling, and did something to create a new sales process called information-assisted selling. Now, this is back in the 90s before the internet. Giving people information at that time was not really part of selling. It was about avoiding. This was before net, before customers had information readily available, before Google searches, before social media. But I predicted that sellers would have to throw away the old way of selling and learn how to use information to assist the sale. Although I was ahead of my time and traditional thinkers resisted, once the internet hit critical mass, information-assisted selling became a way of selling for many industries, and my competition was left holding on to antiquated systems and processes. What they do? They started copying me. Copying is a form of competing, and competition is dead. I came out on top because people were thrilled to see something completely new. Forward thinkers don't copy. They don't compete. Forward thinkers create. They also don't look at what others have done. If Steve Jobs with Apple Computer, and this will date the book sooner or later, if he looked at his iPad for what other people had done, he wouldn't have created an iPad. Never make it your goal to compete. Instead, do everything you can to dominate your sector in order to avoid spending your time chasing or competing with someone else. Competition is for sissies. Domination is where you want to be. Don't let another company set the pace. Make this your organization's job to set the pace for the whole sector. Stay ahead of the pack. When I'm driving down the interstate, I speed. I break the law, and I definitely do speed. Why? Because I don't want to be driving with other people. I want to be way out ahead, no wrecks out there. Make it so that you want others to chase you. Be out ahead so others try to be like you, not the other way around. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't study others. You should study best practices, industry trends, what's working, what's winning. However, you want to make it your job to take those concepts to another level. For example, Apple makes computers and smartphones. It didn't copy Dell, IBM, RIM, and what others were doing. Apple doesn't compete, it dominates. It sets the pace, and it lets others try to chase and duplicate them. See, they're always chasing, trying to catch up. Don't set your goals at a competitive level. Set them at a domination level. Set them at a level that will overshadow and dominate your sector and everyone in it. How do you dominate? How do you do this, you may wonder? The first step is to decide to dominate. Man, if you're thinking about competition, baby, you can't dominate. Then the best way to dominate is to do what other people refuse to do. Step 2, do what others refuse to do. That's right. Do what they won't do. Do what they say, that's not right. You can't do that. That's not going to work, okay? You want to do what other people, your competition supposedly, will not do. This will allow you to immediately carve out a space for yourself and develop an unfair advantage. Let me be clear. I want an unfair advantage. I'm ethical, but I never play fair. I want an unfair advantage if I can create one. Though I am always ethical, I never, ever play fair. I seek out ways in which I can get an unfair advantage always. And one surefire way to get an unfair advantage is to do what others will not do. Find something they cannot do. Maybe because of their size or their commitment to other projects. You can exploit that. Maybe they're cutting back during a time when the economy is uncertain. I recently went through that where a direct competitor was cutting back. I decided to spend all my money while he was trying to conserve it, because obscurity was a bigger problem for me than money. This would be your moment to expand in those spaces when they're contracting. A company I was recently working with that sells dental implants told me the leader in the field had cut their travel expenses and elected that all their clients be contacted by phone or over the net. So I convinced the company, do what they won't do, man. You get an unfair advantage. Get a competitive advantage, you just got to do what they do. Get an unfair advantage, we decided to dominate by making personal contacts while the leader was just making phone and internet. It's domination, man. You got to think in terms of domination, not competition. Never play by the agreed upon norms within your group operates. Every group, every industry, every sector has these agreed upon norms. What do you call them? The cows, the sacred cows, yeah. Look, the rules, the norms, the sacred cows, the traditions of any groups or any industry are usually traps that prevent that group from new ideas, higher levels of greatness, and pure domination. You don't want to be just in a race. You want to be at the top of the list of considerations. So when they go out for bid, hey, we really want Grant to do it, but let's bid on a couple other people just so Grant keeps us fair. You know, if Grant's close, then we're taking him. See, even better, you would like to be the only one in the race, considered as the viable solution. Okay, Grant's really the solution. You know, guys, let's don't even waste time getting bids. Let's just go with Grant. You have so much power in your space that your clients, your market, even your competition has to think about you first every time they make a decision. IBM did this so successfully years ago that all PCs were then referred to as IBMs. There was a time when Xerox also accomplished this so successfully that all copiers were referred to as Xerox. They wouldn't even say print a copy. They'd say Xerox a copy. That's pure domination of a sector. And not correctly protecting your trademark name like Xerox and IBM didn't do, that's another issue. Look, the goal at my sales training company is not to compete with others in the space for the revenue or the clients. Our goal is to literally make sure that every human being on planet Earth equates Grant Cardone with sales training solutions. Achievable? Probably not, but it's a target we use for making decisions. You understand? It's a target we use for making decisions. Hey, should we promote this book out? Should we do whatever? Should we get an app out for sales training or closing the sale, or it's going to cost money? Hey, what's our goal? My goal is to get everyone to equate my name, Grant Cardone, with sales training. If I achieve even part of that, do I accomplish goals? Absolutely. Domination. Our goal is to dominate the thinking of all people so that my name becomes synonymous with sales training. Google the term sales motivation and watch my video pop up. Okay? Think in terms of search. You're going to think in terms of Google. They dominate. That is the way to approach a sector, goal, or endeavor, to own it completely, dominate the space. You can always learn from what others are doing. You don't want to chase them. Sam Walton, founder of Walmart, was said to shop other stores weekly in order to see what they were doing well. And then he would do everything he could to dominate that space. At that time, he also had the goal of domination, not the goal of competition. If you're going to duplicate the best of what others do, then hammer away at them, champion that practice, make it yours, own it. So people start to associate your name with that. Hone their specialties until they become your advantage. Do so to the point where you become the expert, the leader. People even think you were the creator, even if you weren't in that area. So you dominate it so incredibly that they no longer even want to attempt competing with you. And you don't have to be first to a space to dominate it. But it's important to be considered first in the space. You see the difference? Joe creates something first. But when you think about it, you think about me first. You don't have to be first. You want to be considered first. That's domination. The message you want to send to the marketplace through your persistent action is, no one can keep up with me. I'm not going away. I am not a competitor. I am the space. Most of you will have less money than some of the leaders in your space. Even if you have less money than the other players in your market, that doesn't mean you're at a disadvantage. It means you have fewer choices, which might be good. Although they may be able to outspin you or out-advertise you, you can certainly outwork them by using social media, personal visits, mail, email, networking, phone call, friends, relatives, referrals, hammer, commitment, dominate. Create campaigns using the resources you do have. Most people talk about their money. Look, your energy is worth more than your money. Energy is money. Most people talk about, oh, if I just had money, it takes money to make money. That's garbage. It takes freaking courage and commitment and persistence to make money. There's no shortage of energy, effort, creativity, or how much you can contact your clients. There's no shortage of that. You got a money shortage, man. You don't have an energy, effort, creativity, or how many times you can contact somebody shortage. Use variations of campaigns, offers, information, videos, links, blogs, third-party validation, mail, email. Am I freaking you out right now, baby? I'm trying to dominate your thinking. Phone calls, personal visits, combinations, counter, left, right. Dude, you don't need to spend money on advertising. You need to expand and dominate your own thinking and then your presence in that market. Warning, when using activity to counter deep pockets, you know those guys that can advertise? Never underestimate how much activity actually takes to get noticed in the first place and then to maintain attention in your space. For example, people think that they can post on Facebook or Twitter, once or twice a day, some people once or twice a week, and that you're going to create an effect. Look, you don't understand massive action if you think in twos twice of anything. If you think twice of anything once in a while is going to do anything, you're nuts. You don't understand massive action or how big the internet space is, and you're underestimating what it's going to take to actually get you considered if you think a couple of posts are going to get you noticed. I don't care what you write. You could be brilliant in both the posts. Like every other aspect of growing your business, you got to keep showing up over and over and over and make it obvious you're not going away. Follow me on Facebook. Go to facebook.com/Cardone Success, and you'll see what it takes to be in a space and to acquire new fans and new people without advertising, not spending any money, just effort. We tweet twice an hour, 24 hours a day. I want people to complain about it, okay? Complain I'm doing too much. I know I'm doing something right. Because what's going to happen is this. First, you get no attention, then you get a complaint, which is attention, and then you get admiration, which is good, positive attention. The good thing about social media is anyone can play in the space regardless of his or her financial situation. It allows for unlimited creativity and rewards only those who use it consistently and persistently. When I first started playing with social media, I use that word loosely, playing, because I don't play much on it, I posted twice a day. I didn't know what I was thinking. I was having a moment of average, a little think. We simultaneously, at the same time, began sending out email strategies once a month and found ourselves getting requests from people who wanted to be removed from our email campaign. My colleagues, people that work with me, suggested, hey, we should back off. We're getting complaints. People are taking us off. They're pulling off our strategies. They want to be unlinked to our email campaign. And one day I woke up and I came to my senses and I said, hey, you know what? If they're complaining, they're thinking about us. So I made the order. I want you to increase the post 10 times what we've been doing. I want to go out with more email strategies and campaigns, not less. I then instructed my employees to start sending out electronic strategies 8 times a month rather than once, and began personally posting comments 48 times a day on Twitter and Facebook, an average of 12 times a day. Each of them was written by me, and they were set out to be dropped at a certain time. Although you might assume that the complaints and unsubscribe, that's the word I was looking for a few minutes ago, would increase with this massive outflow campaign, they didn't. Oh, while we did increase numbers, percentage-wise we didn't, because we started getting more people to play. Instead, we started receiving emails and posts of admiration for my activity level. So this is what's going to happen. First thing you're going to do is get complaints. Second thing you're going to do is get criticism. Third thing you're going to do is get haters. Fourth thing you're going to do is get admiration. I'll talk about the haters in a second here. You need haters, baby. You want some haters. If you got 10, get you 20. We started receiving so much positive. Man, how do you do all this? How big's your staff? Where do you find the time? Do you ever rest? And for every person commenting, there had to be 1,000 thinking something similar. And who do you think they were thinking about? This wasn't expensive to do. It only cost energy, effort, and creativity. At the same time I was doing this, the guy who most people compared me to was asked the question, what do you think about social media? And he responded, I'm still evaluating it. While he's evaluating, I'm beating him to death. I'm posting one day on Twitter. I'm going to make Twitter my little bitch. I'm doing everything I can to tweet something to grab attention. This is a great example of domination and outrageous thinking, and the action costs no money. Think about domination like this. You can't dominate if you don't penetrate. And you won't penetrate by using reasonable levels of activity. Your biggest problem, remember, is what? Obscurity. They don't know you, man. They ain't thinking about you. Again, domination is about dominating the space so that when they think about your space, let's say you do apple pies. They think about apple pie. They think about, oh, I got to go to her. Another problem for all of this is just getting through the amount of noise in the marketplace. You're underestimating how noisy the marketplace is. You have to do 2 things. 1, get noticed, and number 2, get through the noise. In my case, had we made a decision to back off like my employees were telling to satisfy a few complainers that had already unsubscribed anyway and were never going to buy anything from me anyhow, okay, we would have not expanded our contact base. The more I posted, the more people liked me. The more I found out what people want to hear and don't want to hear. The more we put out, the more people we helped. As we blasted on this new program, we even saw posts from competitors mocking me. Now, this is important. You want criticism, man. You want to look for it. Yet even these comments brought attention to who? I got competitors. Cardone thinks this, or Cardone's doing that, or what's he doing over there? Okay? Who are they talking about? They're talking about me. When you're talking about me, who are you thinking about? 2 things will happen when you take the right amount of action. 1, you're going to get a new set of problems. And 2, your competition will actually start promoting you. Can you believe it? I love this. When I've made such an impact on others who don't even know me or having conversations that raise awareness about my business, my products, and what I'm up to. People that don't even know my product or me are actually passing on my content and talking about, hey, did you see this? Because there's enough activity. Determine the capability, the actions, and mindsets of those whom you compete with. Do what they will not do. Go where they will not go. And think and take actions in 10x quantities that they can't comprehend. Don't get too involved in competing on best practices, because best practices is a competitive level. Take your actions to a point considered unreasonable by others, even the world, where you're doing those things that only your company would do, only you could conceive of, and are willing to do something I call only practices. For one company I once consulted with, we identified places in which only practices could be employed. We discovered the industry in general struggled with practices of following up with customers. They struggled with this practice. They didn't follow up well. So we looked at what our competitors would not do, not what they did do, but not do, and found that none of them would call back clients as they left the company or the store. This led the company to immediately initiate programs during which clients were called back as they drove away from the company. Managers then immediately started calling clients' cell phones as they left the company premises and asked them, "Mr. Johnson, would you please return?" Mr. Johnson's only a block away from the company right now. If the call went to voicemail, the manager left a message requesting that please come back immediately. I have something I must show you. Or the manager would send a text saying the same thing. If there was no successful contact made, another manager would then repeat the call back that same day. And again the next morning. The results were sick. They were crazy. 50% of the clients returned immediately of the ones they contacted, and almost 80% in total of those became buyers at that time. Another 20% returned as a result of the later calls and increased the sales of that organization to new and unseen before levels. This is an example of an only practice, doing what your competition will not do. Look, it doesn't matter what you do. It does matter that your goal is to dominate your sector with actions that are immediate, consistent, and persistent, and at levels that no one else is willing to operate or duplicate. Am I overwhelming you right now? It's a lot, isn't it? You're like, damn, man, how am I going to do all this? Because you're going to get on my new pill, baby. The pill is massive action. The pill is domination. Take any action and take it to another level that will separate you and your company from everyone else that might be in your space. Be willing to spend every last bit of your energy. Die in the effort and the creativity on distinguishing yourself as the only player, the dominator. Learn how to dominate by being first in the minds of your market, your clients, and even your competitors. Market conditions won't improve until you improve the way you think. Look, your economy is not going to get better until you get better. Even if you're in a weak market, you suffer less when you dominate it, right? If you can dominate a weak market, who's going to dominate when it's good? If you can dominate a great market, who's going to dominate when it's bad? Weak markets actually create opportunities because the players in that market typically have become dependent and weak. And they don't know how to operate in challenging environments. I love recessions, man. Never waste a good recession. Don't feel sorry for the weak. Dominate them. Somebody's gonna. They're not having bad luck. They're not victims. They're average thinkers, and they take average actions. And if they haven't read this book, they know what they're going to end up with without even reading this book. Average. The marketplace is brutal. It's not political. It's not Democrat. It's not Republican. It's not independent, baby. It's brutal. And it will punish anyone and everyone who does not take the right amount of action. Now is your time to shift into making your every thought and action aimed at dominating your sector, your market, your competition, and every thought of your potential clients. Quit thinking about the competition and quit thinking about competing. Despite what everyone says, competition is not healthy. Competition is for sissies. Exercise. What is the difference between dominating and competing? If competition is healthy, domination is. What is the difference between best practices and only practices? And write down a few examples. What are some practices you could do that would separate you right now from whoever you compete with? Chapter 11, Breaking Out of the Middle Class. Please don't take offense at what I write in this chapter. I know many of you spent your whole life trying to get to the middle class, and I'm about to tell you it's the wrong goal. Now, have an open mind here, okay? I'm going to write an entire book on this topic one day, but for now, let's just think about breaking out of what I call the middle class mentality. I believe I can make the case that the middle class is the group hurt most by its members' thinking and actions, leaving themselves to be the most susceptible to insecurity and pain. Although this group that many people aspire to be a part of is also the group that seems to be the most trapped, most manipulated, and at most risk. Is the middle class really as good a status as you've been made to believe? Do you even know what it means to be middle class or what puts a person in this group? Before you make a decision about where you're going or the group you're striving to belong to, it would be wise to inspect the statistics of that group. So let's look at the incomes of the middle class. Reports from Wikipedia in the 2008 census suggests that the middle class income range is somewhere between $35,000 to $50,000 a year. Read another set of studies, and these figures are between $22,000 and $65,000 a year. It's no secret that it would be extremely difficult to live on either of these incomes in an urban area like New York or LA, much less ever feel financially secure. This experience is not what most people would consider a desirable situation. The middle class is further divided into the upper and lower middle class. Most people think middle class, they think one thing, but that's not how it is. The upper middle class usually consists of people who have substantial assets and household earnings, whether you know it or not, over $1 million a year. Although there's nothing to substantiate what makes the $1 million the mark, I guess it just sounds good. Most people consider 1 million to be a lot of money until they have 1 million. Then they realize it doesn't go very far, since the person's decisions once they have 1 million and their considerations tend to change. Their investments change, where they live changes as they enter this new income or this net worth bracket. Now, the people in the supposed upper middle class occupy noticeably higher positions by average in their offices. They're considered more stable financially than their peers. This may very well be the case until some sort of economic destruction occurs like we've experienced recently. Then we tend to see that even this group, the upper middle class, is not very well protected. Admittedly, members of this group should experience a considerable rise in their incomes due to the economic growth of a nation in good times. They have higher disposable incomes than many of their counterparts in the lower middle class, which consists of people who have basic educational qualifications, typically, and annual incomes between $30,000 and $60,000. Now look, the lower middle class constitutes a large part of our country's total population. It's the majority. This set frequently struggles to reach the upper middle class. However, when economic hardships take hold, everyone gets pulled down. A client of mine recently asked me via text message, I think the 26th of a recent month, Grant, I got to make $10,000 right now before the month's over to keep my doors open. How can I do this? I happened to get this message during a Sunday football game. So I asked him, dude, are you watching the game right now? He texted me back, yeah, sure am. What are you doing watching the game when you need 10 grand? What are you doing taking a Sunday off to watch a football game? You should be out distributing flyers, spending every second of every hour trying to create income in excess of what you need. And by the way, you need 100 grand, pal. You don't need 10. You need 100,000. You don't need 10,000, because if you need 10,000 to keep the doors open and you go get it, you're broke again. Grant, Sunday's a day for rest. Oh boy, I shot back. Dude, are you kidding? It is for those that work the other 6 days, and you hadn't been working. The Lord wasn't talking to the people who were short on funds, bro. Look, the Lord worked the other 6 days. That's why he said take the 7th day off. You ain't been working. So turn off the game, get off your couch, and go get the money you need. Quit being a middle-class slave and go create the income you need to secure your wealth and your financial freedom for yourself, your household, and your company. I hope you got the message. I think you did. Look, my client is at risk because he's been operating based on what he needs and therefore is just getting by. Unfortunately, this middle-class mentality will not create financial security. It's average thinking. The banks dried up on this guy. He couldn't depend on credit anymore for his cushion, and he can now only depend on his actions. This is the problem with many members of the middle class. They go after what they deem necessary rather than ever going at something big. Anything that starts with middle can't be good. Most people believe that a comfortable middle-class life includes home, clothes, a few cars, vacation time, maybe an upper management job, and some money in the bank. However, depending on the period in history to which you are referring to, the term the middle class has had a variety of meanings, many of which have been and still are quite contradictory. It has referred to the class of people between peasants and nobility, whereas other definitions suggested the middle class had enough capital to rival nobles. What's my point? Look, there's a lot of misunderstandings on what it even means to be middle class. We've clearly come a long way from middle class being peasants or nobles, or middle class being a rival to the nobles. But which one is it now? For example, in India, the middle class is considered to be those who reside in an owner-occupied property, whereas a blue-collar job makes you middle class in the United States. And in Europe, that makes you a member of the working class. An important distinction that I'd like to make is my own reference to the middle class as a mindset rather than an income level. Someone who makes $1 million a year may still adopt middle class thinking and actions. It is more of a mentality that creates the trap that will cause you to fail. The middle class is in a large part a goal that will not provide you with what you truly want. It is middle, normal, or average, synonymous with terms we've already deemed as highly unattractive and unworkable. Come on, man. Middle don't mean extraordinary, right? But what does middle mean to most people nowadays? In February 2009, authoritative weekly publication, The Economist, announced that over half the world's population now belongs to this group, the middle class, as a result of rapid growth in emerging countries. The article characterized middle class as having a reasonable amount of discretionary income and not having to live from hand to mouth as the poor do. It was defined as beginning at the point where people have roughly a third of their income left for discretionary spending after paying for basic food and shelter. Dude, that makes most of us poor, not middle class. However, almost no member of today's middle class has near 1/3 of his or her income left for discretionary income to spend. This group is currently being hammered by something called the middle class squeeze, a situation in which increases in wages fail to keep up with the cost of living for these same middle class earners. At the same time, the phenomenon of the middle class squeeze, where wages don't keep up, it fails to have the same impact on top wage earners. Add to that the fact that much of the supposed middle class's wealth has come from assuming debt and home equity calculations that were mere ink. Dude, it wasn't wealth. Persons belonging to the middle class frequently find that their dependence upon credit, worsened by the collapse of the housing market, prevents them from maintaining a middle class lifestyle, making downward mobility a threat to counteract aspirations of upward mobility. You want to go up, right? You want to do better? Look, that's the gravity and resistance I talked about earlier. It's the unexpected conditions that I mentioned. This group then experiences middle class income declines as jobs are lost. Jobs are lost, they quit paying people more money. For the first time in our history, we're seeing more men lose jobs than women because higher paid males are being let go in favor of keeping their counterparts. At the same time, the prices of necessary items, energy, education, housing, insurance, food, continue to increase while wages are flat or decrease. This kind of squeeze always affects the largest groups of people in any given population. The wealthy don't depend on income and debt, and the poor receive help for which the middle class aren't qualified. For most people, being middle class means having a reliable job with fair to good pay, consistent health care, a fairly comfortable home in a nice neighborhood, a good education, whatever that means, time off for vacations, this is highly valued, and money in a 401k that you have no control of and that hopefully is growing by some fat cat on Wall Street that might allow for your decent retirement one day. Hope you don't live too long. Yet all this, taken for granted for so long, is now in complete turmoil. Middle class is being squeezed. I don't even know if you call it a squeeze. It's more like the middle class hammer. And hopes at best that you might hold on to recover your past achievements, maybe your inequity position on your home, maybe one day makes it up and you're not underwater. Look, this group's average income is steadily decreasing. Its net worth is decreasing. If that's desirable, I'm confused. Its members' jobs are in jeopardy and their savings and investments have been put at risk. The greatly appreciated vacation of the past will probably be more like a visit to the neighborhood park. What is the point of me telling you all this? Ask people in the middle class if this feels secure or desirable. And although they may claim that they're grateful not to be poor and feeding hand to mouth, they will likely tell you they feel more like a member of the working class than the middle class. Ask a guy making $250 a year if he feels rich. Consider as well the fact that the dollar is worth less today, 40% less than it was worth just not long ago, and will be worth even less tomorrow. Someone who's making $60,000 a year pays $15,000 in taxes. If that person's lucky, he or she has $45,000 left over, which is really only worth what? Maybe $30,000 or less to handle homes, schools, insurance, food, car payments, fuel, medical emergencies, vacation savings. sound desirable to you? Middle class was a dream sold to countless Americans as a good goal to go for. Yet in reality, it is really only close to good and probably better described as a mousetrap with a big fat piece of cheese on it. I contend that the middle class is the most suppressed, restricted, and confined socioeconomic demographic on this planet. Those who desire to be a part of it are compelled, hypnotized, convinced, and persuaded to think and act in a certain way where just enough is the reward. The idea that one would only have enough to be comfortable or adequately satisfied is a concept that has been sold by the educational systems, the media, politicians to convince entire populations of people to settle instead of strive for abundance and success. However, it only takes a bit of waking up to discover the middle class is a promise without fulfillment. Today, the wealthiest 5% of people control $80 trillion. You understand that? The wealthiest 5% of people on this planet control $80 trillion, which is more money that has been created in the history of mankind. If you knew that you had the same energy, same creativity, same intelligence, same go-farness to make it to the top 5%, would you give it a try, or would you go for the middle class? Exercise. Hey, before you read this chapter, what was your understanding of the middle class? 2, what are the income levels of the middle class? 3, what does middle class now mean to you? Chapter 12. Obsession isn't a disease, it's a gift. The dictionary defines the term obsessed as the domination of one's thoughts or feelings by a persistent idea, image, or desire. That doesn't sound bad to me. Although the rest of the world tends to treat this mindset, obsession, like a disease, I believe it is the perfect adjective for how you must approach success. To dominate your sector, your goal, dream, or ambition, you must first dominate your every interest, thought, and consideration. Obsession is not a bad thing here. It is a requirement to get where you want to go. In fact, you want to be so fanatical about success and the creation of success that the world knows you will not compromise and will not go away. And until you become completely obsessed with your mission, no one will take you seriously. Until the world understands that you're not going away, that you are 100% committed and have complete and utter conviction and will persist in pursuing your project, you will not get the attention you need and the support you desire. In this context, obsession is like a fire. You want to build it so big that people feel compelled to sit around in admiration. And as with a fire, you have to keep adding wood to sustain the heat and the glow. You obsess over how to keep your fire burning, or it will turn to ashes. To create a 10x reality, you have to follow up every action with an obsession to see it through to success. You need to stay seriously motivated to take 10x actions every day. Though people take action constantly, we know that much of this isn't the kind of action that's actually going to get them anywhere. Most people are doing nothing or have already given up, and others retreat in an attempt to avoid failure and negative experiences. Huge segments of the population are merely operating at normal levels, average levels, in order to get by and fit in. Each of these groups lacks the obsession to see their actions all the way through to success. Most people only exert enough effort for it to feel like work, whereas the most successful follow up every action with an obsession to see it through to a reward. If you become obsessed with your idea, your purpose, your goal, you will become equally addicted to the idea of making it actually work. Anyone who makes it his or her mission to create long-term positive 10x survival will have to approach each moment, decision, action, each day with this level of fixation. After all, if your ideas do not excessively preoccupy your own thoughts, then how can you expect them to ever preoccupy the thoughts of others? Something has to absorb your thinking every second of every day, so what will it be? Be obsessed with something. Make your dreams, your goals, and your missions, your mind's actions, dominant concern. The word obsessed tends to have negative connotations because many people believe that obsession with something or someone is usually destructive or harmful. But show me one person who has achieved greatness, extraordinary success without being obsessed at some level. I dare you. You simply cannot do it. Any individual or group that has accomplished something significant was completely obsessed with the idea of making it happen. Whether it was an artist, musician, inventor, businessman, businesswoman, change agent, philanthropist, a forward thinker. Look, their greatness, the products they created was a result of fixation, obsession, even an addiction to making something big happen. Someone once asked me, have you always been obsessed with success and work? I answered, absolutely not. At first, in the very beginning, I was completely obsessed until about the age of 10. Then I let go of it and didn't become so obsessed until again when I was 25. I've remained that way to some greater or lesser degree ever since the age of 25. And I must tell you, I regret those years I was not obsessed with my dreams and my goals. I can tell you that my life has gone much better since I've been passionate and always went better when I was completely obsessed by my dreams and my goals. Even when things went wrong, I was better off being obsessed. I recently saw a television interview with the Israeli president, Shimon Peres. Mr. Peres was 87 years old at the time and had done 900 interviews in the previous 18 months. His obsession with his mission makes him seem youthful and energetic despite his age. Even those who may not believe in his mission have to admire his commitment to his mission, which is evidenced by his claim that work is better than vacation, and it is important to have a purpose to wake up to each day. Countless truly successful people agree with the sentiment that their careers do not feel like work, but rather something they love to do. That is obsession at its best. Children are a wonderful example of inherent obsession. They are almost instantly fixated with any task they encounter, learning, mimicking, discovering, playing, and utilizing their full energy for whatever captures their interest in the moment. Unless some part of their development has been delayed or hampered, no child approaches his or her activities without thorough obsession and complete preoccupation, fixation with whatever it is they desire in that moment, be it a fat pacifier, a toy, food, daddy's attention, or an urgent need to be changed. In this way, we see how obsession is a natural human state. That's right, obsession is a natural human state. It doesn't become a problem until a parent, caretaker, or teacher, and eventually society as a whole, begins suppressing this fixation or obsession. They often make the child feel as if his or her commitment to a goal, any goal in fact, is wrong rather than something natural and very right. At this point, many children begin to assume that their interests, their intense interest in life, and their discovery for life, their innate commitment to being fully engaged is somehow wrong or unnatural. They have essentially been bullied by others who have long ago given up on their own obsessions in order to change the behavior of those still obsessed. This is when a person moves from higher levels of commitment and action and drops down into lower average levels of actions. Lest you think I'm talking about something with which I have no personal experience, I should tell you that I've just had my first child, and I will admit that although her obsessive nature rears its head at inconvenient times for me, I never want to suppress or stop that. It is my fervent wish that my daughter becomes obsessed with whatever her dreams are, that she never gives up achieving those dreams and then spends the rest of her life improving on them. I love the feeling that comes with being obsessed about an idea. I admire seeing others who are that fanatical and committed. Who isn't moved by people or groups that go after things in which they believe with their complete heart? Or who are so consumed by their ideas that they wake up to their dreams each day, work on them all day long, and then go to sleep and actually dream about them throughout the night? As soon as other people are able to see your intention, your conviction, and commitment in the passion of the individual's thoughts, ideas, and movements, they will get out of the way. I suggest that you become obsessed with the things you want. Otherwise, you're going to spend a lifetime being obsessed with making up excuses as to why you didn't get the life you wanted. It is unfortunate that people with this kind of voracious obsession and fierce drive, this fixation for success, are somehow categorized as off-balance, work-addicted, obsessive in a bad way, and a whole litany of other labels. Just imagine, what if the world saw a person's unwavering passion, undying obsession, and a bonfire-like desire to see their goals all the way through as gifts rather than as defects or diseases. Wouldn't we all accomplish more? Why do people have to turn a passion for excellence and an obsession to succeed into something negative? It's interesting, however, that once the obsessed finally do become successful, they're no longer labeled as crazy, but instead become geniuses, exceptions to the rule, and extraordinary. What if the world admired, expected, and even demanded that we each operate every single day with an obsessive focus on our goals and dreams? What if we actually punished the people who didn't act with obsessive passion, commitment, and we then rewarded those who saw their projects all the way through to success? Our society would be overwhelmed with inventions, solutions, new products, and higher levels of efficiency. What if the world encouraged obsession instead of judging it and mislabeling it? What if the only thing standing in the way of your greatness was that you just had to go after it obsessively, persistently, and as though your life depended on it? Well, it does. Would human beings have made it into space if a team of people hadn't been obsessed with making it into space? Can a country become great without its leaders being obsessed with greatness? Would any remarkable leader water down his or her dreams and encourage the team to adopt a take it or leave it attitude? Look, of course not. Do you want your team drugged, lethargic, and robotic, or obsessed with positive outcome and victory? Never cut anything, never dilute greatness, never pull back on your horsepower, and never put a limit on your ambition, your drive, and your passion. Demand obsession of yourself and all those around you. Never make it wrong to be obsessed. Instead, make it your goal. Obsession is what you will need to set 10x goals and then to follow them up with 10x actions. Remember as well that making your goal too small won't allow you to gather the right fuel or take the right amount of action to break through the resistance, competition, and changing conditions. Nothing great will ever happen without someone becoming obsessed with the concept and then staying obsessed while approaching each task, each challenge, and each moment as vital, necessary, and a must. The ability to be obsessed is not a disease. It's a gift. Exercise. I want you to write down the names of 3 people that you know have been obsessed and then later did something great. Number 2, what good thing do you need to be obsessed about again in your life? Number 3, why is it better to be obsessed than not be obsessed? And number 4, what goal would cause you to become obsessed? Chapter 13, go all in and overcommit. Now that I hopefully have rehabilitated your opinion about the nature of obsession, let's discuss what we have to do to get you all in on every action and fully commit to every opportunity. You know, most people are familiar with this all-in concept as a poker term. It's what takes place when a player puts all of his chips at risk and either gets knocked out or doubles up. Though I'm not talking about money or chips here, I'm referring to a much more important bet: your efforts, creativity, energy, your ideas, and persistence. Massive action is not like a poker table. You never run out of action chips in life. You never can use up all your energy and effort by committing yourself fully. The most valuable chips you have are not money. It's your mindset, your actions that's persistent and creativity. See, you can go all in with energy as many times as you want, because even if you fail, you can keep going all in. Most of society discourages the all-in mentality because we are taught to play it safe and not put everything at risk. We're encouraged to conserve and protect ourselves from losses rather than to go for the big payoff. Look, the giants on this planet are willing to make the big plays. They're willing to go all in. This mindset is yet again based on the myth that your energy, your creativity, and your efforts are material things with limited quantities that can't be replaced, but it's not true. There are certain things in life that do have limits, but you don't unless you impose limits on yourself. It's vital that you get your head completely reworked about taking action and that you understand there is no limit to how many times you can continue to take new action. Look, you can fail or succeed as many times as you want and then do it over and over again. Also, you can't ever hit it out of the park if you don't initially make contact and swing for the fences. And you will never hit it big if you don't discipline yourself to be all in when you don't take action. We have all heard the fable of the tortoise and the hare. The implied lesson, of course, is that the tortoise wins because he plods along and takes his time, whereas the hare rushes, becomes tired, and misses his opportunity to win. We're supposed to derive from this beautiful little fable that we should become tortoises, individuals who approach our goals steadily and slowly. If there was a third player, however, in the fable, who had the speed of the hare and the steadfastness of the tortoise, he would smoke them both and have no competition. See, the fable would then be called Smoked. The suggestion here is to approach your goals like the tortoise and the hare, by attacking them ruthlessly from the beginning and also staying with them throughout the course of the race until finality. Remember, there are no shortages of how many times you can get up and continue. There's no failure unless you quit. It is impossible for you to use up or exhaust all your energy. It is impossible for you to exhaust your creativity. It is impossible for you to run out of ideas. Look, you can never lose the ability to come up with new dreams. There is no shortage on this. You'll always be able to create more energy, to think creatively, to look at a situation or event differently, to give someone another call, to use another tactic, or act with more persistence. There will always be another hand for you to play. There will always be another day and another chance. If the bank you are working with continues to refill you with new supplies of energy, creativity, and persistence, then why not go all in on every hand? Entrepreneurs, and especially salespeople, suffer most when they fail to go all in, a topic discussed in my first book, Sell to Survive. Many sales professionals give themselves much more credit for trying to close the deal than they actually deserve, and they think they're doing so much more often than they actually are. In reality, most salespeople never even ask for the order the first time, much less 5, 6, or 7 times. My company was recently hired to conduct a mystery shop campaign that validated this. We did this work for an international company to identify where the breakdowns in their sales process were occurring. We were trying to collect information on where the franchises needed the most help. We visited more than 500 locations to see what percentage of the time the sales force was able to position the client to even ask for the order the first time. To the company's amazement, 63% of the locations shopped never even presented the client with a proposal to purchase, much less ask them to buy. This company was about to spend millions of dollars on customer satisfaction and product training programs, when in reality, this is not their problem. The franchises and their sales team feared failure and rejection and were not even playing in the hand, much less going all in. Look, if a client comes to you and you get a chance to get in front of a client and talk about your product, but never then present a proposal to that client, I assure you, you will not get the business 100% of the time. Society has successfully taught most of us to play it safe rather than to go all in with every customer in every opportunity every time. This is perpetuated in the business world with things like closing ratios, which supposedly reflect the success rate of a salesperson. I'll tell you what I do. I'm willing to go for it with every customer every time and have the lowest closing ratio of everyone, but I'll have the highest production. All in, man, all in. I don't care how many times I bust out. I'll just reload my chips and play again. See, I can't go broke. Think about it. What's the worst thing that can happen to you if you just totally go for it? You may lose the customer, but so what? You still have unlimited resources to give it your all with your next client. You have everything to gain and you have nothing to lose. You simply have to rethink your approach. This brings me to the topic of overcommitting, another frowned upon and misunderstood issue in business today. How many times have you been told to undercommit and overdeliver? I have never heard anything so backward and ridiculous in my life. Let's say you're putting on a Broadway show that you're advertising to the public. Should you announce that you have a mediocre cast with just average singing ability and then wait until opening night to overdeliver? Of course not. See, this phrase of undercommit and overdeliver suggests that overcommitting, or at the very least fully committing, somehow puts you in danger. If you're then not able to deliver as promised, supposedly, you'll leave the other party dissatisfied. Well, hey, why not overcommit in your promise and then exceed by over-delivering? Tell everyone about your spectacular Broadway cast and compel them to show up. Overcommit and over-deliver. I find that the greater the commitment I make to a client, the higher my level of delivery naturally becomes. It is as though I'm promising to both them and myself to reach a new level of what I can and am willing to do for them. The more energy I devote to the market, the more energy I devote to my clients or my family, the more intent I am upon delivering exactly what I said I was going to deliver. This, of course, goes back to acting with 10x effort rather than 1x effort. It's easy for someone to claim to be giving 110%, but then fail to fully commit in the first place, either because the person is playing it safe or they're afraid he or she won't perform to the level necessary. A common problem faced by most businesses is increasing appointments in order to present or show your product or idea to clients. The more appointments you could actually present to, the more appointments you could get, the more product you could show, the more successful you'd be. This is an experience that many businesses and individuals have. People who request an appointment, you're asking to get an appointment from someone, you're not willing to overcommit to the person who has to give up his or her valuable time in order to see you. Look, you need to make grand claims. You need to overcommit. You need to make extreme promises that will immediately separate you from the other masses of people that are trying to get appointments as well. And this will therefore force you to deliver at 10x levels. The only way to increase appointments and solve your business problem is to increase the number of people with whom you speak and then amplify the reason why this person should give you their time. The same goes for every step of the sales process. Whether it involves follow-ups, flyers, regular mails, emails, social media, phone calls, personal visits, events, meetings, or whatever action you're taking, dude, got to overcommit. Overcommit your energy, your resources, your creativity, and your persistence. Know that you're all in on every activity, every time you take an action, every day you're in business. Now, you might worry, as so many people do, about being able to deliver. And that is certainly a problem. However, as we discussed earlier, you need new problems. They're signs that you're making progress and heading in the right direction. Remember, new problems means you're moving in the right direction. Learn to commit first and figure out how to show up later. That's right. Commit first all the way and then figure out how to show up later. You will. Most people simply never bother to perform and instead spend their time trying to wrap their heads around things that may never happen to them. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do when I get there? Don't worry about it. Commit first. Anyone who doesn't face new problems, but who instead grapples with the same old little problems his or her whole life isn't moving forward. Simply put, if you're not creating new problems for yourself, then you're not taking enough action. You need to face new issues and new dilemmas that will challenge you to find and create new solutions. Wouldn't it be nice if you had too many people to see at 2 p.m.? Or if you had a line outside your restaurant because there were so many people waiting for a table? Wouldn't those be good problems? You know, one of the major differences between successful and unsuccessful people is that the former look for problems to resolve, whereas the latter, the unsuccessful, actually make every attempt to avoid problems. So remember, overcommit, be all in, and take massive levels of action, follow up by massive amounts of more actions. You'll create new problems, and I promise you, you will deliver at levels that will not just amaze your clients, but will amaze you. Exercise. What does it mean to you to go all in? Why do most members of society discourage going all in? What is the reason why salespeople fail? Fill in the following. If you blank commit and blank deliver, you'll make yourself grow because blank. And lastly, why do you want new problems? Chapter 14. Expand, never contract. As of the writing of this book, our country is still experiencing very serious economic stress. Unemployment numbers and financial uncertainty are reaching heights not seen since the Great Depression. During major economic contractions like these, the world becomes convinced to reduce, save, to be careful, and stay cautious. Although this mindset focuses on self-preservation and protection of assets, it is the very kind of thinking that will guarantee you never get what you want. And although the majority of the world has entered a state of contraction, small percentages of people and companies are still capitalizing by expanding. These people and companies understand that these times of tightening by the masses are unique opportunities to take from those who are taking a defensive posture because they're reducing their spending. Because contracting is a form of retreating, it violates the concept of the 10X rule, which demands that you continue to act, produce, and create in massive quantities, regardless of the situations or the economic circumstances. Now, I will admit that it can be very, very difficult and counterintuitive to expand while others are promoting that you should protect yourself. However, it's an approach you must adopt in order to take advantage of opportunity. Remember, regardless of what is happening in the world at any given moment, most people are not taking massive action. Although there are, of course, times when you must defend, retreat, and conserve, you should only do this for very short periods of time and only in order that you prepare yourself to reinforce and attack again. You must never contract as a continued business effort. Although we frequently seem to hear reports of companies that fail because they expanded too fast, the case for many of them probably wasn't so simple. Most companies fail not because they stay on the offensive, but because they don't properly prepare themselves for expansion and cannot dominate their sector. The idea of constant, unwavering expansion is counterintuitive. It's even unpopular. However, it will separate you from the rest of the pack more than any other single activity. The task of expanding when others are contracting should not be reduced to some simplistic concept. This is a very difficult discipline to apply in the real world. Yet once you get into the groove of making it your innate, natural method of responding, the ability to continuously, relentlessly attack any activity will give way to forward movement. Any disagreement with this comes because most people only attack to the point where they meet resistance, and then they back off. It's kind of like challenging the schoolyard bully and then running away. It always turns out badly. If you approach trials in this way, challenges, the market, your client, and your competition, they're not going to believe that you're committed to a persistent attack. Therefore, they will threaten or criticize you, and then you're going to back off. Look, you'll figure in your own mind that it didn't work. But the only reason why it didn't work is because you didn't stick with your attack. You didn't stick with it long enough for the market, your clients, and your competition to submit to your effort. Repeated attacks over extended periods of time will always prove successful. You must implement the tactic of expansion, persistent expansion, regardless of whether the economy and your surroundings are encouraging. I say this because we live in a society that promotes contraction most of the time. And when it does support expansion, it's typically too late in the cycle. Hence, the recent real estate meltdown. News of contraction should serve as an indicator for you to do the contrary. You never want to blindly follow the masses. They're almost always wrong. Instead of following the pack, lead the pack. The way out is to expand, to push, to take action, to lead, regardless of what others are saying and doing. I watched others in the same sector I work in start to cut their staff and their promotion dollars during the Great Recession, which served as a green light for me to augment my own forces. I didn't cut employees. I didn't cut promotional spending. Instead, I increased both. Even though I saw our revenue shrink like the rest of the world's, I opted to cut my own salary because the money wasn't there as an alternative and then redirected those monies to promote my business, to keep staff on, to build new products. This helped me to increase my footprint and take market share from the organizations that were retreating. In fact, I spent more money on advertising, marketing, and promotion in the course of the 18 months than I had in the previous 18 years. I realized how counterintuitive this was and is for most people. And I fully admit it was terrifying. It was scary. Every night I went to bed wondering if I was doing the right thing, second guessing my every action. Yet I knew that if I could continue, if I could persist to keep pushing forward while they retreated, tremendous ground would be gained. Even more important than the money I spent were the demands I put on my staff at the same time, and especially the demands I started to put on myself to repeatedly expand the use of our most valuable resources, not money, but energy, creativity, persistence, and contacting our clients. By doing so, we immediately increased production outflow in every area. Phone calls out, emails out, e-newsletters, social media posts, personal visits, speaking engagements, teleconference, webinars, Skypes, everything. Babe, we just poured it on. Over that 18-month period, over a year and a half, I then published 4 books, introduced 4 new sales programs, produced more than 700 segments of training material for a virtual training site that we created. I delivered 600 radio interviews. I wrote more than 150, probably closer to 200 articles or blog entries, and made thousands of personal phone calls. While the rest of the world withdrew, we expanded on every front possible. Pretty much everyone in the world was being convinced that the only saving grace at that time was to save, and so they did. It's always intriguing to me that when people start saving money, they immediately begin saving everything else, almost automatically. This is very important to understand. It's as though the mind is unable to distinguish between saving paper bills or numbers in a bank, what you call money, and not also save creativity, save their energy, save their persistence, and save all their effort. They seem to do all at the same time. The whole world in this 18-month period of time, still going on today, the whole world started to hold back on expenditure of not just dollars, but their effort, while just a few people like myself, the obsessed, expanded. Who do you think comes out on top in those moments? People have asked me in my seminars how and why I decided to expand at a time where things were so uncertain. And my answer to them was always, look, I'd rather die in expansion than die in contraction. I'd rather fail pushing forward than fail in a retreat. Consider this yourself. At which of the 4 degrees of action introduced in Chapter 7 do you choose to operate? If you're going to die, which one do you want to die at? If you allow the economy to determine your choice and which action you'll take, you will never, ever be in control of your own economy. The solution? Get off your sofa, get out of your home, and make your way into the market. Get in front of your clients, seek out new opportunities, seek out old opportunities, show them that you're advancing into the market. Only retreat briefly, only long enough to shore up your resources so that you can prepare for what? To expand again with more action, more energy, more effort, and more persistence. Your energy, efforts, creativity, and personality are worth more than the dollars that men create and machines print. And although spending money is the most common way for a business to expand, it is certainly not the only way. And it is not nearly as valuable as a human being or a group of human beings taking 10x actions consistently and persistently. Remember 10x, baby. You want to expand with the goal of dominating your sector and getting attention by taking massive action. Only then will you be able to expand your contacts, your influences, your connections, and visibility with the goal, with the obsession of creating new problems. You will then continue to expand until everyone, including your supposed competitors, knows you are the dominant 10x player in the market, and they will always associate your name with what it is they do. Exercise. What are some ways you can expand that only require energy and creativity, but not money? I mentioned that there's only one time when you should contract. What was it? And for how long? When have you ever benefited from contraction? Has it ever benefited you? I want you to write those down. And lastly, when have you expanded your efforts and what results did you see? Chapter 15, burn the place down. Once you take 10x actions and start getting traction, you must continue to add wood to your fire until you either start a brush fire or a bonfire or, hey, burn the place down. Don't rest and don't stop, ever. I learned this the hard way after achieving a lot of success and then resting on my laurels for a moment. This is a commonly made mistake. Do not do it. Keep stacking wood until the fire is so hot and burns so brightly that not even your competitors, not even market changes can put the fire out. Your fire has to continue to be stoked, and that means more wood, more fuel, and in your case, more actions. Once you start operating like this, it will become almost second nature to continue because you're going to be winning. You're going to continue with new actions. It's easiest and most natural to continue taking massive actions when you are winning, and winning is only possible with more massive actions. When you begin to see things heat up, you'll quickly become aware, even obsess with the possibilities before you, and will start to see new levels of positive results. Your actions will start to perpetuate themselves like a flywheel that, once it gets going, continues going by itself. Newton talked about the law of inertia. An object in motion continues to stay in motion. Hey, keep taking action until you can't stop your forward momentum. You might even find yourself operating on less sleep, less food, because you're literally subsisting on your adrenaline generated by your victories. It will be about this time that people will start offering you their admiration and then their advice. Now, be particularly aware or wary of those who suggest that you've done enough, or who advise you to take a little rest, or, hey, it's time to take a vacation. Now is not the time for rest and celebration or vacations. It's time for more action. Andy Grove, one of the Intel Corporation's first employees, coined the saying, "Only the paranoid survive." And although I'm not recommending that you spend your entire career in a state of paranoia, I do believe that you must stay committed to taking action. Even after achieving success along the way, continue to take more actions in order to achieve and exceed your goals. The time to celebrate or take vacations will come. Right now, you must keep adding wood until the fire's burning so hot that no one and nothing can put out your success. One of the problems with success is that it demands continuous attention. Success tends to bless those who are most committed to giving it the most attention. Success is somewhat like a lawn or a garden. No matter how green it gets or how beautiful the flowers, you must continue to tend it. You have to keep mowing, trimming, edging, watering, and planting. Otherwise, your grass will turn brown and the flowers will die. That's the case for success. There's no retreating for those who want to create it and keep it. Look, it's a myth to believe that the successful get to kick back and stop making the very efforts that brought them their fulfillment in the first place. Always keep the 4 actions: doing nothing, retreating, taking an average amount of action, and taking massive action. Keep them in mind. The 10X rule means you're going to create success in quantities great enough that you're constantly in total control. The wannabes and people who get close are the ones who quit. They quit adding wood and they back off. Massive action is designed to move you past your peers, past the wannabes, and off the treadmill. The best way to quit worrying about your competition, the best way to eliminate uncertainty, is to build a fire so large and so hot that everyone in the world, even your competition, comes to sit by your fire for warmth. Keep in mind, most competition is created by those who are unwilling to operate at the higher levels of action, those who are merely imitating the efforts of others. There can never be enough wood on your fire. You can never take too much action or accumulate too much success. There is no such thing as being talked or written about excessively, being covered too frequently, or receiving too much authority, or working too much. These are simply claims that mediocre people make in order to justify their own decision to be happy with the status quo. How can you ever take too much action when you have an endless ability to create new action? Look at the big players on this planet. None of them ever run out of energy, effort, people, ideas, or resources. They enjoy the gifts of abundance because they create abundance in their enterprises. So instead of resenting these people, hating them, admire and emulate them. If you do, you'll find that the more you commit to new actions, the more creative you will become. It is though your imagination opens up, new possibilities pour out from new commitments. It is not even necessarily the creativity that is so brilliant, but the ability to take massive action that prompts the brilliance. I recently met with a very, very high-profile PR firm in Los Angeles whose members suggested in this meeting that I might possibly or should be concerned with the concept of overexposure, something I thought was an extremely strange concept. The notion of overexposure, I'm sure you've heard this, the idea that you can see or hear about someone too much or about a product too much. This is based on a concept that a person doesn't continue to generate new ideas and new products. The underlying belief is that an overexposed person or an overexposed product will somehow lose its value. But consider the following. Coca-Cola is known by almost everyone on planet Earth. You can find Coca-Cola's products in almost every store, bar, airplane, and hotel in the world. Is it overexposed? Should it hide its products? Should the company hold back in fear that Coca-Cola will lose its value because too many people are hearing about it, it's too easy to get, or maybe too many people are using it? This seems to be fairly ridiculous to me. And there are countless other examples of products and companies that prove this point. Microsoft, Starbucks, McDonald's, Wells Fargo, Google, Fox TV, Marlboro, Walgreens, Exxon, Apple, Toyota, even some athletic and celebrity personalities. Overexposure for most of you is not the problem. Obscurity is the problem. Remember, if you don't know me, then it doesn't matter how good my product is or how low my price is. Remember, if you don't know or know about me, then it doesn't matter how good my product is or how much it will do for you or how low the price is. And even if overexposure was a true problem, which is not, look, I'd still rather be overexposed than face obscurity. The sad but true fact is that most people don't even get in the neighborhood of overexposure. Most people never get inspired enough to build a bonfire so hot that others come to it. They're either miseducated, socially programmed to settle for less, or fear that their actions will somehow get them out of control. I promise you, this will not happen to you. You must build your fire so big and so hot that you not only burn the house down, at least willing to burn the house down, but you incinerate everything in your path. Go all the way, go all in, and then keep going all in until your fire burns so hot that people stand around your fire in admiration of your ability to take action. Don't worry about the resistance you're afraid you'll face from either the market or your competitors. They'll get out of your way once they see you're a force to be reckoned with. Exercise. What is the fire that you've always wanted to start and need to add wood to? What 3 things could you do to add wood to that fire today? Who can you get support from in order to continue stoking your fire? Chapter 16. Fear is the great indicator. Sooner or later, you will experience fear when you start taking new actions at new levels. In fact, if you aren't, then you're probably not doing enough of the right things. Fear isn't bad or something to be avoided. Conversely, it's something you want to seek and then to embrace. Fear is actually a sign that you're doing what is needed to move in the right direction. Look, an absence of concerns should signal that you are only doing that which you're comfortable with. And that will only get you more of what you have right now. As strange as it may sound, you want to be scared until you have to push yourself to new levels to experience new fears again. In fact, the only thing that scares me is a complete lack of fear. What is fear anyway? I mean, really, does it even exist? Is it real? I know it feels real when you're experiencing it, but admit it, most of the time, what you fear doesn't even occur. It's been said that fear stands for false events appearing real, which aptly implies that most of what you're afraid of doesn't even come to pass. Fear, for the most part, is provoked by emotions, not rational thinking. And in my humble estimation, emotions are wildly overrated and the scapegoat many people use for their failure to act. But regardless of whether you agree with my opinion on emotions, you must reframe your understanding of this one emotion called fear and use fear as a reason to move forward rather than as an excuse to stop or retreat. Use this frequently avoided feeling as a green light, this thing called fear. Use it as a green light to signal you of what you should do. Chances are that when you were a child, you found fear in irrational things, the boogeyman under the bed, for example. It was an indicator to check your closet and the dark corners of your room to see what was lurking. But as all children eventually find, the boogeyman does not exist anywhere except in the child's mind. Adults have their own boogeyman, the unknown, rejection, failure, fear of success, and on and on. And these boogeymen should be a sign to take action as well. For example, if you're afraid to call a client, then it's that sign that you should call that client. Fear of speaking with the boss is an indication you should march into his office and ask for a moment of his time. Fear of requesting the client's business means that you must ask for the client's business and then keep asking. The 10X rule compels you, forces you to separate yourself from everyone else in the market. And you do that by, as I emphasized earlier, doing what others refuse to do. Remember, only actions. Only in this way will you distinguish yourself and dominate your sector. Everyone experiences fear on some level. And because the marketplace is composed of other people experiencing fear, interacting with both products and one another, look, the market will face fear in the same way that you and your peers do. But rather than seeing fear as a sign to run, as most other people in the market will, it must become your indicator to move, to go forward. Now, I handled this dilemma myself by omitting time from the equation, since time actually fuels fear. It drives fear. The more time you devote to the object of your apprehension, the stronger the fear becomes. So what I do is I starve my fear of its favorite food, time, by removing time from its menu. For example, let's say that John needs to make a call to a client, a task that immediately causes him to feel anxiety. Rather than picking up the phone and making the call immediately, John goes and gets a cup of coffee and thinks about what he's going to say or do. His lengthy contemplation only causes the fear to grow as he imagines all the ways the call could go badly and then all the potentially terrible things that might happen. If confronted, he's likely to claim that he needs to prepare before he makes the call, but preparation is merely an excuse for those who haven't been trained properly and who use it as a reason to justify their last-minute reluctance. You know what John needs to do is John needs to take a deep breath, pick up the phone, and make the call. Last-minute preparation is just another way to feed fear that will only get stronger as time is added. Nothing happens without action. Fear doesn't just tell you what to do, it also tells you when to do it. Ask yourself, what time is it at any point in the day? And the answer is always the same. The time is now. The time is always now. And when you experience fear, it's a sign that the best time to take action is at that very moment. Most people will never follow through with their goals when enough time has passed from the inception of their idea to actually doing something about that idea. However, if you remove time, when you remove time from that process, you'll be ready to fire. There's simply no other choice than to act. There's no need to prepare. It's too late at that moment once you've gotten this far. Now, the only thing that will make a difference in that moment of fear is action. Everyone has had the experience of failing to do something they wanted to do. Perhaps by the time you got yourself ready to do something, someone else had taken action already. And now, that's what you're regretting. Failure comes in many forms. It occurs whether you act or you don't act. Regardless of the outcome, I would say it's far preferable to fail while doing something than to fail by over-preparing while someone else walks up and scoops up your dreams. This scenario occurs in business every day. People give their fears much more time than they deserve. They feed it with time. They wait to make the personal visit. They wait to make the phone call. They wait to write the email or present their proposal because they're afraid of the outcome. Look, countless individuals share the same excuses for why it is not a good time to take action. The client's leaving town. The client just got back in town. It's the end of the month. It's the beginning of the month. The client's been in meetings all day. They're about to go into a meeting. They just bought something. They don't have the budget. They're cutting back. Business is bad. There's been a change in management or staff. I don't want to bug them. They never return my phone calls anyway. No one else can sell them. They're unrealistic. I don't know what to say. I'm not ready yet. I just called them yesterday, and on and on. Look, all the excuses in the world will not change one simple fact. That fear is a sign to do whatever it is you fear, and do it quickly. My wife tells me all the time, "You seem fearless. How do you do that? I want to be fearless like you." The truth is, actually quite the contrary. I am scared most of the time. However, I refuse to feed fear with time and allow it to get stronger on me. I opt instead to get things done quickly as fast as possible. I've learned that it's simply better for me to take the quick approach even if I'm unprepared. You will experience the same thing when you're finally able to take the plunge, man. Just push through the fear. In fact, you'll be amazed how much stronger you become over time and how much more confident you are to do new things. Taking massive action quickly and repeatedly will ensure that you appear fearless in the marketplace. The person who takes action on whatever he or she fears the most will be the person who advances his or her cause the most. Let the rest of the marketplace submit to anxiety and prepare unnecessarily for false events appearing real. Look, you got a job to do. Remember, fear is one of the most disabling emotions a human being can experience. It immobilizes people, and often it ultimately prevents them from going for their goals and their dreams. Everyone fears something in life. However, it's what each of us do with that fear that distinguishes us from the others. When you allow fear to set you back, you lose energy, you lose momentum, and you lose confidence, and your fears only grow. Have you ever watched some kind of performer eat fire? It appears that the trick here is to completely exhaust the oxygen that the fire requires for life. When the fire eater pulls away too early, the oxygen refuels the fire, which will then, of course, burn the fire eater. The same is true with fear. If you back off from it, even the slightest bit, if you give it even the slightest bit of oxygen that it needs to stay alive, it will get bigger. So commit yourself entirely. Remove time from the equation, and you will snuff out your fears and be able to take more action. Eat your fears. Don't feed them by backing off or giving them time to grow. Eat them. Learn to look for them and use fear so that you know exactly what you need to do to overcome them and then advance your life. Every successful person I know of has used fear as an indicator to determine which actions will provide them with the greatest return. I use fear in my own life every chance I get to remain aware that I'm growing and expanding myself. Look, if you're not experiencing fear, you're not taking new action and you're not growing. It's as simple as that. It does not take money or luck to create a great life. It requires the ability to move past your fears with speed and power. Fear, like fire, is something from which you should never pull away. Rather, it should be something you use to fuel the actions of your life. Exercise. What are your 3 biggest fears? Number 2, whom do you fear contacting who could help you or improve your business? And number 3, what did you learn about fear in this chapter? Chapter 17, the myth of time management. I should begin this chapter by admitting that I do not consider myself a great manager by any means. Neither have I been a great planner. In fact, I've never even written a business plan in my life for any of my businesses. However, I've always been able to effectively manage myself well enough to build multiple companies from scratch that are profitable. Time management has never been something I considered valuable for myself, even though I do spend time on those things that I think are most valuable. I often receive questions about time management and balance in my seminars. I have found throughout my career that the people who are most concerned with time management and balance in their lives are the very same people who believe in notions of shortages that we discussed in the earlier chapters. Most don't even know how much time is available to them or what tasks are most necessary to accomplish in the time they have. Look, if you don't know how much time you have or need, then how on earth can you expect to manage time and balance it? The first thing you must do is to make success your duty by setting distinct and definitive priorities. I can't do this for you. Of course, everyone's priorities are different. However, if success is a main concern for you, then I would suggest that you spend most of your time doing those things that will create success. Of course, I don't know what success means in your life. It could involve a variety of people and things, finances, family, happiness, spirituality, physical or emotional well-being, or if you're like me, it would include all of them. And remember, it can be all of them for you. I personally am not interested in balance in my life. I am interested in abundance in every area. I don't think I should have to sacrifice one in favor of another. Look, successful people think in terms of all, whereas unsuccessful tend to place limits on themselves and think in terms of one or the other. They may believe that if I'm rich, I can't be happy. Or if I thrive in my career, then I won't have time to be a good father, a good husband, or a spiritual person. In fact, It's interesting to me to notice that the people who put limits on them the most about what is available to them are also the most inclined to talk about balance. However, this is a flawed manner of thinking that neither time management nor balance will resolve. Look, as far as I'm concerned, it's pointless for people to worry about time management and balance. The question they should be asking is, how can I have it all in abundance? Successful people have attained the things they desire in quantities so great that no one can take them away from them. And how can a person consider him or herself successful if he or she isn't happy? What happiness is there in being unable to pay the bills or provide for your family or worry about your future? The moment you achieve one goal you've set for yourself, then it's time to establish a new target. Quit thinking in terms of either or and start thinking in terms of all and everything. That's right. Quit thinking in terms of either or and start thinking in terms of all and everything. As I was writing this, a client sent me a message asking, "Man, do you ever rest?" I jokingly wrote him back seconds later, "Never." I do, of course, like every other human being. However, I know how much time is available to me. I know what my priorities are, and I know it is my duty, my obligation, and my responsibility to go after them in the time I have. I challenge you. I challenge you to keep track of how you're first spending your time, your available time, and maybe journal it. Most people have no clue what they even do with their time, but then complain that they don't have enough time. Did you know that every single person has 168 hours in a week? And based on a typical 40-hour work week, the average U.S. employee only works 37 and a half hours of the 168 hours available, with 30 minutes for lunch each day. And it's pretty unlikely that most people actually even work the average 37 and a half hours. In fact, the average individual spends 22.3% of his or her available time at work, 33.3% asleep, and 16.6% in front of a TV or online. And those comparisons assume that the person spends 100% of his or her time at work actually working. Then these very same people worry about balance and time management. But an imbalance is always going to occur when you don't do enough with the time you have. While most people claim to value time, most, in fact, don't seem to know very much about time. Like, who creates time? Do you create your own time, or does someone else do that for you? What can you do to create more time? What does the expression "time is money" mean? How do you treat time to make sure your time is money? What is the most important thing that you should do with your time? See, all these questions are worthy of your consideration and require your attention in order for you to maximize time. Now, let's assume that you have 75 years to live in this lifetime. That's approximately 657,000 hours, or 39,420,000 minutes. Take any given day of the week. You have an average of 3,900 Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, etc. Now, here's the scary part of it. If you're 37 years old as you listen to this, then did you know you only have 1,950 Wednesdays left? What if you only had $1,950 left in your bank? Would you watch it slip away, or would you do whatever you could to increase it? I believe that I can do more with 1,950 weeks than most people will ever do. The only way to increase time is to get more done in the time you have. Look, if I could get 15 phone calls done in 15 minutes and you get 15 phone calls done in 1 hour, then I've essentially created 45 minutes for myself. In this way, the 10X rule makes it possible to multiply time. That's right. The 10X rule makes it possible to actually multiply and control time. If I hire someone and pay that person $15 an hour to make 15 calls every 15 minutes, then I duplicated my efforts, and my time then becomes money. To really understand, manage, maximize, and squeeze every opportunity out of the time you have to fully understand and appreciate how much time you have available. You must first take control of your time, not allow others to do so. If you listen to people discuss the topic of time, especially in regards to the amount they have at work, you'll probably hear a lot of complaining. People act as though work is something to get through, yet in reality, they spend very little of their time at work. Most people only work enough to make it feel like work, whereas successful people work at a pace that gets such satisfying results that work is a reward. Truly successful people don't even call it work. For them, it's a passion, a hobby, something they want to do. Why? Because they do it enough to win. An easy way to achieve balance is to simply work harder while you're at the office. This won't just leave you with more time. It will allow you to experience the rewards of your job and make it feel less like work and more like success. Try to take this approach. Be grateful to go to work and see how much you can get done in the time you have. Make it a race, a challenge. Make it fun. The first thing you do when managing time and seeking balance is to decide what is important for you. In which areas do you want to achieve success and in what quantities? Write down those things in order of importance. Then determine the total amount of time you have available and decide where you're going to allot time to each of these endeavors. Another thing to do is log how you are spending your time daily. And I mean every single second. This will allow you to see all the ways in which you are wasting time, those little bad habits and those activities that in no way can contribute to your success. Any action that is not adding wood to your fire should be considered wasteful. Think Xbox, online poker, watching television, napping, drinking, taking smoking breaks. The potential list is endless. Brutal, isn't it? Yes, it is. But look, if you don't manage your time, I promise you that you'll waste your time. Of course, things will change throughout the course of your life and in your career. You'll get older. You achieve and then generate new goals. Different things and people will enter your world. All these changes require that you continue to modify your priorities. For example, I listened for years to parents who told me I didn't understand how to balance work with family because I didn't have children of my own. Well, I recently had my first child, most assuredly an event that demands more of my time, and was able to experience this for myself. What I found was not a problem with balance or work, but rather a solution based on priorities. My daughter merely gave me another reason to create success, not an excuse to avoid working more. She is sheer motivation for me to do well because now I'm doing it for her as well as for myself. Look, you can't blame your family for keeping you from creating the success you deserve. They should be the reason you want to succeed at a bigger level. It might seem difficult, but there are always ways to make things work. Get yourself and your family members on a schedule that allows you to do those things that are a priority for you and them. For example, my solution when I had my daughter was to add 1 hour to each of my days in order to spend time with my daughter. My wife and I met and we created a schedule that will allow me to have time with my daughter and my wife and not negatively impact the work schedule, the production schedule that provides for our financial success. The first thing my wife and I did was build our daughter's sleep schedule around our priorities. We agreed that I would get up 1 hour earlier each day and take my daughter on an outing, just me and her. This would ensure that I would have quality time when I'm home with my daughter before I go to the office and before I become consumed by the day's events. It also would allow my wife some extra time to sleep in. Now, I've been doing this with my daughter since she was about 6 months old, and it works beautifully. Each morning, I take my daughter to the grocery store with me and introduce her to all the people who work there at the grocery store. When I get back from our outing, the rest of the day is mine to produce in the business world uninterrupted. Because I get my daughter up so early, we're then in a position to put her to bed before 7 p.m. each night. Then my wife and I are able to spend quality time at the end of the day, not interrupted by a young child. We understand that this system will continue to change as my daughter grows older and that alterations will have to be made in it. However, the point is that we're controlling our time rather than just haphazardly trying to manage time. Our decision to set priorities and commit to a solution lets us be the boss, owners, the controllers of our own time. The busier you become in life, the more you have to manage, control, and prioritize. Although I certainly don't have this to some scientific formula that will magically make this easier, I can tell you one thing. If you start with a commitment to success and then agree to control time, you will create an agenda that will accommodate how you use time. You have to decide first how you're going to use your time. You must command, control, and squeeze every second of it in order to increase your footprint and dominate the marketplace. Get everyone necessary, your family, your colleagues, your associates, employees, to recognize and agree upon those priorities which are most important to you. If you don't do this, you will have people with different agendas pulling you in all sorts of directions. My schedule works for me because everyone in my life, from my wife to the people who work with me, know what is most important to me and understands how I value time. This allows us to handle everything else that comes our way. In our culture, we're frequently encouraged to slow down, relax, take it easy, find balance, and just be happy with where we are and then with what we have. Although this can sound great in theory, it can be very difficult for people who abandon every decision to ever be in control of their lives. Look, most people can't simply relax and take it easy since they never do enough to free themselves of the meager existence that comes as a result of mediocre actions. Work should provide a purpose, a mission, and a sense of accomplishment. These things are vital to every single person's mental, emotional, and physical well-being. People who promote the New Age, esoteric advice to slow it down, take it easy, are encouraging a mindset that isn't doing anyone any good. Consider the types of traits this thinking has created in people: laziness, procrastination, a lack of urgency, sloth, tendency to blame others, irresponsibility, entitlement, excuses, and the expectation that it's up to someone else to solve our problems. Wake up. No one's going to save you. No one is going to take care of your family or your retirement. No one is going to make things work out for you. The only way to do so is to utilize every moment of every day at 10x levels. Only this will ensure that you accomplish your goals and your dreams. Happiness, security, confidence, and fulfillment come from utilizing your gifts and energy to achieve whatever you've decided is success for you. And it requires every bit of your time, which is yours and only yours to control. Exercise. How much time are you at work each day? Second part of this, what percentage of the time that you're at work does that represent of your total day? How much time do you spend on wasteful activities? TV, smoking, drinking, sleeping, oversleeping, getting coffee, having lunches, or meetings with no business opportunity? What are some of your time wasters? What has this chapter taught you about time? Chapter 18, criticism is a sign of success. Although getting criticized is certainly not the best feeling in the world, I have great news. Receiving criticism is a surefire sign that you're well on your way to success. Criticism is not something you want to avoid. Rather, it's what you must expect to come your way once you start hitting it big. Criticism is defined as the judgment of the merits and faults of the work or actions of one individual by another. Although criticizing doesn't necessarily mean to imply fault, the word is often taken to mean prejudice or disapproval. The dictionary, however, fails to include the following helpful bits of information. When you start taking the right amounts of action and therefore creating the right amounts of success for you, criticism is often not far behind. Of course, most people don't like being criticized. However, I have found that it comes as a natural result of getting attention. This may be why some people avoid attention in the first place, as an attempt to then dodge judgment or criticism. However, look, there's no way to achieve serious levels of success without getting attention. Yes, people will eye you and make it clear that they disapprove of what you're doing. Let's face it, no matter what choices you make in life, someone is going to criticize you somewhere along the way. Wouldn't you rather receive it from people who are jealous of your success than from your family or your boss or bill collectors for not taking enough action and creating enough success? Look, when you start taking enough action, it won't be long before you're judged by people who aren't taking enough action. If you're generating substantial success, people will start to pay attention to you. Some will admire you. Some will want to learn from you, but unfortunately, most will envy you and criticize you. These are the people whose excuses for not doing enough will morph into reasons why what you are doing is actually wrong. You need to expect and anticipate criticism as one of the signs of success. It will come when you start cranking at these 10x levels, often before your accomplishment is even evident. Beware. This criticism can come in many forms. It may first show up as advice from others. Why are you spending so much energy on that one client? He never buys anything. Or you might hear, you should really enjoy life more. It's not all work, These are the kinds of things that people start to say to you to make themselves feel better because your abundance of activity highlights their deficiency of activity. Remember, success is not a popularity contest. It is your duty, your obligation, and your responsibility. A buddy of mine who's in the fence business in Louisiana once admitted to me, "Grant, I don't want attention. The minute I get attention, the competitors start coming after me. I want to fly under the radar so no one knows what I'm doing." Now, although that's certainly one way to approach your success, you can't fly under the radar for too long and expect to ever make it to the top. Laying low in order to avoid attention and consequently criticism probably means that you're holding yourself back to some degree. Your fear of being attacked is keeping you from going for it completely. However, once the naysayers realize and acknowledge that you aren't going away and that your success is something they should imitate, not judge, they will give up and find someone else to criticize. Weak and overwhelmed individuals respond to others' success by attacking it with criticism. The moment you elect to dominate or acquire territory, you run the risk of becoming a target for these people. You see this in politics constantly. When neither side has any real solution, they merely distract all of us by just criticizing and laying into one another. It doesn't do anyone any good. Criticism of any individual or group should be a signal to the recipient that the person flinging mud is threatened by the entity he or she is actually belittling. People who habitually disparage others with criticism like this usually don't have a solution to their own situation except to degrade another. The only way to handle criticism is to foresee it as an element of your success formula. Much like fear, it's a sign that you're making the right moves in the right volumes, getting enough attention, and making a big enough splash. One of my clients recently called my company to complain that my staff was following up with him too aggressively. I called to ask him what the problem was. After listening to him malign my employees for doing what was essentially their job, I said to John, "Knock it off. These people are simply doing what they know is right because they know we can help you. The fact that you haven't made a decision to move forward and haven't pulled the trigger is what should be criticized here. But I will refrain from doing so because it won't do either of us any good. Now let's stop the negativity and do something positive to move your company forward." I then rewarded my staff for aggressively following up with my client. Receiving complaints about too much follow-up is an indication that my staff is moving in the right direction, not the wrong one. I refused to allow the client's protest to stop us and supported my staff in their efforts. We all understand at my office that criticism is part of the success cycle. I won't apologize for any employee of mine who is seeking success. And in case you're wondering, we did close the deal. This very same client now tells people with admiration and praise that those guys follow up like maniacs. When I finished college, I got a full-time sales job rather than taking a position in the area in which I had received my degree. Within a couple of years, my sales results had taken me to the very top 1% of all the salespeople in that industry and way ahead of the people with whom I worked directly. And if you think they didn't criticize me, well, think again. Of course they did. They made jokes about me, poked fun at me, tried to distract me, and even tried to convince me to cease the very actions that had gotten me to where I was. That's what lower performers do. That's what average performers do. They make others wrong for doing what is necessary in order to make themselves feel okay with what they're doing. The highest performers, the winners, respond by studying successful people and duplicating how successful people got successful. They train themselves to reach the top performer level. Because lower performers are not willing to step up and take responsibility to increase their production, they can only seek out to tear down those who are performing at the higher levels. When my book, If You're Not First, You're Last, hit the New York Times bestseller list, some of my supposed competition immediately began criticizing me. One person called the book's title arrogant. Another asked, "Who does Cardone think he is?" Yet another suggested I was getting too big for my own good, whatever the hell that means. One person even called to tell me to get a new editor because he claimed that the grammar was wrong. Did I pay attention to any of these comments? Not for a second. I had a New York Times bestseller. From what I can tell, criticism precedes admiration, and like it or not, goes hand in hand with success. First comes the criticism, then the admiration, and then the success. So keep pouring on the success, and sooner or later, the very same people who are putting you down will be admiring you for what you have done. Those who have initially judged your actions will later be singing your praises, just as long as you take the criticism as a sign of your growing success and keep the accelerator on your actions at 10x levels. After all, what better way to retaliate against criticism than to keep succeeding? Exercise. What have you learned about criticism now? 2. What criticism would you most like to hear from others? 3. Give 3 examples of when you have seen people go from criticizing others to then admiring them. Chapter 19. Customer satisfaction is the wrong target. The topic of criticism provides an appropriate segue into a discussion about what I believe to be the overused and abused concept of customer satisfaction. One of the first protests I hear from people to whom I promote the idea of 10x actions is their concern that customer satisfaction will somehow be damaged. They worry that if they and their company push too much or become overly aggressive, they'll somehow hurt their brand's reputation in the marketplace. Although I suppose that's possible, it's much more likely, due to the overabundance of products and organizations available today, that no one will even know about you or your company or notice your brand in the first place. The board of trustees of a national cable channel I was working with became concerned that a new show that the executives were very excited about did not fit the network's brand. I told them, if you don't start bringing TV to people's homes that is current and relevant and that people have to tune into, you ain't gonna have a brand to defend. When you fail to find supporters, establish customers, secure investors, and close the deal because you failed to do whatever it takes to get the job done, then you hide under the excuse of protecting your brand and customer satisfaction. You just as soon have a shovel in your hand and dig your own grave. Customer service is the wrong target. Increasing customers is the right target. This doesn't mean customer satisfaction isn't important. Everyone knows that customers have to be satisfied and happy in order for them to return and give a positive word of mouth to others. If your service or product or investment isn't built on satisfaction, you're a criminal. And this book will only land you in jail sooner or later. Make your primary focus commanding attention and generating new customers before you worry about making them happy. Let me explain simply. Customer satisfaction doesn't concern me and my company very much. Why? Because I know we over-deliver to our clients and provide customer service that is well beyond satisfactory. We over-deliver to every client, and we never say no until we absolutely have to. We don't even talk about customer satisfaction in my office. We do talk a lot about how to get more customers, because attracting customers to our program is the only way to increase customer satisfaction in the first place. Look, you get it? Increasing customer satisfaction is impossible without increasing customers. Whether someone signs up for our free tip of the week or buys a book for $30 or an audio program for $500 or gets involved in our long-term training contracts, or pays our company millions of dollars to customize a training program, either way, I'm over-delivering. I'm going to over-deliver what's expected. I only concern myself with getting more customers. Then I over-deliver to my clients always. I am most worried about non-customer satisfaction. That is, the people who are dissatisfied because they don't have my product and may not even know they're unhappy. I know that the only dissatisfied clients that we can have are those who don't have my products or who have them and are not using them correctly, or people that don't know me. We talk about how getting our clients to increase their usage in our material, our books, our programs, our systems, and our processes is the only way to increase customer satisfaction. Not getting a client or having a client use your products incorrectly are bigger outpoints than most of the ways that customer satisfaction is thought of. A customer getting the package a day late is an issue and should be handled. But look, the client who never buys your product suggests you have a real serious customer satisfaction problem because you never made the person a customer in the first place. The first problem you can easily fix. The second one will kill you. I seek out clients who are qualified to do business with us. I then attend to that individual or company until they agree to hire me, knowing that until they get my product or service, they can't be satisfied. This isn't a pitch. This is what I believe to be true. The attainment of the customer insistence is paramount to customer satisfaction, and customer satisfaction cannot exist without a customer. The attainment of the customer is the most important thing to me. Same thing in relationships. First it's getting the wife, then it's keeping her happy, then it's growing the family, then it's looking at new ways to keep everyone happy. What was most important? Look, getting the wife was paramount to wife satisfaction. It's impossible for a company to create success by just focusing on customer satisfaction. I believe that the trend of focusing on customer satisfaction has proven to be a detriment to customer acquisition. Companies become so consumed about their supposed customer satisfaction that many are failing to aggressively acquire and expand their market by getting new customers. Customer service is a business term meant to measure how the products and services that companies supply meet or exceed customer expectations after the purchase. This assessment, customer satisfaction, is supposedly a key differentiator between the brands customers follow loyally and those they abandon entirely. Yet most places that I go into never service me enough before the sale to ever acquire me as a customer in the first place. Executives tout the importance of customer service from their ivory towers, yet they forget to promote the attainment, customer assistance, the attainment of the customer to begin with. Most products don't get my attention so completely that I'm compelled to purchase them without the assistance of the company. Unfortunately, most companies and salespeople never bother to ask the customer to buy when given the opportunity and then fail to follow that opportunity up. Thus, they never make a client. No customer insistence equals no customer satisfaction. We do mystery shopping campaigns like I mentioned earlier for companies and have validated this over and over. The biggest problem with companies today is that they never made a customer in the first place. If you have a subpar offering, a product that doesn't do what you state it will, and that makes people feel like they've been cheated after the purchase, look, the marketplace will dispose of you sooner or later, regardless of your customer satisfaction score. Most people don't fail because they're offering an inferior product or a poor product. Most people fail because they never get enough customers. Does Starbucks offer the very best customer service and coffee available? Hey, I don't know. I do know that the company has made a serious investment in making it easy and convenient for you to buy their coffee. Is Starbucks concerned about people standing in line too long and getting the right coffee and being greeted correctly? Of course. But I assure you, the company is concerned first with the acquirement of the client. Does Google provide the best search engine and the best customer experience and service? Hey, I don't know. Does it look to improve the customer experience? Certainly. But first, it dominates the space so clearly and gets so much attention that it's the first site used. What's my point here? Brands that truly deliver customer satisfaction do not talk about customer service. They focus on customer acquisition. Customer insistence is senior to customer service. Emerging organizations first need people to know about them, then must do everything they can to make them happy. Remember, customer satisfaction cannot exist without a customer first. American corporations have become so obsessed with customer satisfaction that they have lost sight of the first and most vital factor, customer acquisition. Keep the main thing, as they say here in the South. Customer satisfaction should not be an initiative, but something so inherent to an organization that all its attention is focused now on the customer acquisition. To garner the attention of a potential customer or market and then fail to capitalize on creating a user of your products and services makes no sense and is the most expensive of mistakes. Yet this is what happens with far too many organizations. Let's say a company successfully gets my attention long enough that I actually consider its products. But then the company doesn't do enough to actually earn my business and shut me down, making me a customer. Look, not being a customer makes it impossible for that company to make me a satisfied customer. I'm just saying, Don't put the cart before the horse. Notice how executives become concerned about customer satisfaction and then start initiatives to conduct customer satisfaction surveys of the individuals who became customers, but completely ignore surveying those who never became a customer but wanted to. This is a huge miss and a great example of an only practice, as I discussed in Chapter 10, that you could use immediately on how to acquire more customers. In addition to surveying those you've acquired, garnering input from those who didn't buy from you would actually disclose much more to your company about true customer satisfaction. Don't you want to find out why you didn't acquire the business? You think you didn't satisfy a customer and therefore never made one? Most companies fail not due to lack of quality of their product, service, or their offering. They fail because they don't take enough strategic actions to acquire the client in the first place. That's why I suggest that customer satisfaction is the wrong target, because you don't even get the opportunity to satisfy someone who never evolves into a client in the first place. My point here is not to negate customer satisfaction as an acquisition or as an initiative, but to shift your attention back to the acquisition. Also understand, it is impossible to somehow completely prevent customer complaints. There are, of course, measures you can take to improve your product or service. But when dealing with human beings, let's face it, you are going to get complaints and dissatisfaction. It's just that simple. The best you can do is resolve complaints and dissatisfaction when they emerge, and they will, I promise, and treat them as opportunities to be in communication with your clients. What you need is more people interacting with your product or service and your company. Yes, complaints will increase when dealing with human beings, but so will praise. Increase the number of users of your product or service through massive action, not through massive initiatives that cause your people to back off from the acquisition in the first place. I launched my first company under the naive impression that I would work with a handful, quote unquote, a handful of clients and really, quote unquote, concentrate my attention on them. Thereby, I would elicit, hopefully, great customer satisfaction. I assumed that this would give me an advantage in the market and allow me to deliver quality service and really make a difference. Look, although this was a great idea, it just didn't work out. First of all, this great plan didn't put me on a scale necessary to build a business with a wide enough reach to get me enough attention. And I fell way short of domination, not to mention way short on the cash flow necessary to continue to support the clients. Just as important, it didn't allow me to share my information with enough of the successful people. When I finally got my thinking to the right levels, got off this customer satisfaction binge, and committed to expanding my footprint and taking on 10 times more clients, what I did was I multiplied my exposure tenfold and increased the number of successful people and companies I had previously been avoiding. I shifted my focus to monumental quantities instead of just serving a handful, which enhanced my ability to spread the word about myself, my company, my products, and my ideas to a growing number of people. The grumbles I received did intensify right along with the compliments I received. In fact, I enjoyed more successes than I suffered failures because finally I was exposed to greater numbers of people using my materials. Augmenting the number of attendees at my seminars and workshops actually amplified the number of quality players and clients that I was exposed to and expanded the number of individuals who were then using my ideas and techniques. More people were talking now about my methodologies among their associates, who would then spread the word to people they knew, and so on. The more people talked about me, the more I was able to expand my footprint, to get more attention, acquire more customers, and then create more customer satisfaction. Think about it like this. Would Facebook or Google be better off if they provided their service to only a few people? If they would, I wouldn't even be using them as examples. The practice of customer satisfaction is not limited to how you treat a customer after you acquire them. It should focus on what you do to attain them in the first place. The quality of the client you attain will have a direct effect on the level of customer satisfaction that you can deliver. I'm going to say that again. The quality of the client you attain will have a direct effect on the quality of the level of customer satisfaction experienced. You will not get to quality without seeking quantity. Remember as well what we have discussed in the previous chapters, okay? Criticism and complaints are inevitable indications that you're growing as you should be. Disregard the criticism as a bad thing. Welcome and handle complaints and do everything you can to expand your footprint. The more people you serve, the better your chances are of interacting with quality customers. To be clear, you certainly want to deliver and exceed on the promises you make. Certainly you want great customer satisfaction. However, look, if you're focused on delivering exceptional 10x service prior to acquisition, if you already know you deliver great service and a great product, this part becomes natural after acquisition. Acquire your client. I'm assuming you have a great product, a great idea, a great service, a great investment opportunity. Now you need to increase your support base for that idea. There are, regrettably, thousands of organizations in existence that sell inferior products every day. Although I'm certainly not suggesting that you push substandard offerings or sacrifice your product's quality, I'm trying to highlight an unfortunate reality. Domination of market share trumps all other things. Companies that sell products make acquisition their number one goal. And they better handle any problems with their products or offerings after they get their users on board, or they will cease to exist. No organization in the world has created massive success while limiting the acquisition of new clients. Apple learned this lesson the hard way for too long. It got killed by Microsoft for decades, a company any Apple user will claim sold an inferior product because while Microsoft made its merchandise available to the masses, Apple focused on just a small number of people. Notice the shift that Apple has made in the past few years, making its products appealing to the masses. In 1 year, 3% of all the households in America had an iPad, and 63% are using MP3 players, of which Apple has 45% of that market share. Apple is clearly adopting massive action in a big way these days with the goal of dominating with its footprint. Remember, even if your product and company deliver perfectly, you're going to get complaints from customers because they're human. You can't keep everyone happy all the time. It's impossible. It's a mistake to be scared of complaints. Instead, encourage them, look for them, find them, and then resolve them. Complaints are your customer's very direct way of telling you exactly how to make your product better. If you approach every situation wrought with anxiety about offending a client, then you will never attain dominance in the marketplace. Let's go back to Apple as an example. This company doesn't worry today about customer satisfaction so much that it neglects to continue building products that people are willing to stand in line to get. It recognizes the proper order of objectives. Number one, acquire customers via an amazing product or service that you've worked on at 10x levels to create. 2, impress them with how great you are during that acquisition process. And 3, establish customer loyalty through repeat purchases, support, word-of-mouth marketing, etc. When you're building a business, your primary target is not customer satisfaction. It's acquisition, referral, loyalty, insistence, and then more acquisition using the customers you've attained. I want everyone to have my products, not just some. I want masses of people, not just a few, to know about me and my products. I personally will not be satisfied until 6 billion people know what I do. I want everyone to purchase from me over and over, and I want to be on their minds so regularly and make such an impact on them and their companies that they can never even think about using someone else. This line of thinking differs from concentrating so intensely on customer satisfaction that members of the sales team then worry too much about upsetting or pressuring or pressing hard for fear that if they do so, they'll damage their client's opinion of the company. I know sales teams that are penalized when they receive customer complaints, which seems odd to me for several reasons. For one, it suggests that these grievances could have been avoided, which they clearly cannot be. Even if you could avoid them, why would you want to? Complaints and problems are opportunities to do more business and solve more issues and to communicate and to give your customer the chance to spread the word about how great you are at making problems go away. If you truly want to find out what your organization's customer acquisition and loyalty weaknesses are, if you really want to find out the truth, then survey the people who did not acquire your product. The sooner you can ask them questions, the better, ideally, as they leave or refuse your business. And be sure to ask them about the process, not about the people they've encountered. You might ask questions like the following. How long were you here? Did you meet a manager? Were you shown optional products? Were you presented with a proposal? Did anyone offer to bring the product to your home or office? Feel free to call my office for guidance on how to develop this, what we call an exit survey for non-buyers, so that we can create something for your unique situation. 800-368-5771. We can help you identify what you want to ask in your exit survey to pinpoint where the breakdown is taking place. When was the last time you were asked to give a company that you decided not to purchase from your feedback on the experience? Did the salespeople give you enough attention? Did they stay with you through your decision-making process? Did they meet you enthusiastically? Did they offer to solve your problem? Did they have someone from management say hello? Did they show you various options or even present their product or proposal? And did anyone call you back? I bet the answer to most of these questions is no. Companies fail not because they offend customers, but because they don't take enough action to make them customers in the first place. And I assure you that these very same companies hold one meeting after another on improving customer satisfaction. They will survey those that buy from them instead of taking the time to ask those who didn't buy why they didn't buy. Add to this fact that most of these surveys focus on what the sales associate did wrong rather than on what is inadequate about the organization's thinking and processes. Remember, the operative order of performance. Customer acquisition is the primary target, followed by customer satisfaction, then customer loyalty, followed by customers who spread the word about you. This order allows a company to continue to invest in product development and improvement, enhance processes, and increase promotion, which ultimately creates real customer satisfaction. Exercise. Have you ever been surveyed by a company that you didn't buy from as you left? 2. What is more important than customer satisfaction? There's 2 answers. Why do most businesses fail? What might be some survey questions you could use when you don't acquire a customer? Chapter 20, Omnipresence. The word omnipresence conveys the concept of being everywhere, in all places, at all times, all at the same time. Can you imagine what it would be like if you, your brand, and your company could be everywhere all the time, and how much power this would give you? Although it may seem impossible, this should be your goal. The things that are assigned the most value on this planet are believed to be available everywhere. It is impossible to amass true success without thinking in terms of making your ideas, products, services, or brand universal. The things upon which people depend most are omnipresent. From the oxygen you breathe, to the water you drink, to the fuel you burn in your car, to the electricity that runs through your home, to the most impressively branded products on earth. What these items have in common is that they're accessible everywhere. You see them constantly, depend on them, and have become used to needing them in most cases on a daily basis. Consider something as seemingly obvious as the news. TV channels, newspapers, radio, and the internet deliver the news 24/7. And that's usually what's on people's minds most frequently. We see it when we wake up, we talk about it at the water cooler, we hear about it throughout the day, and we watch it on television before we go to sleep. This is the kind of mindset from which you must operate to make yourself available like the news everywhere. You want people to see you so often that they think of you constantly and instantaneously identify your face or name or logo with not just the offering you represent, but even the offering made by those similar to you. Many people incorrectly assume that they can make a handful of phone calls, a personal visit or two, send out a few emails, and somehow will command people's attention. But the truth is that none of these actions will cause people to think about you enough or often enough to have a considerable effect. Are you operating at the right level of targeting and thinking big enough? If you're not already, you need to expand your approach and enlarge your footprint with the goal of dominating and being omnipresent everywhere all at the same time. My goal these days is to get more than 6 billion people to hear my name constantly, know it when they hear it, and then when they think sales training, they think of me. Although this may seem unrealistic, probably unattainable, it is the right target, thinking, footprint, and concept for my business to be everywhere. The mere commitment to do something this big will be an adventure in and of itself. Even before I'm able to fully attain this goal, I will achieve some greater level of success than I have now in the attempt. Will money come as a result? Absolutely. Will people buy my products? For sure. Will I create success for my ideas and get support for whatever I am trying to accomplish? Guaranteed. This mindset will then allow for us, my company, myself, to make all our decisions with the goal of moving me in the direction of getting everyone on the planet to know me, my products, my company, and my efforts. Every decision that we make at my company is now based on this one mission: introduce the entire planet to Grant Cardone. Although our targets have to be funded, money is not our primary interest. We know profits will come as a result of our efforts to be everywhere at the same time. We don't ask what a project will cost now, or whether it fits in the budget, or if we have time to do something. We ask, does it help us accomplish the mission of omnipresence? We don't stop to figure out whether I want to travel, or whether I want to do the speaking gig, whether I want to talk to a smaller group or a larger group, or even what the outcome may be. We simply do not allow any excuses and distractions that could limit the expansion into omnipresence. In the same way, any attempt you make to have yourself, your brand, your product, or your service be omnipresent will automatically guide your actions and decisions. Is this kind of thinking too big? For most people, it is. Is it absolutely necessary? Well, not if you're willing to settle for average. However, if you're considering average, go back and reread the chapter on why average goals are certain to fail you and why normal does not work. Show me one great company that has not accomplished omnipresence. Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Google, Starbucks, Philip Morris, AT&T, La-Z-Boy, Bank of America, Walt Disney, Fox TV, Apple, Ernst Young, Ford Motor Company, Visa, American Express, Macy's, Walmart, Best Buy. These names are everywhere. Each of these companies are in every city, some on many multiple street corners, and most available around the world. You see their ads, you know what their logos look like, you can even hum some of their jingles, and you use their names to describe not just their products, but in some cases, even their competitors' products as well. There are also individuals who have accomplished this thing called omnipresence so well that the world immediately recognizes their names. Oprah, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, George Bush, Barack Obama, Abe Lincoln, Elvis, the Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Walt Disney, Will Smith, Mother Teresa, Muhammad Ali, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, and hey, I could go on and on. Whether you like them or not, each of these people has created such a name for him or herself that most people now know who they are. Or at the very least, they recognize their name and align it with something of importance. The way in which they now manage and control their brands will determine their long-term success and survivability. My father always gave me the following valuable advice. Son, your name is your most important asset. People can take anything and everything away from you, but they can't take away your name. Now, although I agree with my dad's emphasis on the importance of name and respect, it of course becomes less important if no one knows your name. Unless people know who you are, no one will pay attention to what you represent. You have to get people to know you, which means you have to get attention. The more attention you get, the more places you will be, the more people you are with, the more you can be everywhere. And all this will improve your chances of using your good name to do good work. Have you ever heard the saying, it's enough if you can just help one person? Although it's surely a good thing to help one person and certainly better than helping no one, I personally don't really believe helping just one person is enough. I know it sounds good and that this saying emphasizes the importance of helping others, but look, there's 6.8 billion people on planet Earth, and most of them need some help. Your goal must and can be bigger than just one person, and should be. And in order for this to happen, people must know who you are and what you represent. Otherwise, you will not, regardless of your product or your service, your idea, or whatever you have, you can't even make a dent in the people that need help. You must think in terms of being everywhere, all at the same time, omnipresent. This is the kind of 10x mindset necessary to dominate your sector. If you commit to taking 10x actions consistently, followed up with more 10x actions, then I assure you that you will be propelled into situations where you will find yourself everywhere all at the same time. The first thing you have to do is burst through obscurity and let the world know what you can do for it. And then you must do that relentlessly. Although it might sound like a grind, it will only be a chore if your goals are too small, if they're too self-serving, and when they're unattained. I promise, it won't feel like a grind when you come out on top. You might want to get rich, but why? What do you want to use the money for? Do you have a higher purpose? Is there something higher that you're looking to serve? After all, you can only accumulate so much personal wealth before it doesn't really matter anymore. Maybe you want to amass riches in order to help more people and improve conditions for all mankind. Now, that will require you to be omnipresent, everywhere, all the time, all at the same time. The higher your purpose, the more fuel it will provide for your 10x actions. This is what it takes in order to rocket to omnipresence. People of fame and influence achieve the status because they are compelled to fulfill their purpose by writing books, doing interviews, blogging, writing articles, accepting speaking engagements, and saying yes constantly to get the attention for themselves, their companies, and their projects. These are the results of thinking big. This isn't a grind. This is a passion. It's only a grind when your mindset and actions are too small and will not create enough of a payoff for you and your company. You're capable. You know you're capable of much more than you're doing now. Once you match your mindset with the right purpose and the right actions, you will start taking the necessary 10x actions and find yourself simultaneously propelled into more places than you ever thought was possible. In order for your life not to feel like work or like you're running on a hamster wheel, you must think in terms of the right volumes. Omnipresence, the goal of being everywhere at all times, and then at the same time, is exactly the kind of massive thinking that is missing for most people's expectations of themselves and their dreams. You first must make a vow to have your brand, idea, your concept, company, product, service have a footprint on this planet. To do so, you have to get involved with your community, school system, neighborhood, politics, and everything. You have to attend and be seen at events, write in the local paper, and get connected to the players in your community. Once involved, you must then do everything possible to stay active. Have people see you, read about you, hear from you, and think about you. Say yes to every opportunity to get your word out and make yourself known. Write about your project, talk about it, give lectures on it, even bark on the street corners if you have to. Commit to omnipresence. I didn't learn this incredibly important lesson myself until I was under a major attack by people who didn't want to see me doing well, and I had to figure out how to counter their negative attack on me. My gut reaction was to retaliate immediately by way of inflicting physical harm, which I felt in a fleeting moment of insanity. However, my wife reminded me of my own saying, the best revenge is massive success. She advised me to move forward with such great momentum and so much of a presence that every time these people woke up, turned the TV on, or made a business move, they would have to see my face, hear my voice, and be reminded of how well I was doing. Hearing the truth from my sane and positive wife immediately put me at ease and made it clear to me that the best payback was not force of any kind, but simply amassing more success. Rather than spending energy on retaliating, I spent all my energy, resources, and creativity on becoming omnipresent and expanding my footprint. This is a much better investment in energy than chasing someone else down. Consider how you can use this illustration to figure out how you can be in more places at the same time. Immediately after the attack, I got busy, putting all my resources into being seen everywhere all at the same time, omnipresent. I wrote my first book, followed it up with another one 3 months later, then finished my third book, and the members of my group were so excited they spent months doing everything possible to make it a New York Times bestseller. By the way, it did. The goal was to do everything we could to get my information and material disseminated. We started using YouTube and Flickr to provide motivational videos, sales tips, and business strategies to our clients, and asked people to pass them on to their friends to meet new people. I personally recorded more than 200 videos, wrote over 150 blogs and articles, did somewhere south of 700 radio interviews in just a year and a half. I then began getting national TV exposure with the networks and cable TV, Fox, CNBC, MSNBC, CNN, Wall Street Journal Radio, and more all started having me on their shows. In the same period of time, I personally wrote more than 2,000 posts on Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. All of this was in addition to what my office was diligently doing to get my name out. My face, name, voice, articles, methodologies, and videos began showing up everywhere, many at the same time. People with whom I had never done business started saying to us, "I see your name everywhere. Everywhere I go, I hear about Grant Cardone." I was completely focused on expanding my footprint and making myself known to the rest of the world, rather than worrying about a small group of critics or criminals. My business blew up on every front. Opportunities started to flow in daily. We started getting attention, not just from those we had focused on, but from people all over the world. As a result of this campaign, my books are being translated into Chinese and German as we speak. Now inquiries are starting to come from France and Mexico, South Africa, and other countries are flowing in with interest for our sales training programs, audio programs, and our books. We have people calling us from both here in the United States and overseas who are interested in TV programs and me doing magazine articles. Now, look, I'm not bragging here, but I'm showing you what can happen, what will happen for you when you take the right action at the right levels and start thinking in the right sizes. Omnipresence should be your goal. All powerful companies, ideas, products, and people are omnipresent. They can be found everywhere. They dominate their sectors. They become synonymous with that which they represent. Real success is measured by longevity. So if you want to get excited and passionate for the long haul, then make omnipresent your constant goal. Your name, brand, and reputation are your most valuable assets only if enough people know of them and use them. And remember, the best way to even the score against those who have it in for you is to make yourself so well known that every time they look up each morning when they wake up or right before they go to sleep at night, they see evidence of you in the marketplace and your success. Exercise. What does it mean to be omnipresent? What steps do you need to take to become omnipresent? What is the upside of taking so much action that the marketplace now makes your name synonymous with what it is you represent? What is the best way to get revenge against your critics? Chapter 21, Excuses. This is about the time we should look at the excuses you're likely going to use to avoid making any of this happen. Everyone uses excuses. Most people actually have favorites that they employ over and over. I'm certain that yours are starting to emerge by now. So rather than ignore them, let's just go ahead and confront the little monsters so that they don't distract you later. An excuse, by definition, is a justification for not doing or not doing something. I think the dictionary implies that an excuse is a reason. However, in reality, an excuse usually turns out to be something other than the real reason that motivated your actions or lack of actions in the first place. For example, let's say that your excuse for being late to work is due to traffic. Well, that's not truly the reason you didn't make it to work on time. The reason you were late is because you left your home without enough time to allow for the traffic. See, excuses are never the reason for why you did or didn't do something. They're just a revision of the facts that you make up in order to help yourself feel better about what you did or didn't do. Making excuses will not change your situation. Only getting to the real reason behind the excuse can actually do this. Excuses are for people who refuse to take responsibility for their life and how their life is turning out. Slaves and victims make excuses and will forever be destined to have leftovers and others' scraps. The first thing to know about excuses is that they never improve your situation. The second thing to know is which ones you use on a regular basis. Do any of the following sound familiar to you? I don't have the money. I have kids. I don't have kids. I am married. I'm not married. I have to find balance in my life. I'm overworked. I'm underworked. Too many people work here. We don't have enough people. My manager sucks. My manager doesn't help me. My manager won't leave me alone. My manager's negative. My manager's too jacked up. I don't like reading. I don't have time to study. I don't have time for anything. Our prices are too high. Our prices are too low. The customer won't call me back. The customer canceled the appointment. People don't tell me the truth. They don't have the money. The economy's bad. The banks aren't lending. My owner's cheap. We can't find the right people. No one's motivated. People have bad attitudes. No one told me. It was someone else's fault. They keep changing their minds. I'm tired. I need a vacation. The people I work with are losers. I'm depressed. I'm sick. My mom's sick. Traffic's terrible. The competition's giving its products away. I have such bad luck. Dude, you bored yet? Look, I know I am. I can't even do the list anymore. I had to really reach deep in the recesses of my mind just to come up with some of those. How many of these have you used? Look, go back and circle every statement. Go back and look at the excuses you've used that you hear coming out of your mouth every day. Now ask yourself, will any of the excuses that you're using ever improve your condition? I doubt it. So why then do so many people make these excuses so often? Does it even matter? Look, an excuse is just an alteration of reality. Nothing about it will move you to a better situation. I'm going to say that again. An excuse is an alteration of reality. Nothing about an excuse can in any way improve your situation. The fact that the customer doesn't have the money will not help you close the deal. The fact that you only have bad luck is not going to improve the condition of your life or change your luck. In fact, if you keep telling yourself that you have bad luck long enough, I promise you're going to start to expect bad luck and actually do the things that will bring you bad luck, thereby ensuring that things will continue to be bad for you. You have to start understanding the difference between making excuses and providing actual sound reasons for events. This book focuses on many differences between the successful and the unsuccessful. And a very distinct dissimilarity is that successful people simply do not make excuses. They are actually quite unreasonable when it comes to providing reasons, at least for failure as well. Look, I'll never ask myself or anyone else, for that matter, why I was unable to bring my product to the market or to raise enough money or make enough sales, because as far as I'm concerned, no answer will do for me. There are no justifications that will change the facts or the situations, and any reasons I might provide myself, excuses, are only opportunities I have yet to handle. Any rationale that you give yourself just gives someone else the chance to find a solution. Remember what I said time and again throughout this book. Nothing happens to you, man. It happens because of you. Excuses are just another component of this, and a major difference between whether you will succeed or not. If you make success an option, then it won't be an option for you. Simple. No excuse exists that can or will make you successful. Engaging in self-pity and excuse-making are signs that someone has an extremely minimal degree of responsibility. He didn't buy from me because the bank wouldn't make the loan. No, he didn't buy from you because you were unable to secure proper financing for your client. The first statement assumes no responsibility for the event, while the other does and identifies a solution. Get the guy some money. Once you adopt a more advanced sense of responsibility and refuse to make any more excuses, then you can go out and search for a solution. And as an added bonus, you will avoid such situations in the future. The quality of being rare is what makes something valuable. Anything that is plentiful has very little worth. Excuses are one item that people seem to have an almost endless supply of. Because they are so plentiful, they have no value. Because they do not move your desire to create more success for yourself, they are worthless uses of your energy. If you're going to approach success, as you've been taught throughout this book, not as an option, but as your duty, obligation, and responsibility, then you must commit to never using excuses for anything. You cannot allow yourself, your team, your family, or anyone in your organization to use another excuse as a reason why something didn't come to fruition. As the old saying goes, if it is to be, it's up to me. Exercise. What is the difference between an excuse and a reason? What are the two things you know about all excuses? What excuses have you been using? Chapter 22, Successful or Unsuccessful? I've been studying successful people most of my life and have found the differences between them and the people who accomplish less worth noting. And it's not what you might expect. The distinction between these two groups has, by the way, nothing to do with economics, education, or demographics. Although these experiences and events certainly influence them and their viewpoints, they're not ultimately the determining factor of the success they create in their lives. I can show you people with no education who were reared by broken families and terrible surroundings, but still managed to grow their successes to stratospheric levels. Successful people talk, think, and approach situations, challenges, and problems differently than most people, and they definitely think about money differently. Listed in this chapter are the commonly found qualities, personality traits, and habits that make successful people the way they are. Each item is followed by a few of my thoughts on what each category means. This will allow you to become aware of the kinds of habits and characteristics you should be developing and encouraging your employees and colleagues to develop as well. The only way to be successful is to take the same actions that other successful people have taken. Success is no different than any other skill. Duplicate the actions and mindsets of other successful people, and you will create success for yourself. The following list of ways you should act in order to be successful is based on what I have discovered about successful people and the way they do things. Number 1, have a can-do attitude. People with a can-do attitude approach every situation with the outlook that no matter what, it can be done. They consistently use phrases like, we can do it, let's make it happen, let's work it out, and they always maintain that a solution exists. These people talk in terms of explanations and resolving issues and consistently communicate challenges with a positive outlook. They respond to even the most daunting or seemingly impossible situation in a can-do manner. This attitude is more valuable than a superior product and a lower price, and is one of the only ways you'll be able to accomplish 10x massive actions. If you're not willing to approach everything with the attitude that it can be done, then you won't truly be thinking in 10x. You must believe and convey to others that a solution does indeed exist, even if you're going to have to work a little harder to find it. Incorporate this kind of can-do outlook into your language, thoughts, actions, and responses to everyone you know. Help your entire company develop this kind of attitude by drilling it into them on a daily basis. Take even the most impossible request and figure out how you can answer with a can-do attitude. Get yourself and your colleagues to the point where responses like can do, no problem, we'll handle it, become the norm and nothing else. Number 2, believe that I will figure it out. This outlook goes hand in hand with can-do attitude. Again, it refers to the individual who's looking to be responsible and solve a problem. Even if you're not sure how to do something, the best answer is I'll figure it out, not I don't know. No one values a person who not only doesn't have the information, but doesn't want to know the information. This response, I don't know, does nothing for your credibility or your competence. I don't agree with the fact or the claim that you should tell people when you don't know something. How does that help the situation? Come on, do you really want to brag about your inability or think that the marketplace or your customers value honesty so much that they'd want you to admit that you're actually wasting their time with your incompetence? You can admit that you're unfamiliar with something as long as you immediately follow that admission up with a promise that you will figure it out or find someone who will. Throwing up your hands at a task will not move things forward. Communicate to yourself and others, and first yourself, that you are willing to do whatever is necessary to figure it out. An alternative response to, I don't know, is, great question, let me check into it, I'll figure it out. See, you're still being honest, but you're inciting a solution instead of implying ineptitude. 3, successful people focus on opportunity. Successful people see all situations, even problems and complaints, as opportunities. Where others see difficulty, successful people know that problems solve equal new productivity, new products, new services, new customers, and probably a financial windfall. Remember, success is overcoming a challenge. Therefore, you can't succeed without some kind of difficulty. It doesn't really matter what the challenge is, as long as you handle it adequately, you'll be rewarded. And the bigger the problem is, the bigger the opportunity is. Whether a problem exists for the entire market and all the people in it becomes an equalizer. The only person who stands out in the opportunity or in the market is the focused individual who sees problems as openings and opportunities to create more success. Successful people are able to use the issue at hand to separate themselves and dominate their market. There are countless situations that most people tend to see as setbacks and nothing else. Recessions, unemployment, housing predicaments, conflict, customer complaints, company shutdown, just to name a few. If you can learn to see these as prospects instead of problems, you'll continually come out on top. Number 4, successful people love challenges. Whereas many people loathe challenges and use them as reasons to sink further into indifference, highly successful individuals are compelled and invigorated by challenges. The idea of being overwhelmed, I believe, is the result of never taking enough action to generate enough winning. Success begets more success, and losses increase your chances of more losses. Challenges are the experiences that sharpen successful people's abilities. To achieve your goals, you have to get to a place where every challenge becomes fuel for you. Life can be quite brutal, and people can incur a fair amount of losses over time. Many get to the point where every new challenge they face automatically equals a loss in their own mind. There are ways to rehabilitate yourself, however, so that the hardships you've experienced through your life no longer rob you of a chance to approach new challenges with gusto and excitement. When you're able to develop a more positive outlook, you begin to see a challenge as a stimulation to engage rather than an excuse to avoid something. So you have to re-educate yourself on the notion of this thing called a challenge and know that every challenge now provides an opportunity to win. And don't kid yourself, winning in life is vital. Every minute of every day, your mind is automatically keeping a running tab on your wins, losses, and ties, and is doing so based on what you know to be your full potential. Look, the more you win in life, the higher your potential will be, and the more you will grow to love challenges. 5, successful people seek to solve problems. Successful individuals love to seek out problems because they know that almost every problem is universal in some way or another. Some industries actually create problems so that they can solve them by way of selling you their products. Think of all the things you purchased over the years because you needed them. Did you really need them? Or were you convinced that they would solve some problem you may or may not have had? Flu shots are a great example. Many people think they're necessary, but medical opinion is divided on this matter. Problems for the successful are like a meal to the hungry. Give me a problem, any problem. And when I solve it, I'll be rewarded, and I may become a hero. The bigger the problems, the more people who benefit from the solution, and the more powerful your success will be. You get yourself on the successful list by seeking problems out for your company, your employees, your customers, the government, whatever they may be, and wherever they might exist. The world is filled with people who have problems and who unfortunately cause problems. One of the fastest and best ways to separate yourself from the masses is to establish yourself as someone who makes situations better, not worse, who solves problems, doesn't create them. Number 6, successful people persist until successful. The ability to persist on a given path, regardless of setbacks, unexpected events, bad news, and resistance, to continue steadfastly or firmly in some state, purpose, or course of action in spite of condition is a trait to those who make the list. I assure you that I, at least, am more persistent than I am talented. This isn't a trait that people do or do not have. It's something that can and must be developed. Children seem to display this quality innately until they come to see via socialization, parenting, or a combination of both that it's not how most people act. However, this quality of persistence is necessary to make any dream a reality. Whether you are a salesperson or a state person, employer or employee, you will have to learn how to persist through all types of situations. It is as though this planet has some kind of force or natural tendency, almost like gravity, that challenges people's ability to persist. It's almost like the universe is just trying to find out what you're made of, as it continues to confront you over and over. I know that any endeavor I tackle will require for me to persist with 10x actions until all resistance morphs into my support. I don't try to eliminate resistance. I merely keep going until the course changes and my ideas are maintained instead of defied. For example, I had a heckler on Facebook whose support I tried to gain but could not. Rather than deleting the person, I asked my followers on Facebook what they thought of the situation and let them bury this guy and further support me. If something doesn't end up supporting me, I simply persist with so much success that any remaining resistance will cease to exist. Persistence is a great advantage to anyone who wants to multiply his or her success, because most other people have given up on this innate ability to persist. When you retrain yourself to do whatever is necessary to ensure that you're in the best mental, emotional, and financial position to persevere, you will find yourself on the list of not just the most persistent, but the most successful. 7, take risk. Once when I was in Vegas, a man sitting next to me said, these casinos will always make money because the people that play here are never willing to take risk at levels great enough to wipe them out. I'm not suggesting that you go out and try to take a casino down. However, the man's observations reminded me of how many of us are taught to play it safe, to be conservative, and never really go for it in a big way. Look, life is not a great deal different than Vegas. You're going to have to put something on the line to get a return. At some point, you will have to take a risk, and the successful are willing to take risk. In the truly big casinos of life and business, come on, do you really take enough risk to create the success you want and need? Most people never go far enough in getting recognized, gaining attention, or even making a big splash. See, they're trying to protect or conserve a reputation, a position, or some already achieved state. They're trying to protect their hand. The successful are willing to take gambles, to put it all out there and know, regardless of the outcome, that they can go back and they can do it again. They allow themselves to be criticized, to looked at, seen by the world, while the unsuccessful hold back and play it safe. Remember the old saying, nothing ventured, nothing gained. At this time, it's vital that you get your family and friends to be supportive of you taking risk and in no longer playing it safe in your life and in your career. 8, be unreasonable. No, that's not an error. It does say unreasonable. In my book, Sell to Survive, I introduced the notion that successful salespeople must be unreasonable with his or her client in order to consummate a sale. This clearly flies in the face of what most of us are taught, that is, to be reasonable and logical. Being unreasonable requires that you act without rational consideration and not in accordance with realities. And yes, that's what I want you to do. When most people see this definition, they get confused and think that I'm telling them to be crazy. But look, successful people recognize how vital it is to act without reason. They know they cannot afford to act in accordance with the agreed upon realities. If they do, successful people, if they do, the supposed impossible can never become possible for them. Being a 10Xer requires thinking and acting unreasonably. Otherwise, you'll end up the same way everyone else does, forced to survive on successful people's leftovers. Unreasonable doesn't mean being mentally unstable, and let's face it, who isn't just a little off the rocker? But that you refuse to any longer validate the alleged sanity of reasonable actions that will never get you what you want anyway. Most of the world is playing in accordance with some set of stupid, useless, reasonable rules that only ensure that they will continue trudging along in bondage as a mere slave. Think about it. Would we have cars, airplanes, space travel, telephones, the internet, in addition to the 1,000 other things we take for granted every day, if someone hadn't done something that another person had labeled unreasonable? Man would do nothing exceptional if it were not for the willingness to be unreasonable. So be one of the unreasonable ones. They are usually the people who make a huge difference in our world and make the successful list. Number 9, be dangerous. Since you were a child, someone has been trying to keep you from danger. Be careful is the mantra that parents repeat to their children while buying products from entire industries that they have created just to safe-proof a home in order to protect a child. Unfortunately, many people get to the point where they're so intent upon avoiding danger that they cease to truly even live their life. If you look back over your life, you'll probably see that you have done yourself just as much or even more harm being careful than by being dangerous. Think about it. When was the last time you even got hurt? You were probably trying to protect something at that time before it even happened. Being careful requires you to take actions cautiously, and there's no way that you will ever hit 10x activity levels or 10x goals by being cautious. Massive action demands that you throw caution to the wind, even if it puts you in the path of danger. Working with powerful people is dangerous in and of itself. Do you want to get investment dollars from a billionaire? A salary that pays you $1 million a year? You want to take your company public? If so, you'll have to be willing to be dangerous because more will be expected of you when you go to work for a millionaire or get $1 million salary or start to raise money from billionaires or when you go public. To do something big, you have to embrace danger. The way to ensure that danger doesn't kill you is to be sufficiently trained so that you can get into the ring and come out the victor. 10. Create wealth. Attitude towards wealth and the creation of wealth is an especially significant distinction between financially successful and the unsuccessful. Poor people believe they need to work in order to make money and then spend their lives either spending it on nothing, their money on nothing of importance, or they spend their lives conserving the money like crazy in order to protect the money. The very successful know that money is already created. They think in terms of generating wealth through the exchange of new ideas, products, services, and solutions. They don't think in terms of making money. The very successful realize they're not bound by shortages. They know that money exists in abundance and flows to those who create products, services, and solutions, and that wealth is not limited to a monetary supply. The very successful know that the closer they are to massive flows of money, the better chance they have of creating wealth for themselves and their families. Think in terms of creating money and wealth, not salaries and conservation of funds. Figure out how to create wealth through the exchange of great ideas, quality service, and effective problem solving. Look, for example, how powerful banks behave. They collect currency through methods that compel other people to either give them money or borrow money from them. Consider the way in which wealthy people own real estate that others pay for by the way of rent. See, they produce money solely by owning the property and therefore create wealth for themselves. People who invest in their own companies do so in order to increase their wealth, not their incomes. The unsuccessful, on the other hand, spend money on things that affluent individuals use to create wealth. Income is taxed, wealth is not. Remember, you don't need to make money. It's already been made. There's no shortages of actual money, only shortages of people creating wealth. And truly a shortage of people going for the real payday. Move your attention from conserving money to creating wealth, and you'll be thinking as successful people do. 11. Readily take action. This is entirely what this book is about. I hope that much is clear by now. The highly successful take unbelievable amounts of action, regardless of what that action looks like. These people rarely do nothing, even when they're on vacation. Just ask their spouses or family members. Whether it is by the way of getting others to take action for them, getting attention for their products or ideas, or just grinding it out day and night, the successful have been consistently taking high levels of action before anyone ever heard their names. The unsuccessful talk about a plan of action but never quite getting around to doing what they claim they're going to do, at least enough of it to ever get them where they want. Successful people assume that their future achievements rely on investing in actions that may or may not pay off today, but that when taken consistently and persistently over time will sooner or later bear fruit. Massive action is the one thing I know I can depend on for myself when times are tough. Your ability to take action will be a major factor in determining your potential success. And it is discipline. It is a discipline that you should spend time on daily. It is not a gift. Taking action is not a gift or a trait that I was lucky enough to receive or inherit. It's a habit, a muscle that must be developed. Laziness and a lack of action are ethical issues for me. I don't think it's right or acceptable for me to be lazy. It's not a character flaw that's caused by some invented disease, any more than a highly active person is somehow blessed. No one is born to sprint or run a marathon, any more than some people are born to take more action than others. Action is necessary in order to create success and can be the single defining quality that will enable you to make the list of successful people. No matter who you are or what you've done in life so far, you can develop this habit in order to enhance your success. 12. Always say yes. To really go at it in life and in business, you have to say yes to everything. It's something you'll see successful people do time and again, not because they can, but because they choose to say yes. They eagerly engage in life and realize the word yes has more life and possibilities in it and is clearly so much more positive than no. When a client asks me to do something, I say yes, I'll be happy to, I'd love to. I want to make it work for you. I have a saying, I never say no until I have to. It's a great way to tell someone no, that is, if you absolutely must later. When given an option to do or not do, always say yes. Life is to be lived, something that becomes impossible to do when you're constantly saying no. Although many suggest it's critical to know what to say no to, the reality is most people don't venture out enough and don't experience enough in life with yeses. They refuse to take on new things and experience as often as they should. You know that you have an automatic no in you all ready to go, one that's backed up with 100 reasons why you should say no, why you can't, why you shouldn't, why you don't have time to do something. Give this a try. Say yes for now until you become so successful that you're forced to add no to your arsenal. And then you have to start managing your time and efforts with no's. Until then, until you're so successful, make yes part of your successful habits. Say yes to your kids, your spouse, your clients, your boss, and most importantly, say yes to yourself. It will propel you to new adventures, new solutions, and new levels of success. 13. Habitually commit. The successful fully and consistently commit to activities, some of which requires them to put all on the line. This goes back to the concept of being all in that I described earlier. It also relates to the operating with some level of danger and refusing to play it safe. Look, unsuccessful people rarely commit to anything entirely. They're always talking about trying. And when they do commit, it's normally in destructive acts and habits. Commitment is actually one of those things of which there is a massive shortage. Far too many individuals and organizations fail to ever commit fully to their activities, duties, their obligations, and responsibilities to ever see anything through all the way. To acquire success, it is vital that you quit testing the water's temperature. You simply must jump in. Devoting yourself to something all the way means that there's no backing out. It's just like when you jump into a body of water. Once you decide to go for it, you cannot stop yourself midair. See, I would prefer a person who's able to fully commit over one who is completely educated about the right way to do it. Commitment, by definition, is pledging him or herself completely to a position, issue, or action. Commitment. Successful people see past the problems and are able to keep their focus on the promise that they've made to themselves or others. They keep their eyes on the outcome of the action the entire time. When I commit to ensuring success for myself, my family, the project, my company, it means I will do whatever is necessary. I have pledged myself to make that pledge a reality and fulfill my commitment. Commitments are not something for which you can make excuses, nor are they something you negotiate with or with which you give up. Commit fully, as though you are already successful, and demonstrate that commitment to all those with and for whom you work. 14. Go all the way. As they say in AA, half measures availed us nothing. For members, this means you can't get sober if you're drinking, even a little bit. In the world of success and achievement, half measures avail nothing in terms of results, except for tiring out the person engaging in the half measures. That's why people refer to work as though it were an illness. Only those who go all the way and see things through all the way until they're done experience the rewards that the workplace has to offer. See, until an action is turned into success, it's not a done. Until you make the potential client a client or the potential investor an investor, you have not gone all the way. This might seem harsh, but if you called the client 50 times and didn't get the deal done, then you might as well not call that person at all. This is the point at which people become reasonable and therefore don't make the 51st call. Commit to being completely unreasonable and going all the way until it's done. Don't accept excuses. No settling is allowed under go all the way. 15. Focus on now. There exist only two times for the successful, now and the future. The unsuccessful spend most of their time in the past and regard the future as an opportunity to procrastinate. Now is the period of time that successful people utilize most often to create the futures they desire in order to dominate their environments. You cannot do what unsuccessful people do, which is to use any excuse they can think of to put off the task they should be completing now, immediately. Instead, you must acquire the discipline, muscle, memory, and achievements that result from taking massive action while others think, plan, and procrastinate. Taking actions immediately right now allows the most successful to design a future they desire now. The successful understand that they must keep taking actions now. They're well aware that procrastination is the ultimate weakness, and it is the thing that will break you. The 10X rule requires that you take action in massive quantities and then do so immediately. Anyone who puts off doing what he or she can do right now will never gain the momentum and the confidence that results from doing something now. For example, I once told my staff that I wanted each one of them, even those in administrative positions, to make 50 phone calls. I immediately saw signs of panic appear on everyone's faces, as though this would be impossible to achieve what with everything else they had to do. So I told them, look, you got 30 minutes to make the calls. Now, go. I wanted to show them what was possible. I went to my office and made 28 phone calls in 22 minutes. Look, you got to just start. You cannot allow even 1 second of worry or analysis to delay you in situations like these, because every second you spend thinking is a second of action that you're wasting. You will be amazed how much you can get done when you quit thinking, calculating, analyzing, paralyzing yourself and then procrastinating, and just get on with it and make a habit of acting now. Although this may cause you to feel like you're reacting constantly, causing you to be too spontaneous, it will also make acting a habit. Action is necessary, and there's no time more valuable than now. While others are trying to figure out how they will get something done, you will have already finished it. The person who continues to do more consistently will improve his or her skill set out of the sheer survival and adjustment. Discipline yourself to perform now, not later, and I assure you that the volume of endeavors you're undertaking will quickly increase the quality of work and propel you to move with enhanced conviction and certainty that will guarantee you onto the list of the most successful. Demonstrate courage. Courage is that quality of mind or spirit that compels people to face dangerous situations in spite of fear. That is the definition. It's rare that people feel or are described as courageous before the event that compels them to act in the way that later quantifies them as courageous. Rather, they're referred to as such as a result of taking action regardless of their fears. Soldiers and heroes never refer to themselves as brave before they endured their courageous act. As far as they're concerned, they're just doing what they had to do at the moment. You'll often notice that successful people carry themselves with an air of confidence and conviction, a sense of comfort, and maybe even a touch of what others call arrogance. Now, before you start thinking that they're somehow inherently different, you should understand that they've acquired these qualities as a result of one thing: taking action repeatedly. The more frequently you can do things that scare you a bit, the more others will label you as courageous and then start to gravitate toward you. Courage comes to those who act, not to those who think, wait, and wonder. The only way to hone this trait is by taking action. Although you can train to increase your skills and your confidence, courage is only attained by doing, especially doing things that you fear. Who wants to do business with or support someone who readily gives in to his or her fears? Who wants to invest in a project when the people behind it don't act with confidence and courage? I was recently interviewed with someone who asked me, "Does nothing scare you?" The question surprised me because I know that I experience fear. I suppose that it must appear that I'm not scared because I deliver fourth-degree actions, massive action, and you can certainly do the same. Look, attack, dominate, keep your attention on your future, and then continue to repeat your actions, and your courage will grow. Do things that scare you more frequently, and they will slowly begin to scare you a bit less over time, until they become so habitual that you wonder why you were ever scared of them in the first place. 17. Successful people embrace change. Successful people love change, whereas the unsuccessful do everything they can to keep things from changing, the status quo. But how can you create success when you're trying to keep things from becoming any different? It's impossible. Although you never want to alter the things that are working successfully, you should always look for ways to improve what you are doing successfully. The successful always keep an eye for what is coming next. They seek out potential upcoming market transformations and embrace them instead of rejecting them. The successful look at how their world is shifting and apply this to how they might improve their operations and grow their advantage. See, their attention is on the now or into the future. They never subsist on yesterday's successes. They know they must continue to adapt or they won't remain victorious. The successful don't see change as something that should be resisted, but something instead that keeps them excited. Apple's Steve Jobs is a great example of this. He changes his products before a competitor can catch up or before a consumer can get bored with them. The willingness to accept change, embrace change, is a great quality of the successful. 18. Determine and take the right approach. The successful know that they can quantify what works and what doesn't work, whereas the unsuccessful focus solely on hard work. See, the right approach may be to institute a public relations program that softens the market and makes it easier, or that provides customers with the right tool, or compels management to make the most powerful connections, making clientele acquisition easier. Or maybe you do a program that finds the best investors, or you hire the highest quality of staff. Whatever the method may be, the successful don't think in terms of just hard work, even though they are, of course, willing to work hard. Instead, they figure out how to work smart and handle the situation by finding and using the right approach until they succeed. The unsuccessful always find work to be difficult because they never take enough time to improve their approach and make it easier on themselves. The first 3 years of my career as a salesperson was hard work and gave me sporadic up and down results at best. Then I committed 2 years and thousands of dollars to improving my approach, and selling was no longer work. Successful people invest time, energy, and money in improving themselves. Unsuccessful people refuse to spend time, energy, or money on improving themselves. As a result, successful people don't focus on how hard the work is, but rather how rewarding the results are. Look, when you're winning because you've perfected your approach, it won't feel like work. It will feel like success. And nothing tastes as good as the victory of success. 19. Successful people break traditional ideas. The most successful of the successful go beyond the concept of mere change and challenge traditional thinking. Look at organizations like Google and Facebook, Apple, and you will see companies that challenge traditions and create new ways of doing things. They break that which already works in order to get to a better place. The most successful are looking to create traditions, not follow already established traditions. Do not be a prisoner of the thinking agreed upon by masses. Figure out ways to take advantage of traditional thinking that holds others back. Look, the successful are called thought leaders who design the future with forward thinking. I built my first company on the notion of breaking traditional ideas that one industry had held on to and accepted for so long as the only way of doing things. Highly successful individuals are not concerned with the way things have always been done. They're interested in finding new and better ways of doing things. They look at why automobiles, airplanes, newspapers, and homes have changed so little over the past 50 years and try to determine a way to create new airplanes, automobiles, newspapers, and homes. A word of warning. These people are also able to maintain their companies and their existing structures and finances while disputing conventional concepts and bringing new products to market. They don't suggest change for the sake of change. They do so in order to design superior products, superior relationships, and create better, more successful environments. The successful are willing to challenge tradition in order to discover new and better ways to accomplish their goals and dreams. 20. Be goal-oriented. A goal, by definition, is some desirable objective, typically something yet to be achieved, that a person or company needs in order to move forward. Successful people are highly goal-oriented and always pay more attention to the target than the problem. They are seemingly able to bend bullets because of their commitment and focus on the goal. Far too many people spend more time planning what they will get at the grocery store than they even do setting the most important goals of their lives. If you don't stay focused on your goals, you will spend your life achieving the objectives and goals of other people, particularly those who are goal-oriented. Goals are incredibly important to me. I begin and finish each day almost every day by writing them down and reviewing them. Anytime I encounter a failure or a challenge, I take out a legal pad and start writing down my goals. This helps keep my attention on where I desire to go and the goals that I want to achieve, instead of letting me dwell on the difficulty or the failure of the moment. The ability to remain focused on the goal, where I'm going, keeps your orientation on your goal's achievement, and this is vital to your success. Although I try to stay focused on the present, I want to keep most of my attention on the bigger picture of my goals rather than on just the task I'm trying to accomplish at the moment. 21. Be on a mission. Whereas the unsuccessful spend their lives thinking in terms of a job, successful people approach their activities as though they are on a religious mission, not as though they're at a job or at work. Successful employees, employers, entrepreneurs, and market makers, changers, consider their daily activities to be part of a more important mission that will somehow change things significantly. They are always thinking bigger and homing in on some massive target that they desire to achieve. Until you start approaching your job or career as though you're on a mission, I promise you it's always going to be reduced to just a job or just a career. You must learn to undertake every activity with the zealous attitude that this endeavor, what you're on, whatever you're doing, could forever change the world. If not, you don't have a mission. Get a mission. Approach every phone call, email, sales visit, meeting, presentation, toilet that you clean up, and every day that you spend at your office, not as a job, but as a calling for which you will be forever known. Until you adopt this attitude, you will be forever stuck in a job, and probably one that isn't very fulfilling. 22. Have a high level of motivation. Motivation refers to the act or state of being stimulated toward action. To succeed, it's critical that you be stimulated, excited, and driven constantly to some new action, old action, or repeated actions. Although the definition of motivation suggests that there's a reason behind the action, the study of successful people also makes it apparent that their high levels of activity are fueled by being goal-focused and mission-driven. The unsuccessful demonstrate low levels of motivation, wandering, and a lack of clarity or purpose. Elevated motivation is obviously critical to 10x actions and persistence. This isn't the kind of enthusiasm that lasts for just a few hours or a day or a week. It's based on what you do every day, each day, to stimulate yourself toward actions and inspire yourself to keep taking new actions. Highly successful people continually seek and uncover reasons to stay perpetually provoked to new levels of success. This may be why successful people are never satisfied. As they continue to be compelled by new reasons to move forward, they achieve these new goals and then regenerate for the next round of achievements. They are constantly stimulated to higher and higher levels of action and achievements. There's one question I get in my seminars, probably more than any other question. Grant, how do you stay so motivated? The answer? I create new reasons to keep showing up. The unsuccessful unceasingly suggest to me, Grant, if I had what you had, I'd retire. But you see, I don't believe this claim for a second. First of all, they don't know if that's true or not because they don't have it yet. Since they can't tell how they'd respond to success at that level, how could they determine how they would respond once they had it? See, it is possible and highly probable that the success that you'd create in your own life at another level would also include some responsibilities and obligations to continue to produce in order to keep what you'd already attained. See, motivation's an inside job. I can't motivate you, and you can't motivate anyone else. You can encourage, you can challenge, and you can inspire, but look, true motivation, the underlying reason for doing something, that's what motivation is, has to come from within. I do it personally by setting goals daily to keep myself enthused and jacked and focused. I look at things that seem to be just out of my reach, even sometimes way in a distance. And I'm not talking about just material things, but I look at other people's accomplishments, their achievements, to see what's possible. It keeps my attention on the possibilities, and this keeps me motivated. Look, anything you can do to stay highly motivated is critical to your 10x commitments. 23. Be interested in results. Successful people don't value effort. They don't value work or time spent on an activity. Successful people value results, period. Unsuccessful individuals attach great importance to time they spend at work. Oh, I spent 10 hours doing this today. Oh, I made this many phone calls. Oh, I tried so hard. See, unsuccessful people put a lot of emphasis on what they did, their efforts, their attempts at getting results, even when nothing happens. The difference between the successful and unsuccessful here is connected to the concept of being unreasonable that we talked about in earlier chapters. Look, let's face it, like it or not, the results are all that matter. If you attempt to take out the trash but only make it to your front hall, garbage will continue to accumulate in your home, and you will have a problem. Until you become completely, unreasonably fixated with only getting results, you will fall short of achieving what you desire. Quit patting yourself on the back prematurely for just trying. Look, save your rewards, accolades, save the parade for real accomplishments. Drive yourself, push yourself so that no one else has to. Be so hard on yourself. Never let yourself off the hook so that other people aren't pushing you. And push yourself until you get the results you want. Results, not efforts. Regardless of the challenges, regardless of the resistance, regardless of the problems, should be your primary focus for the attainment of your success. 24. Have big goals and big dreams. Successful people dream big and they have immense monster goals. They are not realistic. They don't set realistic goals. They don't have what's considered realistic dreams. Everything seems to be a bit out of reach for them. They leave the reasonable, realistic goal setting to the masses of people, to the large populations that have given up on dreaming, the people that fight only for the leftovers and the scraps. See, the big successful people on this planet are like, I'm going after the big stuff, man. I'm going after the big dreams. I'm going after the big play. I'll let everybody else fight for the little stuff. See, the second question of the 10X rule begs, how big are your goals? How big are your dreams? The middle class, the masses of people, are taught to be realistic. You're taught it in school. You're taught it by your parents. You're taught it in religion. You're taught it everywhere. Your friends even to be realistic. Don't set goals too big. You may be disappointed. See, whereas the successful people think in terms of how extensively they can spread themselves. How big can they splash? The greatest regret I have in my life is that I initially set targets and goals based on what were realistic rather than on giant, radical, out-of-the-box, huge, massive, big splash, big think that could change the world. It's what makes Facebook, Twitter, Google, it's what makes great companies great. Or whatever next great company's coming next. It's what's going to make them great is that big think. Realistic thinking, small goals, trivial dreams, no offense, simply won't provide you with any motivation, not real motivation. And they'll land you, that kind of thinking will land you smack dab in the middle of competing with billions of people, the masses. Look, dream big, go big. That's what successful people do. And then figure out how to go bigger than that. Read everything you can about giants, about the great people on this planet, living and dead, about the great companies, their accomplishments, how they got there. Surround yourself with everything you can that inspires you to think big, act big, so that you can truly reach your full potential. 25. Create your own reality. The highly successful are a bit like magicians. They don't deal in other people's realities. Instead, they're bent on creating a new reality for themselves and others that is so different from the one that others accept as possible. See, they're not interested in what other people deem possible or impossible. They only care about producing the things they dream are possible. They're never sold on the idea of dealing in other people's beliefs or guidelines or rules, and they don't submit to this agreed upon reality. The successful want to create what they want, and they have a high disregard, yes, disregard, even a dislike for what is considered mass agreement. Do a bit of research, and you'll see that those who have made it really, really big created a reality that did not exist before they came along. Whether it was a salesperson, an athlete, artist, politician, an inventor, greatness is achieved by those who think nothing of being practical and are instead obsessed with the idea of creating a reality they want to make, regardless of what people believe is possible. Look, the next reality of how things will or can be is only as far away as the next person who creates it. 26, commit first, figure it out later. At first glance, this might appear to be a highly undesirable, even perilous trait of the highly successful, but this is how they operate, man. They commit first and they figure out the details later. This thinking, commit first, figure it out later, is far less dangerous than the alternative frequently practiced by the unsuccessful. Most people assume they have to figure everything out first. It's one of the things I'm working on my office with right now. Get rid of the mechanics. Don't try to figure everything out first. Take action. Companies are valued at how fast they can create revenue, not how fast they can organize. Most people assume they have to figure everything out first. Keep that in mind. If you're competing with another company and they think I have to figure it out, slaughter them by not figuring it out and just taking action. Most people assume they have to figure things out first and will commit once they figure it all out. While I'm sitting there taking action and I haven't figured it out yet. These same people never seem to get around to actually ever taking the action because they get so lost in the figure. Even when they do figure it out, even when they are finally ready to commit, they usually find that the opportunity that they figured out, got all the things straightened out, organized for, now it no longer exists because somebody else dominated that opportunity. Someone else claimed their spoils while they were figuring. Committing first means getting 100% behind whatever it is you're committing to before you even figure all the details out. Again, this is perilous. I'm telling you, it's risky, it's chancy, it's scary, it's frightening. But you got to commit first because creativity follows commitment. This is what allows small companies and wild, crazy entrepreneurs to outmaneuver other bigger, richer competitors. The great companies of yesterday get so powerful and so enamored with layers of management that their staff now spends most of their days in meetings and organizing, causing them to become cautious and incapable of pulling triggers the way they did when they were taking risk and growing. Although it can be dicey to commit first and figure the rest out later, it is my belief that the creativity and problem solving are stimulated only after a person fully commits. Although preparation and training are critical and vital, challenges of the marketplace will require you to act before you determine how to make everything turn out all right. Look, it's not necessarily the smartest or the brightest, the most prepared or the most organized who win in the game of life. Rather, it is those who can commit the most passionately to their cause. 27, be highly ethical. This is an area of confusion for many people, especially when they see supposedly successful people, supposedly, by the way, going to jail. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter how much success, money you would amass. Going to jail would be an immediate disqualifier for success. Even if a criminal does not get caught, never goes to jail, he or she is still a criminal. I don't care if they got $1 billion. $1 billion criminal is $1 billion criminal, no different than a $1 criminal. They still know they're a criminal and therefore incapable, in my mind, of real success. On the other end of the spectrum, I know people who would never even tell even the smallest lie or steal a penny and would go across town if they actually ended up with somebody else's penny. But I don't consider many of these people ethical either, because if you look at their life, they don't bother to fulfill their commitments as providers of security and role models for their family and friends. If you look at other areas of a person's life, it's not just about cash register honesty. You don't have to be a criminal to be unethical. If you don't go to work, okay, and I want you to really hear this, if you don't go to work every day and do everything within your power to succeed, look, you're stealing from your family, you're stealing from your future, you're stealing from your company, and you're probably stealing from your clients if you have a great product. Is that ethical? I don't think so. You've made some agreements, either implied or spoken, in writing or just by showing up every day with your spouse, your family, your colleagues, your people, your managers, your clients. You made a commitment. The more success you create, the better you are able to take care of those agreements. To me, being ethical doesn't mean playing by society's agreed upon rules. I believe that being ethical requires me and people to do what they have told others they would do, and then doing so until they get the results. Making an effort without a result is not ethical because it's a form of lying to myself or yourself and failing to fulfill your true obligations that you have made and the commitments you've made. Trying, wishing, praying, hoping, and wanting aren't going to get you there. In my mind, ethical people achieve results. They achieve the results they desire, and they create so much success for themselves and their family and their company that they can survive any storm and succeed regardless of any difficulty. See, that is a much higher level of ethics than just, I always tell the truth. Well, that's good, man, but you're not providing for your family. You're not fulfilling your dreams. See, if you have a great dream, a big dream that you've always wanted to fulfill, no wonder you have this dissatisfaction inside, because it's not you. It's not ethical. One of the personal experiences of which I am most proud in my life was my ability to weather 2 years in a severely challenging economic environment while I was confronting at the same time an even more serious challenge in my life, and was still able to expand my company and provide for my family. Anything short of providing long-term success, continuing to expand and dominate, means putting everyone in my life and in your life, including yourself, at risk. Again, I'm not talking about cash register ethics here. I'm talking about a bigger concept of living up to your abilities and your potential, as well as your unspoken and spoken explicit commitments. Merely agreeing to be a father, a husband, an entrepreneur, or business owner, or whatever role you play or roles you play in life, brings with it implied commitments and agreements. I consider it unethical not to fully utilize the gifts, talents, my mind with which I have been blessed. And I encourage you to consider it unethical. Only you can decide what is ethical for you. However, I would suggest that any disparity between what you know you can do, what you're capable of, and what you are achieving is really an ethical issue. The most successful among us are so driven by their ethical obligation, by that sense of who they are, and so motivated to do something significant that it actually aligns them with their true potential. 28. Be interested in the group. You can only do as well as the people around you. If everyone around you is sick, underperforming, and struggling, then sooner or later you will become afflicted by everyone else. For example, pensions are strangling city and state governments because handfuls of people were interested in their own situation and didn't consider the impact it could have on the group as a whole. This type of me-first thinking that has no regard for the effect on the group ultimately stifles the very group and even the individuals which were making the decision that they thought was survival. This self-serving approach later makes it almost impossible for the group and the individuals in the group to even survive, and even puts all in that group and the individuals at risk. The larger population's health and well-being should be of utmost importance to each individual member, each player, which is something that the most successful people know. You can only be as successful as the individuals with whom you are involved and associate yourself. It doesn't matter what position you hold, whether you're the leading of the group or part of the group, your success is limited to the ability of those around you. This does not mean that successful people aren't interested in themselves. Absolutely they are. It's just that they realize they have to expend energy and express interest in their associates because they know that if they're not doing well, those they're surrounded with are not doing well, even the most well-to-do will be dragged down by that which they're surrounded. It's actually self-serving to some degree to care about what happens to all those around you. You want everyone on your team winning. You want everybody excited. You want the people you're surrounded with, motivated, winning, pushing through challenges and having success and improving themselves because it's likely to improve your game as well. For that reason, you always want to do everything you can to bring the rest of your team to a higher level. 29, be dedicated to continuous learning. The most successful CEOs are reported to read an average of 60 books and attend more than 6 conferences each year, whereas the average American worker reads an average of less than 1 book a year and they make 319 times less income than the top CEOs in America. Although the media often discusses the disparity between the rich and the poor, they frequently fail to cover the amount of time and energy the wealthy have committed to reading, studying, and educating themselves. Successful people make time for conventions, symposiums, readings, groups, and you say, yeah, but they got the money. Look, that's how they got the money, man. They connected up with people that are thinking bigger. There's never been a book, audio program, a download webinar, a speech from which I haven't benefited. I've read bad books that I got something from. The most successful people I know read everything they can get their hands on. I know successful people that hate to read, and they surround themselves with people that know how to read, like to read, in fact, hire people to read and say, hey, give me what you learned from it. They approach a $30 book as though it has the potential to make them millions of dollars. Poor people look at a $30 book and figure out how to buy it for $12. Rich people are like, $30 book, man, where's the $1 million? Find me one freaking paragraph with $1 million. That's what they're looking for. See, they see every opportunity to train and educate themselves because they believe in themselves as a solid, sure investment. Unsuccessful people, on the other hand, simply worry about the cost of the book or the seminar. Oh my gosh, it's $500 to go to this. I'm going to miss a day of work. The rich guy's saying, it's only $500, let's roll, okay? You see the difference? Join the ranks of the successful people who know that their income, their wealth, their health, their future are dependent upon their ability to continue to seek out new information. These people never, ever stop learning, and neither should you. 30, be uncomfortable. Successful people are willing to be uncomfortable. Those who succeed were at one point or another in their life, I promise you, willing to put themselves in situations that were uncomfortable, whereas unsuccessful people seek comfort from all their decisions. Every decision is based on, am I going to be comfortable here? I don't want to call on that client. I'll be uncomfortable. I want to sit in front of the TV. I want to find the most comfortable sofa I can have. I don't want to work out. I get uncomfortable. I don't want to go to this group. I don't want to stand on a stage. I don't want to speak to people. See, you don't want to be uncomfortable. You got to be uncomfortable. Discomfort is an indicator of where you want to go. The most important, or one of the most important things I've done in my life were not the things I was comfortable doing. In fact, many of them made me so uneasy. I was terrified. Whether it was moving to a new city, cold calling a client or hundreds of them, meeting new people, doing a new presentation, venturing into new sectors or businesses that I knew nothing about, most of these things weren't comfortable for me until I repeated the action enough time and got familiar with it and became a professional at it. It's so tempting to become content with your surroundings, your daily rituals, and your habits, most of which are probably not furthering your mission. They're not even challenging you anymore. Many of you listening to this are bored with your own problems. Look, it feels good to me when things are familiar. It feels comforting. It's like nurturing to the little boy, right? But look, that's not where I'm going to grow. Successful people are willing to put themselves in new and unfamiliar situations. They're willing to meet new and unfamiliar people. They're willing to go to new parties. They're reaching up. They're not reaching down. They're not reaching sideways. They don't have just their old buddies. Now they got new friends in addition to their old friends. It doesn't mean that they're always changing just for the sake of changing. That would be ridiculous. However, they know that getting too comfortable, too relaxed, too familiar causes a person to become soft, and he starts to lose his or her creativity and hunger to stay out front, to be challenged by what the other players are doing. So be willing to be uncomfortable and do what makes other people uncomfortable as well. It's a sure sign that you're on your way to success. 31, reach up in relationships. If it were up to me, this would be a basic course for every year that someone attended school. It would include drills in which people are encouraged to do things that they're not comfortable doing. The successful constantly talk about having people around them that are smarter, brighter, and more creative. Look, that's just not blurbs they're using. They're all saying the same thing. Dude, I surrounded myself with great people, bright people, smarter people than me. It's unlikely that you'll hear one of them say, hey, I got where I'm at, because I surrounded myself with more people just like me. Yep, that's right. I surrounded myself with people actually that were dumber than me, slower than me, that didn't think big. Average people, on the other hand, typically, if you look at their life, spend his or her time with like-minded people. You're only comfortable when you're around people that think like you do. Man, that's not expansive. And even some people that I know spend time with people that actually bring less to the table than they do. Make a habit of reaching up in all your relationships toward people who are better connected, better educated, and even more successful. By reaching up in your relationships, these people are going to have more to share with you than your supposed equals or less thans. No offense, okay? This habit is connected to their willingness to change, challenge tradition, grow, and do what others can't fathom. That's what you want to be around. Reach up, never sideways, never down. Base your decisions on what will be the greatest investment to move you toward your ethical commitment to create success for yourself, your family, and your business. The people with whom you surround yourself are going to have a great deal to do with whether you achieve your goals or not. Let's face it. You don't want to go horizontal. You want to go vertical. If you want to go vertical, then you got to go vertical with your friends. You want to go up. You do this by associating yourself with bigger thinkers, with bigger dreamers, with bigger players. Look, black belts don't learn new skills from white belts. They can be reminded of the basics from a white belt, but remember that a white belt cannot take a black belt to a red belt or to a higher degree of a red or black belt. Look, you can't become a scratch golfer by playing with bogey golfers. You get it? You have to interact with people who are better than you, smarter than you, who are more connected than you. Reach up, don't reach sideways, and don't reach down. It's what successful people do, and it's the only way to become better yourself. 32, be disciplined. Remember, we're not talking about money here when we're talking about success. We're talking about success in every area of your life. And to do so, you will not be able to compromise this thing called discipline. Discipline, by definition, is an orderly, prescribed conduct that will get a person, an individual, or an activity what it wants. Discipline is a requirement for you to be a 10X player. Unfortunately, most people's disciplines look more like bad habits instead of the admittedly uncomfortable 10X actions that we have to make disciplines for you. Discipline is what you use to complete any activity until the activity, regardless of how uncomfortable, regardless of how challenging, becomes a normal operating procedure. In order to ever attain and keep success, you must determine which habits are constructive and then discipline both yourself and your group to do those things over and over and over again until it becomes a discipline. Okay, if you find you don't have all the previously mentioned 32 successful traits and habits, or maybe you see yourself having most or some of them most of the time, but then you occasionally fall off a bit, look, no worries. Don't worry about it. I don't implement or have these every second of every day. I would expect that most of the people listening to this don't consistently display all 32 of these qualities all the time. But you want to become aware of the list. You want to keep this list close to you. You want to keep these 32 traits so close to you that you're looking at them all the time, that you're becoming, very, very aware, so that you're able to make new commitments to making these techniques, if you will, these indicators, part of who you are, rather than merely something you have to do. You want to make this part of your life. Although I don't personally operate in the success column of all 32 of these 100% of the time, I'm going to tell you what, I know what they are, and I know I'm operating with them most of the time, and they're becoming part of my life, just like I'm breathing air. I make efforts to ensure that I spend most of my time doing what successful people do. So when I'm going out to buy a property, and I'm like, I hadn't figured it out yet, I'm like, oh man, you don't need to figure it out, dude. Commit first. Figure it out later. I'm working on a project right now. I don't know how to get the lending for it. I don't know how to get the down payment for it. I don't know when I'm going to do the due diligence. I don't know how to work it into my calendar. I know nothing, but I'm committed. I'm in contract. I'm on a deadline to get it done, and I'm making phone calls right now to figure it out. This kind of commitment, okay, and I'm just using one of the traits now as an example. This kind of commitment, even knowing about what makes great people, just knowing that that's one of the indicators puts me back in the game when I was thinking, oh, I need to figure out how to buy this property. No, you don't, Grant. Okay? What discipline is that? Discipline, commit first, figure it out later. I don't know what the number is right now. I'll go back and check it out here. I don't know. It's somewhere in the 20s, 26, 27, something like that. Commit first, figure it out later. Dude, show up all the way. Figure out how you're going to play later on. The number doesn't matter. I've read these so much, I keep them around me that I'm like, okay, that's where you need to go. Do it. Rather than being tempted to back off. Look, none of the things on this list, they're not superhuman, but they're going to make you operate compared to other people like you're superhuman. Every single one of them is attainable. Okay, I don't care how far out of reach it is. Don't use just one or two of these techniques. You want to use all 32 of them. You want to make them part of your whole operating system. Start thinking and operating with them. Keep them close to you until they become a part of how you operate. Use all of them. Use them all the time and use them at 10x, and you will get everything you want in life. Exercise. Now, without looking, I want you to go back and name 5 traits of successful people, and then I want you to name the counterpart of those traits. If you can't do that quickly, you need to go back over this list again. Number 2, which one of these traits are you best at now? Number 3, now let's look at what you need to really start to focus on. I want you to actually write down the ones you're weakest at. Chapter 23, getting started with 10x. So where do you even get started with all this 10x stuff? What kinds of challenges are you going to run into? How do you make 10x a true, persistent discipline in your life? Well, all you really have to do is look back at the list that I just covered of what successful people do to determine what you need to do to make 10x part of your life. When do you start? Well, remember, there's only 2 times it exists for successful people. You want to focus to some degree on now, but keep most of your attention on the future. Remember, we covered that. The future you want to create, you want all your attention on now or in the future? Most of it on the future, but you got to take action now. You certainly can't start yesterday. You can't. You didn't start yesterday, so you can't start. And if you wait until tomorrow, you won't be successful because you basically violated an important tenet of the successful. Act now, and then keep acting with the knowledge that enough actions taken now will create a future, a good future. When successful people become lazy, they add time to their decisions. At that point, the successful are probably more concerned with protecting what they have than with creating new levels of success. And conservation of success, or what to do with it once you get it, is not what this book's about. This book's about creating 10x levels of success. I wrote this book at 52 years of age and have currently created enough success for myself only to have an appetite for more of it. I truly believe that I have yet to entirely fulfill my capabilities or my abilities. I don't want more success for the game of it or even for the money. Mostly I want more success because I really do consider it to be an ethical obligation to utilize my true full potential. Whatever or whoever drives you, look, go get it now and quit being reasonable with yourself. I'm undertaking a major personal and professional expansion as I write this program, all while expanding my family at the same time, expanding my business, and expanding my philanthropic desires. Everyone in my organization and most of my clients will tell you, even people that don't do business with me, may not even like me, will tell you one thing. Man, when Cardone goes, he goes now, and he goes with an unreasonable belief and is willing to do whatever is necessary to hit his targets. I'm not an organizer, I'll tell you right now. I'm not a great planner, and I'll never tell anybody I'm a great manager. I realize, and I know for myself, that taking action now, right now, without adding time or meetings or overanalyzing is both an asset for me and, understand, I know that it's also a deficiency. The people who know me would probably also tell you that when I embark on a project, whether it's writing a new book, creating a seminar program, developing a new product, starting a new workout program, buying a piece of real estate, working on my marriage, spending time with my daughter, I go at it all the way, dude, completely all in, obsessed, fully committed, like a hungry dog on the back of a meat truck, hadn't eaten in a week. I know myself fairly well, and I would expect you know who you are. When I get involved in something, dude, I'm in, completely unreasonable with all the actions I take, just full force until I get the results I want. I know a lot of people that go at stuff full force and then stop. They stop just prior to getting what they want, man. You want to get this thing cranked action, 10x actions now, and then pursue them with follow-up until you get what you want. I don't make excuses for myself, nor do I let other people make excuses for myself. And I don't pat myself on the back for my efforts. So when do you start? You know what now means? Now means now. Not a minute from now, not 30 seconds from now, it means now. Start with first things first. Make your initial list of goals. I'm telling you how to start this thing right now. Make an initial list of goals, then a list of actions that will start to propel you in the direction of those goals. Then without overthinking it, figuring, planning, dude, I just want you to start taking actions. You get it? Hey, I want to become a millionaire, okay? 3 things that I could do to literally start moving me in that direction today. Great. You write those 3 things. I could call Warren Buffett today. Okay, good. You know what? Pick up the phone. You're not going to script out the call. You're not going to organize. You're not going to get your day timer out. That's all BS, man. That's all stuff that's making you 1x, not 10x. Take action. That's the only way he's going to take your call, because you called him, not because you planned. Without overthinking, start taking actions. Now, here's a few things to keep in mind as you start doing this, okay? Because it's freaking, you're in fear land now, Jack, okay? Number 1, do not reduce your goals as you write them. So if your goal is, I'm going to write a blockbuster hit movie, okay? Don't all of a sudden say, you know what, I'm going to change that to, I'm going to do an independent movie. I'm a low budget. I'm going to do $75,000 movie. Now, dude, the first thing that came to your head is I'm going blockbuster, big, massive. Write it. Don't reduce your goals, number 1. Number 2, do not get lost in details of how to accomplish them at this point. This is a major mistake with goal setting. People go to write a goal and then they get lost in details, okay? Don't get lost in details of how to accomplish. I want 2,000 apartments. Do not try to figure out how to do it right now, because you're going to get derailed in details. Number 3, I like that, derailed in details. 3, ask yourself, what actions can I take right now, today, to move me toward my goals? I want this girl. What action can I take right now to go get this girl? Number 4, take whatever actions that come up on your list, regardless of your feelings, your discomfort, take the action. Number 5, do not prematurely value the outcome of your actions. You see what I'm doing? I don't want to prematurely value what the outcome is. And when you're saying he won't take your call, or she won't take the call, or I can't buy those apartments because I don't have any money, you're prematurely valuing the outcome. And number 6, go back each day and review the list. So let me give you the list again, okay? This is what you're going to do. Do not, number 1, do not reduce your goals as you write them. Write the goal down. 2, do not get lost in the details of how to accomplish them at this point. Number 3, ask yourself, what actions can I take right this second, right now, to move me toward the goal? 4, take whatever actions you come up with. Just take the action. Don't start having feelings, okay? You're not a psychiatrist or a psychoanalyst or a counselor, okay? Feelings are overrated, baby. They keep people from doing stuff. Number 5, do not prematurely value the outcome of your actions. So don't start trying to think about what's going to happen. And number 6, go back each day and review the list. Now, as you get started on this path of 10X, you're going to feel a little overwhelmed, right? You might even notice a tendency to start talking yourself out of getting started. And then you stop taking any actions. In fact, you never started taking actions. Don't be tempted to wait. You know it doesn't work to delay, right? You know it doesn't work for you. Think of yourself like being a car stuck in the mud. You need enough traction now to move just an inch. You don't need to move it all the way out. You just need to get enough traction right now, okay? Maybe I throw a board under there. But the whole time, you still needed to be pressing the accelerator. Then you get out. It's the traction, it's the action, it's the acceleration that gets you out of the mud, the stuckness, nothing else. No thinking can get that car out of the mud. It may require that you get dirty, probably will require you get dirty, okay? But it's certainly better than being stuck, right? Now, as I first mentioned, you want to be aware of friends and family, particularly when you start doing this 10X trip. And I'm telling you, be aware of your surroundings, your friends, your family, those people who offer supposed advice because they love and care about you. Many of them suggest to you they don't want you to be unrealistic and then disappointed. Dude, I'm disappointed now. I'm stuck. Okay, I don't need more advice like that. The vocabulary and mindset of average people, even those you love, is always the same. Be careful. Play it safe. Don't be impractical. Success isn't everything. Be satisfied with what you have. Life is to be lived. Money won't make you happy. Don't want so much. Take it easy, man. You don't have experience. You can't do that yet. You're too young. You're too old. On and on and on. This is the opinions. This is the input. This is the help, the advice your friends and family are giving you. I'm not telling you to get rid of your friends and family completely, but I'm telling you, man, dump their advice. You don't need it. You need 10X, go crazy, massive action, big goal setting. That's what you need to be surrounded with right now. When you hear what average people say and think, thank them for their advice. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And then remind them that what you want from them is their support in you going for it. And let them know that you'd rather commit to your dreams and goals and be disappointed than never commit and be disappointed. So let your friends and family know, look, I'm on this quest right now, okay? Any advice you give me right now, any input, any love, any support needs to be rock and roll. Go for it, dude, okay? No more dents and dings. Total the car. That's what you want to hear from your mom, your dad, your brother, your cousin. Otherwise, keep it to yourself. Let me give you a real life example of using 10X that took place for me as I was writing this, okay? I'm going to tell you, I'm on a 10X quest right now. You'll see as you listen to this following scenario how I was able to employ many of the habits and traits of the successful to actually reach the goals I had set for myself, and then even go beyond what I had initially imagined. But you got to be aware of these things. First, you want to take action when? Now. Start writing your goals, start taking the action, and you need to get the people around you to support you, okay? Or just tell them, knock it off. Now, let me tell you this little story here. Sometimes before I wrote my last book, If You're Not First, You're Last, okay? And that was the third of 4 books in under 22 months, okay? So I wrote this book, If You're Not First, You're Last, and I realized that although I had habitually been taking massive action in my life, I had yet to really think in 10X magnitudes, okay? While I was writing this book, I became aware I hadn't been thinking big enough. So I decided to test out this 10X concept as I wrote this new book, the 10X rule. As I reset my targets to match 10X thinking, okay? Again, I'm 52 years old at the time. I start setting my targets at 10X thinking. I realized that one of my goals was to become the name synonymous with sales training. That's one of my businesses, is sales training for years, okay? So I'm like, dude, I've been doing sales training. I've made lots of money in sales training. I've been very successful in sales training. That wasn't enough. I want to be synonymous with sales training. I want you to look it up in the dictionary and see my face, okay? That's 10X. That's off the rails 10X. I want to become that person that people think of first when they consider sales training all around the world. Sales motivation, sales strategy, anything to do with selling, I want it to equal my name. That was my new target. This is the concept of domination that I had in my mind as I wrote, If You're Not First, You're Last. So I had this new, considerably giant goal in place. I had no clue how to accomplish it. Zero. You get it? That's what I'm telling you. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I know, however, that had I stopped and tried to figure out at that point how I was going to do it before I committed to making it my goal, hey, I'd have never gotten started. I probably would have decided immediately that it was impossible. And then if I go to my office staff and say, hey, I want everybody on planet Earth, 6.8 billion people, when they think sales training, I want them to think me. Or if I'd have gone to my sister or my brother, they'd been like, dude, what are you talking about? You crazy, man? You're already doing well. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to give you an example of what's going to happen for you. Once I clarified the right size target for me, the 10X target, and avoided overwhelming myself with technicalities and minutia, how am I going to do it? I then allow myself the target and the room to determine what actions would be most consistent with this size of target. It seemed as though a big enough goal would automatically move me in the right directions. And it will. A little trick I used was to ask myself quality questions like, what do I have to do to become the name people think of when it comes to the topic of sales? And then I start writing the answers down. You need to get 6 billion people to know you. B, you need to get a TV show. C, you need a radio show every day. You need to get your books in every store. D, you need to get your books in every store and every library in the world. Okay. E, get on major talk shows and news shows. Okay. F, make that last book, If You're Not First, You're Last, a New York Times bestseller. G, make a major push using social media to have people around the world become acquainted with my name. See what I'm doing? What's my target? Again, I didn't know how to do any of this at that point, nor did I want to figure out during these steps how to do it. Look, I know I would only become derailed by the how-tos and the cannots and the impossible and, oh my gosh, the mechanics. You don't want to focus on that. You just want to focus on what you can do. As I considered my goal of becoming synonymous with selling, I knew I was setting a target big enough, number one, big enough to keep me interested. I immediately became inspired, man. I was like jacked, super jacked at a level that I had not been for years in my career. I was inspired to do anything consistent with the answers that we developed to our quality questions. Now, every single action my company and I take is aimed at getting my name out there with things like the TV show, the bookstores, the libraries. You get it? We didn't have any connections to TV. I'd written 2 self-published books. I don't even have a publishing company, man. Self-published books don't make New York Times bestsellers. They don't even make it into bookstores. So how am I going to do this? I no clue, but I know what my goal is. At this time, I hadn't done TV. I hadn't done news. I haven't done any media interviews. I don't even have a Facebook page or a Twitter page. So how am I going to get socially connected to the whole world when I don't have these things? But all these goals that I had listed, I firmly believed. I knew that they would get me where I want to get, okay? I firmly believed that getting a TV show would have the biggest bang of all of them. But I know I want them all, okay? So I know that all the actions I took were somehow connected and all were going to be very vital to me becoming synonymous with sales training. So what I'm telling you here is a story about how I used this 10X. I immediately went to my wife and informed her, look, I got these 7 or 8 things that I got to get handled, okay? And they're big, they're giant. One of the first things I want is a TV show where I'm going to demonstrate to the world that I can enter any company anywhere in the world and sell any product they have in any economy. And I'm going to increase their company sales. I want this TV show, right? I knew that this would help me avoid my potential obscurity among sales organizations worldwide. Getting a TV show would, boom, I'd be out there everywhere, right? Without reservation, she responded to me. This is a true partner. This is somebody on the same page with you, an equal. She looked at me, she says, that would make an incredible TV show. You'd be great at it. Let's do it. How can I help? I was extremely excited, but I did everything I could not to share my new idea with anyone who might tell me it was impossible. I don't want to hear that. I realized this was big and it was exciting enough challenge to get all my resources behind it. I also knew it wouldn't take place overnight. Now, my first move was to inform my team and emphasize that any project that moved us in the direction of grant synonymous with sales training, get it done. I made it clear that I didn't want to hear, I can't, we can't, it's too hard, it can't be done. We started making 10X moves by making calls to anyone we knew who could put me in touch with someone involved in media, television, and books. Okay, this was somewhat of a painful step. People who work in the book and television industries have seen more than their share of failures and have therefore come to view all projects like this fairly pessimistically. They didn't hesitate to let me know, by the way, multiple times, by the way, how long something like this would take and how almost impossible it might be. And by the way, they would say, hey, don't set your expectations too high. Oh, thanks for the advice, pal. I was hammered by the average kind of thinking ingrained in these people, the very kind that keeps them from accomplishing what they want. I repeatedly received comments like, 300 shows are pitched for every single show that ever gets picked up. The networks aren't spending money. A sales show is not a topic that the average American wants to watch. There's over 750,000 books written every year, Grant. Grant, you don't even have a well-known name. Getting a TV show is going to be almost impossible. I heard over and over all this, okay? Now, although this might be about the time when many people consider giving up, I didn't. And you can't give up at this point. Realize that you're just hearing from the masses. Realize that everyone who's trying to get their break is going through the same thing. See, I had to continually disregard the naysayers and refocus my goals. I would look again at what I had to do to accomplish. So I just go back to my goals. What do I got to do to become synonymous? Bing, 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 bing. Okay. And that would reinvigorate me. So regardless of whether I was scared or uncomfortable or it was impossible, remember, successful people embrace fear and discomfort. I don't know if it was because of what we were doing or because we kept our focus on what we wanted, but I think it had to be a combination of both. First thing I did was went out and hired a PR firm. And even though it was a complete disappointment, I didn't give up, because I knew it was important to have a PR firm. When the second PR firm didn't work that I hired a third one. We were undertaking a lot of projects, at the same time. They all took time, they all took energy, they all took money, they took creativity. The economy was sucking bad, okay? It was terrifying. And whether it was going to work or not was definitely in question. And it's going to be probably in question for you. Additionally, I was doing this at a time when the economy was, it was horrendous. Everyone was contracting. My company and the economy at large was experiencing the greatest economic reduction that I'd seen in my lifetime. And people were reporting that this was the worst recession in 100 years. My clients were reducing employees by up to 40%. My best competitor cut his staff by 50%, and countless others were shutting their doors. Entire companies were collapsing. Even entire industries were at risk. Some shutting down. Everyone was scared, but I kept one important point in mind, that the most successful people expand while others contract. They take risk while others conserve. So rather than cut my staff or cut our expansion, what I did was I eliminated my own salary. I took that salary and diverted it back into these projects so that I continue to use it to fund these 10X goals. Even as I was challenged like never before on every front imaginable, I did everything I could just to keep the target in focus. And it wasn't easy. And there was no guaranteed outcome, just like there won't be for you. But I did everything I could to remind myself that we could make it happen, that I'd rather die trying than not try. The more committed I became, the more challenges I faced. I almost felt as though the universe was just trying to see how strong I was and how committed I was and whether I could stick through it. Really what I was developing now that I look back was my discipline. My PR firms would get me one measly interview in 3 months and 90 days. And they thought that was a big deal. The banks were asking for more money down on my real estate. My income had been cut off, by me of course, but it still hurt. Okay. The only thing I had going for me at that time was my marriage, man, and my new baby that was coming into the world, and my fierce belief, my fierce 10X belief in my capacity, my persistence, and my work ethic. I was in love with this 10X goal. I knew this 10X thing wasn't just good for me. Look, it was what the world needed to know in order to actually start succeeding again. To me, it wasn't just an issue of personal success. It was just a mission of my life. What's the purpose of my life? The entire world was suffering economically. I felt that my goal was substantial enough to move the bar in such a big way, not just for me, but for the world. I felt that the risk of expansion was worth more than the money that I was saving or protecting or the energy that I was expending at the time. Your goal has to be more valuable than the risks you're taking, or you've determined the wrong target. In this case, man, I was all in. So I continued with my commitment, dealt with my fear, became a fanatic about it, and continued to increase actions in other areas. I didn't control the PR. The television networks I don't control for sure. Don't control the publishing companies. So I went to work on the things I could control. Everywhere I could get my message out, I did. And I finally started getting results. And this happened very quickly. We started getting calls to do radio shows and even TV interviews. One morning I got a call from CNN Radio to do an interview on a topic of Fannie Mae busting. They said, "Can you cover this?" Oh, absolutely, I agreed. Commit first, figure it out later, right? The next morning I was asked to do a show at 3:30 in the morning for a studio and an interview on foreclosure problem. Can you do it? No problem. I'm your boy, okay? 3:30 in the morning, I'm popping up, studying everything I can on foreclosure, and then I show up at the studio to deliver. I remember getting a call from the PR people asking, "Hey, can you talk about LeBron James, the LeBron James contract and how it'll affect basketball?" What's my answer? I'm there, man. Yes, absolutely. And headed off to NBC Studios without a delay. 10 minutes before I arrive there, I receive a phone call in which I'm informed, "Hey, by the way, the topic's not LeBron James anymore. You're going to be talking about the relationship between Levi Johnson and Sarah Palin." Look, I didn't know anything about Levi Johnson, okay? I barely knew who the guy was, but I still showed up for the interview. The topic didn't matter to me. I just wanted these media sources to know they could count on me, they could depend on me, that I'll show up and baby, I will deliver. I reminded myself that my goal, okay, when they're saying, "Can you do the Sarah Palin thing?" I reminded myself that the goal was not to do an interview on CNBC or to talk about Levi, but to get the world's attention so that the people that I got attention from would start to think of me when it came to sales training. You see, now understand that none of the coverage that I was getting, the foreclosures, the Fannie Mae, the Levi Johnson, none of them were making money for me. None of them were really aligned with sales training, but it was getting me exposure. It was making me known. So then when we started pushing on our social media, because I can control social media to some degree, I can create a Facebook, a Twitter, or a LinkedIn, okay? When we started pushing on social media in a huge way, we pushed so hard that I had customers, friends, and employees, even my employees, complaining that I was sending out too much. So when they came to me, "Grant, man, we're getting complaints. We're getting unsubscribes. People are saying we're sending out too much." What did I do? Rather than sending out less, I increased the amount of emails, the post, until the complaints turned into admiration. Remember the formula? Attention, criticism, maybe even some hate. Push until you get admiration. I went from being disappointed with my PR to being overbooked. That was just one way, because of our social media, that was one way of taking massive action and creating new problems. I kept making efforts towards the TV show as well. I tried to meet with theatrical agents, managers, big agencies, little agencies, anybody really. But even they wouldn't meet with me, okay? I talked to friends in Hollywood who had already had shows on TV, who had been unsuccessful pitching in the last 2 or 3 years their own TV show. Yet even as I was venturing into this new space, I continued to add wood to all the other things that I had going on. So I want you to be careful when you take on a new project, don't drop the other ones. The speaking engagements, the client calls, the emails, the social media, writing articles, my regular core business activities I continued to work on. And every time I'd get disappointed or experience a setback, I would go back and write down my goals. I'd go back and say, what are the goals again? What's the target? What's the actions I need to take? This forced me to remain focused on the destination instead of the difficulties. I always kept in mind that the successful keep their eye on their targets regardless of the challenges. Then one day, out of the blue, I get a phone call, from a casting agent with a group in New York who informed me, hey, we ran across one of your videos on YouTube. I had posted 290 videos on YouTube at this time. We got a hold of one of your videos on YouTube. We're looking for a person to do a TV show, and we think you'd be perfect for it. We've been looking for someone like you, but haven't been able to find the right person. What was my response? I am the right person. I am the person that can do this. What took you so long to call me? Okay. And the guy starts laughing on the other end. I'm like, seriously, man, what took you so long? And then I found out the name of the guy in charge of the project. I want to talk to him. So what did I do? I called the guy that was ahead of the project. I didn't wait for them to call me, to follow up with me. The guy said, we're interested. You're the guy we're looking for. I pick up the phone. I call Glenn up in New York. Glenn, Grant Cardone. Hey, I understand you guys are interested in me doing a TV show with you. I'm perfect for the deal. I'm the only guy that can do the deal, okay? And hey, I'm going to be in New York next weekend anyway. He's like, what? I said, I'm coming to New York Thursday, okay? Why am I doing that? I'm trying to establish a commitment to the project. By the way, I didn't have a trip planned to New York. I didn't tell him that. Why would I tell him? I said, hey, Glenn, I'm coming to New York anyway, okay? See, now, I did have in my mind what? Dude, I want to do a TV show. I know a TV show is important. That was my goal, right? So would you stop doing what you're doing right this second to make your goals a reality? Absolutely. So I told Glenn, dude, I'm coming to New York this weekend anyway. The producer told me he'd love to meet with me. He actually took that as a sign, one of this serendipitous things. Oh my God, you're coming anyway? This is meant to be. I committed. I said, look, I'll be there Thursday. I told him I'd be there at the end of the week. I got off the phone. I hung up. I called my assistant. Hey, where am I at Thursday? So what did I do here? I immediately showed the producer my willingness and hunger to make things go right, and that I was willing to commit without having all the information. See, that's what I'm doing. I don't even know if I'm available yet. Remember, successful people commit first, figure the rest out later. Some people might claim that it was entirely impetuous for me to jump on the chance and claim that I'd be in New York anyway. Some people are going to say, man, you lied to that guy. You didn't have plans on being in New York. No, I got plans in my mind that you don't know about. Just because it's not on my calendar means nothing to me, okay? I'm ready to go to New York. And because I'm committed completely to my success as a duty, I decided that a New York trip was on my calendar as I talked to Glenn. I don't need my personal assistant to tell me what's on my calendar. I'm like, I'm going to be there Thursday. See, I commit. Give yourself every advantage and give the person on the other end every opportunity to move forward with you. See what I'm doing? Don't add time. Don't add hesitation. Don't add doubt. And be hungry. Get everyone in your life reading from that same playbook. Don't wait until something good happens and then add time by checking with everybody else's calendar. Dude, this is average thinking, and this is what average people do. This only slows your momentum down. Be constantly prepared for success so you can grab the opportunity, you can wrap your hands around it and grab all the freaking life out of it. So I get off the phone with the producer. I call Jen, my personal assistant, and say, Jen, I got to be in New York Thursday. She informed me. Look, you already got another commitment. You already got something, dude, that you 10x committed to, okay? And there is no way you can get out of this. You cannot reschedule Thursday. New problem, baby. Yes, indeedy weedy. Okay? I'm moving in the right direction. New problems. Not little old boring ass problems. So I immediately pick up the phone, the do it now strategy. I don't sit there and figure, what am I going to do? What am I going to tell Glenn? I pick up the phone. I use the problem to actually allow me more communication with the new opportunity. You get it? Customer acquisition, not customer satisfaction. So I pick up the phone, I call Glenn, and I tell the guy in New York, Glenn, I can't make it Thursday, dude. While I was committing to you, Jen already had something on my calendar. You know what he tells me? Man, that's perfect, man, because I don't have all the people in here anyway that I want you to meet. I'm like, man, that's great. It worked out for both of us. See, 10X is miracle maker, okay? Interesting, the new time that me and Glenn worked out turned out to be better than the one I committed to. The following week, I flew out to New York on my dime, by the way, commit. Had no clue of what I was doing, so what? I get there, I found out the company owner was tied up in another meeting because I asked for that beforehand. I said, hey, am I going to meet the owner? Oh, yeah. Then I find out when I get out there that he's in another meeting. I told Glenn, I said, dude, come on, bro. I stood in line at the airport through security longer than I'm asking to meet with this guy. You got to walk in there and tell him to meet with me. I persuaded him to ask the owner to give me the 10 minutes of FaceTime. Be unreasonable. I don't need to be nice here. I need to get in front of the guy FaceTime. I pleaded with the gatekeepers. Guys, come on. The guy owes me a handshake. Come on. Let me at least explain my vision to him. The owner reluctantly made time for me. And within 5 minutes, I could tell he was thrilled with the concept. He spent an hour with me, not 5 minutes, by the way. He said to me, look, anybody that believes in this project the way you do, anybody that has the belief and the clarity that you have about this project, I'll get behind you. The group then decided to start pitching my TV show to the networks. Not long after that, I received another phone call. This is unbelievable. I received another phone call from another group connected back in LA, where I live, that is connected with a TV producer, Mark Burnett. They asked me to be a guest on the Joan Rivers show. How'd you get so rich? Which is ridiculous to me. I mean, almost ridiculous, because I don't consider myself rich. But of course, what do I say? I don't know. Let me see. Do I want to be on Joan's show? Dude, commit. I need the attention. You need the attention. So I commit to being on the show. Just before the Joan Rivers people came out to shoot the episode, the group in New York sent out a crew to interview me for the material we're going to use with the networks for the pitch on the show in New York. When it was over, I called my new buddies in New York and give them the feedback. Dude, the interview we just did, there's no way that'll sell the show. They're like, what? You've never done TV? There is no way that interview will sell this show. The studio heads will either need to meet me so I can sell it myself, or we need to go shoot a piece where I'm actually in a company and showing them on camera how I can increase sales, and we capture that. I received a response that they normally don't do this, of course, until they get some level of interest from the network, of course. However, I went on to explain that the interview was too soft. The one that New York sent to do with me in my home was too soft. If they were committed to this, we really need to create a short piece, a teaser, a video reel that will show the networks that this is a show that everyone in America will want to watch, demonstrating exactly what people must do right now to create success in any business, in any city, during any economy, selling any products. Now, to keep fueling the fire, I continue to send both groups new information. Now, I got a guy in New York. I got people in LA. I'm working both groups now because now I've met the Mark Burnett people with the Joan Rivers show. I happened to be in Las Vegas at that time doing a convention, taking care of my core business, right? Still doing the things that work, the proven, tried things that are successful. And I noticed a camera crew shooting this piece. I walked up to him and said, guys, look, I'm trying to get a TV show right now. I'm pitching a group in New York and another group in LA. And I want to send my associates a 3-minute piece. Would you shoot an ad-lib piece for me? Give me that piece. I'm convincing them to actually do some work for me, right? I asked them to record an impromptu video where I'm going to get the attention of this convention space. I told them that if it worked, they would know that they helped make my TV show a reality. They looked at me and said, hey, let's help the guy get a TV show. I then recorded a 3-minute video that I labeled, You Can't Handle the Truth. And you can find it on YouTube. It's a crazy video. It's in your face, okay? The crew was kind enough to cut me a copy. We sent it to both groups, and both groups loved it. What am I doing here? I'm adding wood to the fire. I'm not waiting for them to stay excited or get excited or take action. I'm adding the wood. This kept them thinking about me constantly, okay? And furthering my cause, keeping the fire burning. This video even caused the group in New York to broaden those networks they were planning to pitch to. They loved it. The guy's like, hey man, I love this. This is going to open me up to a couple of other networks. Now, my commitment to move the ball forward was starting to stoke their commitment and enthusiasm as well. I was adding wood to my own fire and certainly moving beyond the socially agreed upon norms of the TV world for sure. Just so you know, I also, for the most part, had no idea what I was doing most of the time. Look, courage is created through actions. The only thing I knew was that I was taking action that would accomplish a bigger goal. I was scared. I was worried about money. I was worried about the money I was investing. I feared rejection, just like most people along the way. I knew I was going to be turned down, but I knew that I was creating an entirely new set of problems, which of course was the signal that I was making the right moves. The next major event occurred when Joan Rivers came out to my house. We shot an episode with her. Of course, I share with Joan my ideas about a show. And she gave me the name of a couple of guys who were producing the show that I was on and said, you definitely need to talk to these people. I employed the method of reaching up, not sideways and not down. Okay? So Joan Rivers is above. I reach up. Joan, can you help me? Who can you connect me with? Can you pitch me with these people, right? Many people would be like, I don't want to ask Joan Rivers for a favor. Why not? Dude, if you don't do it now, you're not going to get a chance to do it later. Okay? Is it uncomfortable? Absolutely. Could I be rejected? For sure. Didn't happen. She was happy to help me. So I employed the method of reaching up. I called the guys in LA. I request a meeting. Remember, I got a group in New York already interested in my project. Why am I doing this? Adding wood. I want to pitch this idea of a TV show just in case the guys in New York maybe lose interest in my project. Remember, never quit adding wood. Never quit taking action regardless of what other people are doing. When you think you've won the lottery ticket, okay, buy some more tickets. The group in LA liked the idea. They loved the idea. They got excited about the idea. It also didn't hurt that the producers of this show had already seen what I did for the Joan Rivers show. By this time, I had gone from one single idea with minimal support to having not one, but two companies considering the possibility of a show. Even if both companies aren't interested, at least I'm staying excited and getting excited. Now, you got to know, I was in complete self-doubt when I went to this Paramount Studios to meet with this group in LA. Just so you know what really goes on for people like me and you when they're moving into their range of success, okay? I'm driving to Paramount Studios in LA. On the way over there, I call my wife. I'm like, dude, I don't even know if I ought to go over here. I'm in total self-doubt, okay? I'm telling you that to tell you that that can be a common response. I'm thinking to myself, these guys are just seeing me because they feel obligated. Why am I going there? There's no way they want to do this. So don't think for a moment that you can be confident and secure every step of the way. That's why I'm telling you that. I literally almost canceled this trip to Paramount on my way over, thinking it was a waste of time. When my sense of duty kicked in, when some of those 32 characteristics of successful people kicked in. Show up, dude. Don't worry about it. Don't talk yourself out of it. Just keep moving forward. Yeah, I was scared, and I really didn't know what I was going to talk about. Didn't know what I was going to do, but I did it anyway. Commitment, discipline. I had to remember that emotions are overrated, and the boogeyman's job is to keep me down. Again, pay attention to the successful strategies. Keep them in front of you that I've illustrated because they guide you and your decisions and your actions. Now, I meet with the guys at Paramount. Upon meeting the members of the group, I was shocked to find out that they'd already spent time coming up with their own version of a show with me. All my fears about their lack of interest, like most fears, were completely unfounded. When both of these groups reached me, they both committed. It's interesting. Both of these groups that researched me both commented, dude, it's like you're everywhere. Omnipresence. Although I clearly wanted to shout from the rooftops at this point, I knew I couldn't get too excited or stop to celebrate or pat myself on the back, but I had to keep pushing myself for more actions and more responsibility in order to keep moving things forward. Rather than waiting for one of the two companies to offer me a deal, I started calling retail companies to see if I could line up organizations that would be interested in being on the show. I'm basically taking on the role of the producer of the show and setting up companies that are saying, I'd be interested in being on your show. By the way, a show that I don't even have yet. Although this would normally be completely somebody else's job. Number one, there's no deal or company to do this yet. Number two, I hate waiting. Number three, I want to move things forward to a point where no one can walk away. Lastly, I'm not leaving this up to anybody else. Was I being too aggressive? Acting in socially unacceptable ways? Breaking the agreed upon rules? You bet I was, buddy. Could this offend someone? Absolutely. Hope it does. At least I'll get their attention. Look, if either of these groups say no to me, none of what I am doing will matter anyway, right? If they both bail out, what are they going to do? Think about that 10 years later? No way. It was interesting to me that when we called the companies to let them know about our show, not only were people interested in being on the show, they also started asking more questions about me, about how they could help me, about who I was and what I was doing. Interesting, we landed multiple new accounts by just making calls about the show. Action. I then informed the New York group that I'd been lining up organizations that wanted to be involved in this show. The producer said, dude, slow down. To which I replied, I can tell you I will, but I won't. I'll tell you I will, Glenn, but it ain't going to happen, bro. It's just not in me. He's like, you're exactly why we need to shoot a show, man. You're amazing. What did come out of this call was that the group in New York now agreed to shoot a teaser piece on the show. With that, we agreed to go shoot a Harley dealership that would make for a great visual and fantastic story, okay? After a dozen phone calls, we found a company willing to do this, but I still didn't have a commitment from New York. Yet once I told them that I had an ideal, ready place to go, look, they couldn't say no to me. They agreed to send a crew to shoot me for 2 days. Understand, when you keep pushing forward, something will result. At least you'll end up further down the street, right? I found myself no experience shooting a show. I'm flying to Fort Lauderdale now. No experience shooting a TV show, no script, no notes, no preparation, no idea of what I'm actually going to do. But I was on my way to shoot 2 days in the largest Harley store in the world with a camera crew. Commit first, figure the rest out later. I'm working with a group of people I've never worked with. Frankly, I was scared to death. So don't think that that's a problem, okay? The only thing I knew for sure was I was going to go into this company and I could increase their sales. I knew I could do that. I kept one thing in mind. Fear is an indicator that you're moving in the right direction, Grant. So to put myself at ease, I focused my attention on the future and reminded myself of my goals. On the way over to Fort Lauderdale, I reminded myself repeatedly that I could handle my fears and that I was going to have to do something like this sooner or later in my life. Otherwise, people would never come to know me, they'd never know about my abilities, and I would never be able to fulfill what I believe is my destiny and my obligation. Remember, your only real problem is obscurity. Remember that? It's your only problem. People don't know who you are. So I'd keep giving myself pep talks. Grant, obscurity is your only problem. Just show up, be all in. Trust that creativity follows commitment. I'm pitching my own book to myself. Look at the number of successful traits that I'm employing as I do this. Can-do attitude. Believe that I'll be successful. Show up. Commit first. Figure the rest out later. Do it now, not later. Go in all the way. You know, be courageous. Do what you fear. Stay focused on your target. Be willing to be uncomfortable. Even if I failed, I knew my mindset and my actions were in the right place. Now, I may regret my performance once I show up. Hey, at least I won't regret not taking a shot. So we start shooting the teaser. 3 hours into it, the producer says, Grant, look, man, it's great what you're doing, but we need something that really, really shows what you do. Beyond words, beyond explanations. We need to see what you teach actually happens on camera. Not an explanation. I need to see you jumping off the cliff now. I looked at the cameraman and said, turn it on and follow me. I then took over this Harley showroom floor by going from customer to customer, engaging each of them. I had clients getting on and off bikes. I was moving them around, taking photos with them, texting photos to their spouses at home with messages like, I'm going to sell your husband a motorcycle right now. It was fun. It was easy. It was powerful. It was fast. I was interacting with customers, handling objections, handling their resistance, handling their problems, selling motorcycles, okay? And recording all of it on camera at the same time. At the end of the first day, the producer looked at me and said, can you do this with any company, anywhere? I'm sure you know my answer by now, but just in case, dude, I can do this in any company, anywhere, endless times, and show anyone selling anything how to increase their sales in any economy. I don't care what the product is or how bad their people are. He said, after what I saw today, I believe you. And the truth is, I believed in you before I even saw this. But now, America has to see this TV show. I asked him for one favor. Once you get an agreement to meet with the network with this teaser, allow me to pitch it with you. I knew I could sell this show better than anyone else. I knew I was in the best position to sell it because my commitment to my mission is deeper than anybody else. It's not about talent at this point or intelligence. It's about commitment to my mission. He agreed. Grant, when I get a shot to pitch it, I'll call you, you fly in, and you can pitch it with me. They went back to New York and started editing the piece. He called me the following week and told me how excited he was, but that the summer season was going to delay the project. He explained to me it would probably be another 4 weeks before we could pitch the reel, but he assured me that everyone will love it. I hadn't heard from him for about 3 weeks, so I started calling him. I knew I wouldn't get anywhere with this project without persistence. When we spoke, he confirmed that, the group are still all in. We're still all in, man, but it's been 4 weeks, man. I reminded him of his commitment to me to involve me in the pitch when he finally got a meeting set up. He called me back a week later, 6:45 in the morning, told me the following. Grant, I was at the grocery store with my daughter, my morning ritual. He said, Grant, I got bad news. The networks don't want you to come pitch the show. They just want to start shooting it right away. Bing! The first thing I thought was the guy who had told me, for every show that gets picked up, there's 300 that get pitched. I'm like, dude, that's the first thing I thought about. The second thing I thought about was that person who told me that no one wanted to see a show on sales. Stay focused on your future, folks. Be unreasonable about your future. Continue to add wood to make your future a reality. And don't focus on what people say has been done before. You're not trying to create a past. You're trying to create a future. Don't focus on what they say can be done or what's possible. People are so caught up in their own negativity and their own losses that they give up on creating a future for themselves and spend all their time in the past. Others feel the need to criticize other people's ventures as a way to justify their own past giving ups. Never regard the impossible. Instead, stay focused on what you can do to make the supposedly impossible possible. It's a good thing I didn't bother to listen to all the naysayers and listen to their advice. So at this point in time, I can't tell you where the show's at. We haven't shot it yet, but everything is in place to do so, and we expect to release this coming year. My hope is this show will provide viewers with the direction and provide regular, everyday, average, common people like me and you the exact information they need in order to create success in any economy, anywhere, at any time. Market slowdowns, financial problems, challenges, and fears are not as powerful as you and your ability to dream big and act big at 10x levels. Look, no economy, no matter how bad, can hold down a goal that is followed by enough actions. Now, I've shared this story with you to show you how I've employed many of the concepts discussed in this book in order to achieve the goals of expanding my own footprint. I am just like you, no more talented and no more certain, but I am using 10x thinking and 10x actions. This isn't just an audio program for you to listen to. This is what you have to do in order to make it in the world today. The world no longer rewards talk. You and I must not just talk the talk, we must walk the walk. This should help you realize that 10x will work for you and everyone, and that was the purpose of this story. This short story isn't really about me. It's a guide for you of what you have to do. You have no idea how many people throughout my life have laughed, criticized, and raised their eyebrows, including family members, about the things that I've dreamed of doing in my life. You don't know how many hundreds of thousands of phone calls I've made that went nowhere. You don't know about literally tens of thousands of emails to which no one ever responded to me. You have no idea how many people, even my supporters, suggest to me that I may be pushing beyond the limits and putting myself at risk. I've spent 30 years preparing and studying, making mistakes, and taking action, all of which has allowed me to develop discipline. A discipline that I not always had. Look, training and learning are absolutely critical to your follow-through and the development of courage, persistence, unreasonable thinking, and especially discipline. I keep reminding myself that when it comes to dreams and goals, there is no being reasonable or rational, and there's no distinguishing between the possible and the impossible. I think you'll agree that it's impossible for you to ever do anything exceptional if you continue to live your life with thinking and actions that are mediocre. Big thinking, Massive actions, expansion, and risk-taking are necessary for your survival and your future growth. Staying small, being quiet are just ways to continue being small and staying quiet. Keep thinking this way, and sometime in the very near future, no one will be able to see you, they won't be able to hear you, and they won't be aware that you even exist. Commit to 10x thinking and 10x actions. This is the major difference between the successful and the unsuccessful. It's not about intelligence. It's not about economics or even who you know. Because without massive action, intelligence, economics, and who you know won't matter. I still have many of my long-term goals and targets to yet meet. I haven't made the show yet. 6 billion people don't know me yet. There's countless other things I still want to accomplish. Many I haven't even thought of yet, I'm sure. However, I do know that I'm moving in the right direction. I also know, and want you to know again, that this is not about me being more special or having some unique quality. It's simply about operating with 10x thinking and 10x actions. Make your fire so big and so hot that others will have no choice but to sit around in amazement. You will never have all the answers. Your timing will never be perfect. There will always be obstacles, challenges, and difficulties. However, you can always count on one thing: taking massive actions consistently and persistently, and then following those up with more fourth-degree massive actions are the only way, the only sure way to ensure yourself of the success you deserve and desire. Always go all in on massive action. Let the rest of the world operate at the first 3 degrees of action and watch them spend their lives fighting over bits and pieces, the scraps and leftovers. Look around you and you will see a world filled with average people, average thinking, and at best, average actions. Take another look. What you will really see behind this acceptance of average are people who have given up on their dreams and who cease to live with a dynamic purpose. They are instead willing to settle for whatever their estimation of normal is. When you're choosing the people whom you will learn from, look for the exceptional people, those who stand out because of the way they approach their lives, because of the actions they take. Don't worry about how they're special. Don't focus on how they're different. Focus on how they think and how they act and how you can duplicate that. Success is not a choice. Success is not an option. Success is your duty to operate at the right level of thoughts and actions. So follow through on your responsibility and your duty to leave a footprint on this planet so that when you're done with your tour of duty, you'll be remembered for approaching your life with nothing less than the biggest of dreams and the most remarkable of actions. Remember, success is your duty, obligation, and responsibility. And by thinking at 10x levels and taking 10x actions, I am confident you will create more success than you have just dreamed of.